The next day, this was the day when the Cube cadets went to class as usual. While excitedly pounding on the blackboard, Young-han then asked his classmates, "You know that this week there is a class competition, right? Everyone is required to participate in at least one activity." Hearing that, the cadets then discussed about the event. Hajin just remembered that there was an event. He forgot about this class competition. As the name suggests, it is a competition between classes. This competition covers almost all fields, from skills related to combat, to arts and sports. If this was a formal class, then he would only participate in the combat field, but because this is an event for cadets, he decided to join in the fun. You can call this event as the sports day for Cube. Hajin then asked Rachel, who was next to him, "Are you planning to participate?" Rachel was quite surprised by his sudden question. She said that she was planning to participate in the quiz, but Young-han, who heard her words, immediately said that the quiz is full, football and basketball are also full. He told them to remember that. They could only be silent hearing that. Rachel was confused about what she should do. Hajin then asked Young-han, "Then, what is left?" Young-han replied, "What is left is singing, and archery." Young-han then remembered something when mentioning that. He then immediately asked Hajin, "What if you join the archery competition?" But, Hajin suddenly glanced at Nayun when he heard that. Realizing his glance, Nayun then asked him, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not participating in archery." Hajin just silent hearing her response. He then told Young-han that he thought he could participate in archery. Young-han was happy to hear that. He then said he would write down his name. Nayun frowned slightly at that. After that, Haji then quietly looked back towards Tomer, who was sitting in the back seat, while Tomer herself was lost in thought at the moment. A few moments ago she received a message from the Truth Agency saying that they agreed to Jamie Zammer's request. That seemed to be Tomer's pseudonym. Tomer had made the request for a long time. She thought it was a dead end because they did not reply to her message. She wondered if these Truth Agency people could be trusted. While clenching her hands tightly, Tomer thought, "It doesn't matter who they are or when they reply, as long as I can find out the whereabouts of that bastard." The bastard Tomer was referring to was certainly her father, whom she hated. Hajin could deduce what she was thinking just from her gestures. Last night, he got a message from Hosiop. He said that he decided to quit his job. He had sent the application form to the information guild he mentioned earlier. Hajin smiled slightly reading that. He then said that it was a wise choice. Hosiop thanked him for his recommendation. He also said that he finally found out who Benjamin Agus was. Hajin was then shocked to read that the news about Tomer's father that he asked for finally came out. He then immediately asked him, "Can you find out his whereabouts and what he is doing now?" Hosiop looked a little hesitant when reading his message. He then replied, "He's already passed away." Time passed. We finally arrived at the day when the class competition event started. The atmosphere in the cube looked very lively at this time, with the cadets enthusiastically watching the matches held there, but not for Hajin. He was still thinking about Hosiop's message related to Benjamin Agus. According to the information that Hosiop had unearthed, he lived in a nursing home in Korea. And he heard that he died 4 years ago. Just in case, Hosiop said that he would send the address of the nursing home to him. Hajin was pensive thinking about it. So, Tomer's father was dead. No wonder the Book of Truth couldn't find him. Soon, the main storyline will continue, so he must take care of Tomer's case before that. After thinking about it, Hajin then stood up from his seat and quietly walked away from there. His departure was witnessed by Yona. She was quite confused to see him suddenly leave there. Hajin visited a place that looked like a church with a cross displayed at the top of the wall. Hajin sat on one of the chairs there while looking at the cross, but he got disappointing results. He thought he would feel something holy, but it was not so. With a face that looked like a person who had a lot on his mind, Hajin then opened his smartwatch and opened Messenger. He contacted the boss, and asked if the pay there was good. He got a reply shortly after. The boss said that the compensation was guaranteed. They also provided identity protection for the apprentices of the Geronimo Mercenary Company, until they became official mercenaries. Even after they became mercenaries, they could maintain their anonymity if they wanted. Hajin was pensive reading that. Geronimo Mercenary Company, Chameleon Troop is a criminal group. Although they have unwritten rules against unnecessary killing, they are still no different from the evil society when it comes to killing and looting. But, if he joins the Chameleon Troop, then he doesn't have to worry about deviating from the main storyline. Because the pay is quite good, he can take care of unexpected situations that will arise. And most importantly, he can kill Chai Jin Yun. Hajin knew from the beginning that he couldn't do that alone, but committing a crime still weighed on his mind. He hesitantly wondered, can I really kill someone? Hajin was not sure. This world was no longer just a fictional story for him. While Hajin was immersed in his thoughts, someone suddenly entered the church at this time. It was Kim Suho. Suho was surprised to see him inside. He asked, "Are you Christian?" Hajin was a bit surprised by his sudden question. He then said that he wasn't, but Hajin then asked him back, "Are you a Christian?" But Suho said that he wasn't either. He then sat next to him. While looking at the cross that was displayed on the wall there, Suho said that he was just remembering the past. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, "Did you used to go to church or something?" Suho kind of didn't know how to answer his question. He then just said, something like that. Hearing that, Hajin then asked again, "Then, are you Catholic?" Suho answered no. It didn't stop there. Hajin then asked him again, "Then, are you Buddhist, Mormon, or Zoroastrian?" But Suho again answered no. Hearing that, Hajin asked him again, a question that surprised him, "Then, is it a religion from another world?" Suho gasped at the question. Suho then said that it was something ridiculous. Hajin was silent at his answer. After a moment of silence, Suho then asked him, "Do you believe that another world exists, a world like in the Lords of the Rings or something like that?" Hajin was pensive for a moment hearing that. He then said, "The outcall happened 50 years ago. If we just think about the world in AD, there were no monsters or mana in the world for 1970 years. So instead of saying that monsters suddenly appeared on Earth, it wouldn't make more sense to say that they came from another world for a certain reason." Suho was silent for a moment at his words. He was then about to ask his views on it, but Hajin didn't give him a chance to speak and replied to his words earlier. It was part of Dr. Zer's theory regarding the otherworldly hypothesis. After recalling for a moment, Hajin hesitantly wondered, was it one of the theories that tried to explain the outcall? He was then convinced by it. This theory was often ignored because it was unclear, but he felt this theory was convincing. What he meant was, the outcall itself was already strange. Trying to explain it logically was where the contradictions began. Suho could only be stunned to hear that. He then exhaled while chuckling. He said that he thought it made sense. Hajin was a little surprised when he saw his reaction. If you think about it, Suho might be in a similar situation to him. The difference is, because Suho came to this world when he was a child, and even got a new family, at least, he might not feel lonely. Hajin was silent for a moment when thinking about that. He then stood up from his chair and said that he would leave first. Suho understood. He said that he would stay here for a while. Just before Hajin left the church, he then remembered something. He then asked Suho, "By the way, you don't have an agent yet, right? I can introduce you to someone." Suho was a little surprised by his sudden offer. He said that he planned to enjoy his time. Judging from his tone, Suho didn't seem to have an agent yet. Hearing that, Hajin continued, "It's just that there is someone I want to recommend." Suho was surprised to hear that. He then thanked him. As Hajin was about to leave the church, he then looked at Suho for a moment, and thought, Kim Suho must get stronger, much stronger than what was destined, because Kim Suho was the only one who could face uncertain danger, and he was also the only way he could somewhat survive. When Hajin left the church, Suho was still sitting there looking at the cross on the wall. In the midst of his daydream, Suho clenched his hands tightly. When night fell, Hajin then logged into the game and sparred against Nayun as usual, but Nayun again lost as usual. She was quite frustrated with her defeat this time. She had used her ultimate strategy earlier. Seeing that, Hajin then comforted her. He said that she had gotten stronger quite fast. In just a few months, he would not be able to beat her. Nayun was surprised and happy to hear that. Hajin then asked her, "Why haven't you slept today? Didn't you say that there was an event at the academy tomorrow?" Nayun said that the event was more like playing, so she didn't take it too seriously. She also didn't feel sleepy yet. Hearing that, Hajin suddenly asked her, "Is something bothering you?" Nayun confirmed that, something like that. Hearing her confirmation, Hajin asked her again, "Is it a love matter?" Nayun gasped while blushing when she heard that. Nayun originally wanted to deny that, but she then decided to be honest. Hearing that, Hajin asked her again, "What is it?" He said that he is a good listener. Nayun was silent for a moment with a shy feeling in her heart. After setting her heart, Nayun then told him. Nayun explained, "It's like something I can't have, but I don't want others to have it." Hearing that, Hajin then remembered a term, a white elephant. It's when there is something that you don't get a benefit from but you don't want others to have it. Nayun confirmed it. Hajin was a little speechless hearing that. If he is considered a white elephant, that means he must be very popular, right? Nayun continued. You could say that I was thinking about that white elephant. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, why? There must be a reason, right? Nayun confusedly scratched the back of her head hearing that. She said that she was also not sure, there was no specific reason that she could think of. Hearing that, Hajin wondered, are they that attractive? He then asked back, if you really think about the white elephant, then why don't you go for it? Nayun didn't know how to answer when she heard the question. Seeing that, Hajin then said, if you continue like this, then that white elephant will be stolen from you. Nayun gasped hearing that. She then surprisedly asked that. She also said that it doesn't matter if it was stolen or what. Hajin sighed hearing that. He then said to her, you said it doesn't matter now, right? But you will definitely regret it later. It's not just a white elephant anymore. Now that he has caught your attention, you will only see his good side from now on. You said that you think about him, right? The next day, this was the time when the archery competition was held. A host then announced, the archery competition for the Veritas and Cultivation class has been completed. Currently the first ranked was just as Haim, who hit the 320-meter target. Nayun, who was watching the match, suddenly sighed in frustration. Yona, who was with her, then confusedly asked her when she saw that, why did you sigh like that? Nayun just replied, nothing. She then looked at the audience seat behind her. She was confused. Why were there many mages today? Hearing that, Yona explained, they said there would be an 8-star mage coming. She thought they all gathered in order to see her at least once. There were only 308-star mages in the whole world. This was a rare experience. Nayun finally understood when she heard that. Shortly after that, they then saw 2 cadets walking hand in hand towards the field. It was their class turn. One of the 2 cadets turned out to be Hajin. Right after that, the host then announced, next was the Veritas class representative, Kim Hajin, and the Devotion class representative, Baru Moraine. The rules of this competition are simple. Both representatives will shoot an arrow at a target in their respective paths, and the one who can hit the farthest target will win. This is the same as the betting match conducted by Hajin and Nayun in the past. Participants only have one chance to hit each target, but there is one difference, the host continued, starting from a distance of 50 meters. He then invited Hajin to start his shot. Hearing that, Hajin then prepared his arrow, but he suddenly felt a pressure pressing on him. It made him unable to stand properly. The pressure came from the mages. They gave a lot of effects to make it difficult for the participants. In this world, just hitting the target is not enough fun for the audience or the archer. But still, aren't these effects too heavy? But Hajin realized that his complaints would not be heard. While watching the competition behind the glass, someone in the mage's room then asked, is that your nephew? The mage herself was named Archduchess Ahane, an 8-star mage. Hearing that, Ahane replied, unofficially yes. She asked, he is growing fast, right? She agreed with that. He looks much better when side by side with that average boy. Ahane chuckled at that, but, while looking at Hajin, she said that his posture with his bow is not bad. She pondered for a moment. She then asked the person next to her, I can take over from 350 meters onwards, right? No one will be able to reach 350 meters anyway. She was a little surprised to hear her request. She was a little hesitant about it. She then recalled the words of her boss who told her to obey all Ahane's requests. She may look like a child, but she is old. Maybe she will consider teaching here someday. With some hesitation, she then said yes. After all, this was not an exam and just an entertainment event. She felt that the cadets would feel honored just because of her presence. Ahane was surprised and happy to hear that. Time continued to flow. Hajin had now successfully hit the target. With a distance of 300 meters, he wiped his sweat while sighing with relief seeing that. Moraine then praised him, you turned out to be great too. It looks like your talent is not a lie. Hearing his praise, Hajin then said, you look quite relaxed. While raising both shoulders, Moraine then denied it. He felt this might just be because of the difference between their skills. He asked, did things like this bother you? Hajin felt annoyed at his dismissive tone. He then asked him, did you not even think that your aunt might be trying to make things difficult for me? Moraine seemed to think so too, but he then tried to refute his words. He felt that he was talking nonsense just because he didn't think he would hit the target. Hajin could only be silent when he heard that. His words were not baseless because he felt various effects that made it difficult for him when he was about to shoot his arrow. Shortly after that, the host then announced, the two managed to surpass the first rank record. Starting from a distance of 350 meters, the target speed will be increased and the situation will change. Now it's Baru Moraine's turn. Moraine smiled confidently while preparing his aim. When he heard that, Hajin could only smile helplessly at this time. He knew that Moraine was Ahane's beloved niece. He did not expect that the support Ahane gave Moraine would go this far. While he was preparing, Moraine was then shocked and frightened when he saw many roots appearing on all sides. Hajin was also quite surprised when he saw the appearance of the roots. He just found out that 8-star mages can do things like this too. But, the roots didn't seem to trouble Moraine at all. They looked very calm. The roots even seemed to be petting him. But, Moraine seemed to feel scared when he saw the roots. With a heart still filled with fear, Moraine then shot his arrow, but, his shot missed the target. Moraine was then shocked and regretted when he saw that. Seeing that, Hajin then said to him, "The first basic thing of an archer is to maintain calm." The host then exclaimed regretfully, "Unfortunately, Moraine has failed." Ahane also looked very disappointed when she saw that, but she didn't think too much about it, because this would be the last time too. If the boy beside him failed too, then the result would be a draw. The host then said, "Next, it's Kim Hajin's turn." Hearing that, Hajin then took a step forward. Right at that time, roots then appeared around him, but, different from the roots that looked very friendly to Moraine earlier. These roots seemed very ferocious. While preparing his shot, Hajin thought that he just needed to shoot past the roots, but he felt that they looked angry at him. But since this competition was just a game, he would not take it seriously. Hajin then activated bullet time. Various objects seemed to move very slowly in his eyes at this time, but he was then surprised when he saw the trajectory of the roots. His direct line of sight to the target had been deliberately blocked by the roots. Hajin felt that he had been completely cheated here. Even if he could see the target, if it was like this he could not hit it. But he suddenly got an idea. He forgot about it. It was his skill called recognition. In the random enhancement system, he could recognize 5 pieces of equipment. The stats of the recognized equipment would increase by 1 to 44%. The selected percentage would last for 24 hours and would be reset randomly after 24 hours. Hajin decided to recognize the bow and arrow, the elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow that would provide elasticity. He would increase them. After he decided that, Hajin then shot his arrow. The arrow seemed to meander nimbly between the roots and loudly towards the target. They looked surprised when they saw it. They were confused when they saw that the arrow could turn. And when the arrow successfully hit the target and destroyed it, the host then announced, "Kim Hajin from Veritas class." He successfully hit the target at a distance of 350 meters. Moraine in disbelief then asked him, "Who are you really? You use mana, right?" While helplessly holding his head, Hajin then said, "If I did use mana, wouldn't your aunt be the first to realize it?" Moraine was really shocked at this time. He knew that his words were true. He just couldn't believe that people he underestimated could do such an amazing thing. Hajin then annoyedly threw his crossbow to the ground. The crossbow then rolled as a result of the throw. With an annoyed face, Hajin then said to him, "This is a real class difference." Moraine could only chuckle with annoyance at that. Not caring about her anymore, Hajin then walked away from there. Right at that moment, the host then announced, "With Kim Hajin's success in hitting the target at 350 meters, he is now listed as first place." Hajin walked away from the field amidst the cheers of the audience who were amazed by his performance. Seeing Hajin's annoyed face, Yona with a faint smile then said, "He always has to have the final say." While Nyan herself was deep in thought at the moment, she then recalled the words of her sparring partner whom she admired, "Now that he has caught your attention, you will only see his good side from now on." Nyan's face blushed when she remembered that. She felt that she might have gone crazy. The final competition was held on Sunday, and with the end of it, the class competition was officially over. Many memorable moments at the competition were later immortalized into a photo. After the busy event ended, Hajin was finally able to enjoy a peaceful time with Evangel after a long time. Hajin smiled to see Evangel eating the fried chicken he bought so ravenously. But he was then surprised when he suddenly heard a notification sound from his notebook. He turned out to get an email from the Geronimo Mercenary Company. When he opened the email, he then saw a message containing a mission. It was an apprentice mercenary mission with difficulty level D, and a reward of 300 million won or items of the same price. The purpose of the mission was to kill Siemens, the closest aide of the Korean Mafia's Torino branch leader. Siemens had committed many crimes such as murder, rape, intimidation, and human trafficking. His fame had spread throughout the Turin region. There were also rumors that he was a jinn. Reading that, Hajin was quite surprised to get an assassination mission targeting the Italian mafia. The Italian mafia thrived during the outcall, taking advantage of the weakened government control. They've got a robust system and are very united, so they're starting to look like a nation by themselves. Korean is a group that is directly involved in the middle part of the main story. Hajin estimates that the aid of the branch leader should be around low grade, grade 1 to 2. Hajin is a bit speechless getting a mission like this. He did agree to a test from the chameleon troupe so that he could write his own story, but, isn't this mission too difficult for an apprentice mercenary? He was also confused. Is this really a mission with difficulty level D? Putting that aside, Hajin then focused back on the mission. In the email it was mentioned that the target of the mission was likely to be a jinn. Hajin was somewhat relieved to know that. He thought he might feel less guilty if he killed a jinn. While Hajin was immersed in his thoughts, he was then startled by the voice of Evangel who suddenly called him. He then immediately asked, "What's wrong?" With the remaining food stuck to her face, Evangel then asked, "Can I eat one more?" That little girl actually ate an entire container of fried chicken without realizing it, but Hajin didn't forbid it. He told her to eat as much as she wanted. Evangel was happy to hear that. She then went back to eating her food while humming a song. Hajin decided not to start his mission in a hurry, and planned to make preparations first. Hajin then opened his status window, to the Constitution menu. In this world, Constitution refers to something that has been born. This is the same as talent. There are various kinds of Constitution such as extraordinary recovery, great control over mana, and superb digestion. You can think of these as body talents, and the Constitution that Hajin wrote is, body that can't use mana. With this Constitution, he can only hold mana in his body and can't take it out, but instead, the mana accumulated in his body will not disappear, but will become vitality and will accumulate in his body. The accumulated vitality can be used to increase her physical stat twice and he can use vitality instead of stamina when moving. The conclusion is, the restriction of being unable to use mana with the body that can't use mana, enables the positive effect of having vitality constitution. Ordinary people would say that this constitution was the worst, but from the beginning Hajin couldn't use mana, so he didn't suffer any disadvantage from this. The mana from the stigma was different from the mana from the physical body. Vitality substitution didn't have lasting practicality, but it could withstand ambushes that would cause instant death. While looking at the status window, Hajin felt that this was the best for a low-level hero like him to survive in the main story. Body that can't use mana requires 500 SP to write. Hajin was surprised and happy to read that the use of SP was not too much. He felt that maybe it was because the restriction was very large. Without any hesitation, Hajin then confirmed it. Right at that moment, various system screens then appeared in front of him. The special stat, accumulation of luck, was activated. Golden letters began to flood to form sentences. Shortly after, a system screen containing the explanation of a skill then appeared in front of him. When calamities become blessings, there is a possibility that a small amount of accumulated vitality can permanently increase the stat. The possibility of increasing the stat is influenced by a stat of non-variable type, luck. Hajin was surprised to find out that it can increase the stat permanently, even if it is only a little. This is still a free stat boost, right? Hajin was amazed by it. He would feel happy even if he only got a 0.0001 stat increase per day. With a feeling of excitement that enveloped his heart, Hajin then cheered that this was amazing. Seeing him who suddenly became noisy, Evangel then annoyingly reminded him, "We shouldn't talk while eating." Hajin laughed awkwardly at that. He then apologized to her. The next day, Hajin went to pick up the obsidian bracelet that he had entrusted to the Soul Magic Tower. Hajin seemed to be quite satisfied with the result. There were two magic aspects that Hajin ordered to be implanted into the bracelet. The first was damage absorption. It filled up automatically when the user received an attack. The attack would be converted into mana and stored in the bracelet. When the bracelet was exposed to the air, it would slowly fill up the mana. The second was intermediate enhanced magic power, has the effect of consuming mana to fire enhanced magic power to the user's desired location. The size of the enhanced magic power and damage absorption depends on the amount of mana stored. At the time of taking the bracelet, Jin at that time explained to him, enhanced magic power is something that you can only use once in a lifetime, so he asked him to please use it only when he really needs it. Hearing that, Hajin felt relieved, because he felt that the mage who carved the runes on this bracelet did not know about its automatic charging function if he said so. He also felt that Jin was quite honest, unlike his first impression of him. Hajin could only laugh when remembering that. He then thought of introducing him to Yona when she set up the magic tower later. While Hajin was immersed in his thoughts, someone suddenly called his name. Hearing that, Hajin then immediately turned his head towards him. It was a familiar voice to him. The person who called him turned out to be Park Suhyuk. Park Suhyuk apologized to him. He asked, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" He then invited him to go to the office immediately. After a while, the two of them then arrived at the office. Hajin looked amazed at them. Look inside the office. Seeing that, Park Suhyuk asked him, "It's getting a lot better, right?" Park Suhyuk explained, "They already have 11 employees. He also has 5 exclusive hunter contracts." He also said that the office was an investment from Yona. Hearing that, Hajin said that this looked great. After explaining all that to him, Park Suhyuk then led him to a room. In the room, there was a sport bike parked there. This was what Hajin had asked him before. Hajin exclaimed in amazement. Looking at the motorcycle, Hajin looked very satisfied with the appearance of the motorcycle. The body was shiny. Seeing that, Park Suhyuk asked, "It's not bad, right? It's not an ordinary sport bike. It has the name Augusta Vigilante. It is equipped with a vehicle frame made with advanced magic power. The weight can be reduced while the reinforcement is maintained. The weight of the vehicle frame has been reduced to increase speed, and reinforcement is done to compensate for the fragility caused by it has been maintained. The user can also temporarily increase the speed of the motorcycle by burning mana." Reading that, Hajin thought, "No wonder this is so expensive." He then thanked Park Suhyuk for getting this for him. Hearing that, Park Suhyuk happily said that this was not a problem. He asked him to just let him know if he needed anything. Although he was also aware that he would not be able to fulfill everything he wanted, but the bag carried by Hajin suddenly shook at this time. Seeing that, Park Suhyuk confusedly asked, "What is it?" His question was then answered shortly after. He was then surprised and confused when he saw a puppy coming out of Hajin's bag. The puppy's appearance was really very cute. Park Suhyuk even felt adorable when he saw it. He asked, "Why do you have a puppy?" Hearing that, Hajin only said that he had just gotten it. Park Suhyuk was quite confused at his answer. "It's like it's not him." Hajin could only laugh awkwardly at that, but Park Suhyuk's phone suddenly rang at this time. He then asked Hajin to wait for a while. He had a call, but when he returned, he then told Hajin that he thought he had to go now. There was something he needed to attend. Hajin didn't really mind that. He said that he was also done here. Hajin thanked him for today. He said he would stop by again next time. Park Suhyuk understood. He then said goodbye to him. He also said to the puppy that Hajin brought that he would see her again later. The puppy then barked when she heard that. As Park Suhyuk left there, Hajin then with a feeling of anticipation looked at the sport bike parked there. He decided to try it right away. He took the puppy he was carrying to go somewhere without any prying eyes. After a while, the two of them then arrived at a place. Hajin had made sure that there were no CCTV around there. He had also added settings to the motorcycle. It cost a total of 100 SP. Hajin decided to test it. He named it Portability Activation. Right after that, the motorcycle beside him suddenly shrank, and turned into the shape of a suitcase. Although its shape had shrunk this time and became more flexible, but it was still quite heavy when he lifted it. Hajin estimated that it probably weighed more than 20 kilograms. Portability activation allows him to use Stigma's mana to compact an object into a suitcase. Hajin then looked at the puppy in the bag. He was sure it must be really stuffy in there. He thanked her for staying there. The puppy turned out to be Evangel, who was in disguise. She was bothering Hajin to take her because she wanted to visit Seoul. Hajin then asked her, "Then, should we go?" Hearing that, Evangel confusedly asked, "Where?" Hajin replied, "Eat something delicious." The city center in Seoul looked very crowded at this time with many people walking there. There was also Yona. She was currently walking with someone. The person told her to look carefully. In the future, all this land will belong to her. She is Jin Yojung, the Yona's mother, the real estate maestro. Hearing that, Yona then asked her not to worry. She had already thought about how she would utilize everything. Yojung was happy to see her daughter's confidence. She felt that her daughter was very reliable. She wondered why her father was so immature. He didn't even know how to invest. Hearing that, the guards behind her then thought, I guess even Yu Jin-young the berserker is just an ordinary husband at home. Hearing her mother's disappointed tone, Yona then said, he has gotten much better lately. Yojing just sighed hearing that, but Yona was then surprised when she suddenly heard a commotion behind her. They seemed to both be watching someone at the moment, and as Yona walked over, she was then surprised to see Hajin there. He was indeed wearing glasses, but she was sure it must be him. Putting that aside, she then looked at the direction that people were fussing about, seeing the evangel that Hajin was holding. At this time, she wondered, who was that kid? Yona was shocked to see that. It was like she got a new clue at this time. Yona thought that she had to find out about it. She was then about to call Hajin and approach him, but her hand was suddenly held by her mother at this time. Her mother asked, "Where are you going?" "We have to visit the tenants of our buildings now." Yona was a bit surprised by her mother's sudden action. She then said there was something urgent she had to do, but her mother didn't let her go. She said she had to stay here. She would inherit all this later. Yona really didn't know what to do at the moment. She then felt anxious when she saw Hajin walking further away. Yojung said they were too late. While dragging her, she then took her daughter to leave. Yona really felt helpless at the moment. She felt that she really had to check on that. After walking for a while, the two of them then arrived at a restaurant. Evangel was seen eating her food with gusto. The people around her looked adorable with her cuteness. Seeing her expression, Hajin then asked, "Does it taste good? Is there anything else I want to cut?" Hearing that, Evangel then replied, "Onions." Evangel really enjoyed the food. It felt very delicious in her mouth. Evangel was then about to eat her food again, but her movement suddenly stopped when Hajin asked her, "Do you think you can independently pass this Sunday alone?" Hearing that, Evangel then confusedly looked at Hajin. Seeing her who stopped eating, Hajin then felt panic. He realized that she was going to cry. He then immediately calmed her down. He promised to buy all the toys she wanted today. He asked her to just say if she wanted something, but Evangel replied listlessly when she heard that. Hajin was really confused about what to do at this time. He couldn't bear to see her depressed like that. In his moment of confusion, a waiter then came. He came with their order, tomahawk steak. Evangel's eyes lit up when she saw the dish. She then enthusiastically told Hajin to cut it immediately. Hajin was speechless seeing that. His worries seemed to be in vain. After the two of them finished eating, Hajin then took Evangel for a walk to buy toys as he had promised. Hajin asked, "What toys do you want?" Evangel replied that she wanted puzzles and Legos. But, when the two of them were walking to the toy store, Evangel suddenly saw something. Looking at Evangel who suddenly stopped walking, Hajin then confusedly asked, "What's wrong?" The reason Evangel suddenly stopped walking turned out to be because she saw a kitten at this time. She looked adorable with the kitten's cuteness. Hajin was quite confused to see that. He was confused why there was a cat in a place like this. Evangel then called Hajin while tugging on his sleeve. She said that she wanted to play with Whitey. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, "Was that its name?" Evangel confirmed it. Hajin didn't mind it at all. He also felt that the cat was really cute. With the dorm room where he lived now, he could keep one cat. He also always wanted to raise a pet, but Hajin didn't agree to it just like that. He then asked her, "What will happen to your spirit friends if you keep this cat?" The cat might fight with them. Hearing that, Evangel confidently said that she would make sure they wouldn't fight. Hearing that, Hajin then showed his little finger to her and told her to promise him. Seeing that, Evangel then wrapped her little finger around his little finger and said that she promised, but Whitey didn't seem to be an obedient cat. Seeing Whitey biting her doll, Evangel then immediately scolded it. This was the day when Hajin was about to leave. Right before he left, he then told Evangel that he would be back soon. He also reminded her again that she must make sure not to fight with Whitey, but Evangel seemed to completely ignore him. She was busy scolding Whitey at this time. Hajin really felt helpless seeing that. She treated him as if he didn't exist. Even so, Hajin felt better this way. He could leave her with peace of mind. Time passed. He was now in Turin. Looking at the passport in his hand, Hajin was quite nervous at first because this was a fake passport, but he managed to enter without any problems. He guessed the chameleon troupe was indeed this good. As Hajin observed the surroundings, he had a slightly strange feeling. In the novel he wrote, "Italy is a unique country. One of the main reasons is because there is a mafia. Based on the plot of the world, they are slightly different from the existing criminal groups. They look like they are hostile to the government, but they always work together when monsters appear, they form guilds and can run their business at night and day, they live by following the boundaries of the law, at least for now, although sometimes there are bastards who take advantage of that power. The Korean Mafia, where his target is located, is the strongest mafia group among other mafias, and he has to kill one of their members. Hajin can only sigh in frustration thinking about it. To be honest, he feels there is a possibility that this mission even comes from the internal Korean Mafia itself. While Hajin is immersed in his thoughts, someone suddenly called him. It was a voice that was quite familiar to Hajin. He then surprisedly turned his head towards the person. The person turned out to be the boss. After that, Hajin then turned his suitcase back into a motorcycle. The boss looked amazed at that. Hajin then asked her, "Did you come to help me?" The boss replied no, she would not help him. Hearing that, Hajin confusedly asked, "Then, why are you here? What are you going to do now?" The boss was silent for a moment hearing that. She then replied, "I want to take a walk." There was still plenty of time. She then took Hajin for a walk around Turin. Hajin could only be stunned to hear that. Meanwhile at the cube, Nayun was tired at the moment. She seemed to have been training with Suho. Seeing Nayun who lay limply on the floor, Suho felt it was natural, because they had been sparring since the end of class. Seeing Yona who was just silent as if she was thinking about something, Nayun then asked her, "Why don't you spar?" But Yona was just silent at her question. She was still thinking about the little girl who was with Hajin yesterday. She was very curious about who that little girl was. Nayun then got annoyed to see her ignoring her, but Yona still did not respond. She thought it was impossible for Hajin to have a child at that age. She wondered, could it be his niece? But she immediately denied the conjecture. She felt it was impossible, considering Hajin was an orphan. She also did not find out about his relatives in her investigation. Seeing Yona immersed in her thoughts, Nayun then irritably asked, "What were you thinking about earlier? Were you rejected by Jonghak or what?" Her question seemed to have triggered Yona. Nayun was right, because Yona had been rejected by Jonghak when she asked to study together. Yona then immediately replied with sharp words. She said that Hajin said she hated her. Nayun gasped at that. She was also surprised by her sudden words. Suho was the same. She then asked her, "Are you serious?" Yona smiled faintly. She confirmed it. The rumor had spread widely in the academy. She also said, "If I were Hajin, I would also prefer Rachel over Nayun." Nayun then felt annoyed hearing that. She was upset to see Yona continue the topic. Seeing that, Yona then asked her, "Why are you angry? Didn't you say you hated him?" Nayun gasped at that. The atmosphere suddenly became tense at this time, with Nayun and Yona both silent without saying anything, and Suho who was in the middle of them, could only feel confused. Suho then immediately asked the two of them, "Why did you suddenly fight?" But Nayun ignored his question, and just walked away from there. Seeing that, Suho then confusedly asked her, "Where are you going?" Suho was really confused by the atmosphere between the two of them. Why did they fight, even though their relationship was fine just now? Meanwhile in Turin, Hajin was riding his motorcycle while carrying Boss at this time. They seem to have been traveling around Turin. Hajin was quite confused by the boss's thoughts at this time. He wondered, did she really just want to go for a ride? But, the boss suddenly said to him, "There will be a gathering at 9 p.m. Hajin was surprised to hear that. He knew it was a clue for this apprentice mercenary mission. The boss explained, "The location is at the Leoran mansion in Turin. The target is the organizer of this gathering, and there is an abandoned church in the forest near the mansion." Hearing that, Hajin then opened his smartwatch and started navigation to the address. The boss continued, "The top of the church is very high. It is a perfect place for a sniper." A few moments later, they then arrived at the abandoned church that the boss mentioned earlier. Seeing the vines covering the walls of the church, Hajin wondered, how long had this church been abandoned? Hajin then immediately climbed the walls of the abandoned church to get to the top. The boss seemed to be quite surprised by his sudden action. When he got to the top, Hajin then saw a luxurious mansion not far from there. He wondered, that was the mansion, right? He also felt that this was indeed the perfect place as the boss said. The boss then asked him, "Can I watch over you while you carry out the mission?" But Hajin said that it was a little uncomfortable, so, he then asked her to leave. The boss could only be silent hearing that. Seeing that, Hajin then once again asked her to leave there right now. The boss understood. She then walked away from there. Hajin stared at her departure for a moment. After the boss disappeared from his sight, Hajin then refocused on his mission. He activated the 1,000-mile eyes and observed the mansion from a distance. He estimated the distance of the mansion to be approximately 1 kilometer from his current location. This is the distance that a hero can reach within 30 seconds, taking into account the time when they understand the situation and find his location. He only has 1 minute to escape. After further observation, he also vaguely sensed the existence of a mana barrier around the mansion. He was grateful that the barrier was still weak because the event had not yet started. Seeing that the time had already shown 8:35 p.m., Hajin thought she should start getting ready. After that, Hajin then took out his sniper rifle from Stigma's mana. Not only that, he also used Identify to strengthen the sniper as well as the bullets, but the rifle was only strengthened by 25%, while the bullets were only strengthened by 22%. Seeing that, Hajin felt that his luck was not good today. But he didn't mind that much. He would use Stigma's mana to strengthen the enhanced bullet with anti-demon properties. To get rid of all the evidence, he also had to make the bullet perish after penetrating the target. In other words, he didn't have to worry about mission failure. With his finger on the trigger of the rifle, Hajin thought, I will kill him in one shot. But Hajin suddenly felt doubt. He wondered, what if the target was human? The target being a jinn was not a certainty, it was just a rumor. This made Hajin doubt. What if he was not a jinn? Would that make him a killer? Hajin's body stiffened when he came to that conclusion. He knew that he was in his novel, and they were just characters he created, but now, they felt really alive to him. Hajin then recalled his parents in his previous life. It managed to strengthen his resolve. Even if they really feel alive now, he will spend at least 10 years in this world, or, he might even be here longer than that. Therefore he should not get too carried away in this kind of situation. Even if they really feel like living human beings, this place is not the real world, but a world in a novel. Hajin then emphasized it again, this is just a novel. Right after that, a very loud gunshot then sounded which shocked the birds around. Hajin's bullet was very fast and directly hit the target. The people around him then screamed in panic when they saw the incident. The atmosphere suddenly became chaotic at this time, and the boss watched all the events silently. She was silent for a moment looking at the target's corpse. She then muttered, a jinn does not bleed. Somewhere in Turin, Hajin was seen sitting alone there. He seemed to go straight there after completing his mission. He just sat there without doing anything. I don't know what was on his mind at the moment. In the middle of his silence, he was then surprised when someone suddenly called him. That person was the boss. The boss without further ado immediately sat on the chair in front of him. Seeing her, Hajin confusedly asked, how did you know I was here? The boss replied that she was tracking him. Hajin was then surprised that she could do that. The boss then praised him. She said that he had done his job well. Hearing that, Hajin said that he was happy to hear that. After saying that, Hajin then drank his coffee, but his hands looked a little shaky at the moment. The boss noticed that. Looks like that mission took a huge toll on his mind. This was probably his first time killing a person. The boss then asked him about his feelings about it. Hajin said that it was a little difficult because it was his first time. The boss was not surprised to hear that answer. Making money was not easy, however, only money could be trusted, especially for people like them. Hajin was then surprised to hear that. Hajin then asked about it. The boss explained, because we live a life without a family. Hajin's face stiffened hearing that. He paused for a moment. After organizing his thoughts, he then said that he thought it was true. The boss smiled slightly at that. She was happy to see Hajin quickly recover from his shock. The more she saw him, the more she liked him, even though Hajin had driven her away. But in fact the boss had secretly watched the course of his mission from the beginning. When she saw the bullet he fired, something that destroyed the mana barrier that enveloped the entire mansion, she realized that it was an anti-magic. The boss thought that if her eyes were not wrong, Kim Hajin would be the ace that would kill that person. Before the meeting of the chameleon troop members who discussed the recruitment of Kim Hajin, Drun at that time asked her, why does it have to be him? Is there a special reason? He is sure there are other people who are also strong and have anti-magic abilities. He is confused. Why do they have to choose an inexperienced cadet? Hearing that, another member with African American stature then asked him, you're objecting now after all this time? Drun said it was not an objecting, he was just curious about the reason. After a moment of silence, the boss then said, it's the eyes. They were both then confused at that. Drun then jokingly said to her, you are more romantic than expected. His friend was completely speechless at his words, not paying attention to the two of them. The boss then thought, Kim Hajin, he has a lonely look in his eyes. A look that says he can't trust anyone. It's the same look she had at that time, thinking about it. The boss wondered, is that why I pay more attention to him? Because I don't want him to take the same path as me. In the middle of her musings, Hajin suddenly said to her, he asked, can you get the reward in kind, like an item? The boss said that it was not a problem. She then asked, is there any item you want? Hearing that, Hajin said that he would leave it to her to choose it. Hajin said that not without reason. It was because he knew the boss had many good and expensive items, but she didn't know about the price, so Hajin thought he might get an item that was more valuable than the promised reward. The boss then said that she understood, to celebrate you joining us, but Hajin suddenly interrupted her words. He said that he had not agreed to join. The boss was then shocked to hear that. While scratching his cheek, Hajin then said, I'm the one that's deciding which group I join. But I felt like it's too early to make that decision right now. The boss was really speechless to hear that. She really couldn't guess the contents of his head. It was already midnight with the moon that could be seen clearly in the night sky. After completing his mission and his meeting with the boss, Hajin then returned to the dormitory. Hearing the door slowly open, Evangel, who was originally asleep, then woke up. While rubbing her eyes, she then called Hajin. Hajin was then surprised when he saw Evangel sleeping on the sofa. He then asked her, why are you sleeping there? Evangel said that she was waiting for him to come home. While hugging him, Evangel then welcomed him. He thanked him for his hard work. Hajin gasped at that. This was a feeling he had never felt since he first entered this world. He then hugged Evangel back. The scene felt so heartwarming. To be honest, he had already realized that they were not just characters in the novel, but also breathing and living human beings. Hajin then gasped when he suddenly remembered the scene of Seaman's death. He then tightened his hug to Evangel. Evangel was then confused when she felt Hajin's body suddenly trembling. Hajin suddenly felt scared at this time. He wondered, would this situation continue to repeat itself when he tried to return to his world? If so, how many times would there be? Time passes. We finally arrive when the second midterm exam finally begins. However, this midterm exam is not as lively as the first. With the many incidents that occurred during the previous midterm exam, Cube does not allow outsiders to enter, although this is different from the original storyline in the novel, but Hajin didn't really care about it. This was just a vague part that he wrote without much details, so he also didn't really remember the contents. On his way to the exit, Hajin then saw the Cube students who looked very sluggish at this time. They complained about today's exam, which seemed so difficult for them. They even planned to report to the professors that the exam was too difficult. They seemed to be exhausted from the written exam. However, the day passed quickly for him, who again got first place in the written exam. While looking at his smartwatch, Hajin thought that he should go to the nursing home that Hosiop told him about as soon as possible, but someone suddenly called him at this time. That person was Nayun. Seeing her, Hajin then confusedly asked, "What's wrong?" Nayun asked, "Do you want to go to the study room?" Hajin replied no. He said that he wanted to go out. Nayun was then surprised to hear that. She then asked him, "Do you not want to study?" Hajin answered no. He said that he did not need to study. Nayun could only sigh in frustration hearing that. She then asked him, "Then, do you have some kind of summary notes?" But Hajin again said no. Seeing her depressed look, Hajin confusedly wondered, what was wrong with her again. Nayun then weakly called him. She asked him to help her a little. She said that she was a mess in today's written exam. She heard that just remembering the important parts can help her get 10 points more, so, with a pitiful look, Nayun then asked him to please help her study. Hajin was surprised to see that. He then asked her, "Why don't you just ask Yona? She might be better at summarizing and teaching others." Nayun gasped at that. While bowing her head, she then said that she had a fight with Yona. Nayun suddenly got an idea at this time. She then asked him, "How about this? I'll buy you a good meal." But, before she could finish her sentence, Nayun was then surprised when she saw Hajin who had left in front of her. Seeing that, Nayun then angrily called him. The reason why Hajin immediately left Nayun was because he was being chased by time at the moment. After a while traveling, he finally arrived at Sunshine Haven. This was the nursing home where Fernan Jesus, Tomer's father, lived. While Hajin was knocking on the door, the voice of an old lady was then heard who asked him to wait for a while. When the old lady arrived, she then asked him, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Hajin was then about to convey his needs, but the old lady suddenly became enthusiastic when she saw him. She seemed to recognize him. She asked, aren't you Kim Hajin? Hajin was then shocked and confused at that. He still couldn't process what he had just heard. When he thought hard about it, he then realized something. He just remembered that the body he was currently possessed was once the body of a man named Kim Chundong. Kim Chundong was not just a character in a novel but a real person. He must have his own life and relationships that he didn't know about. When she saw him, the old lady then asked, "It's been almost a year since you last came to visit, right?" She then invited him to enter. Hajin still couldn't process the situation completely. He then hesitantly went inside and said, "Long time no see." He also asked if she was okay. When they got inside, the old lady said that the situation here never changed. While Hajin was looking around the nursing home, he then saw an old man waving his hand at him. He greeted him, "Long time no see, Hajin." Not only that old man, the other old men also looked enthusiastic when they saw him. They all seemed to recognize him. Hajin could only be silent seeing it. The scene seemed to cause ripples in his heart. The old lady then asked him, "So, what brings you here today?" Hajin was confused for a moment how to answer her question. He then said that he was looking for Mr. Jesus. Hearing that, the old lady then asked, "The one from South America, right?" She then said that he was a quiet person. All he did was talk to him a little. Hajin was surprised to hear that. He wondered, did Chundong know Fernan? He felt that this must be something that the co-author added to the storyline in this part. It was not so bad this time. This was a good thing for him. Hajin then asked, "I wonder if he left anything." Hearing that, the old lady then remembered for a moment. She then said that he did not ask for anything in particular, but it seemed that there was something he left. If there was indeed something he left, Hajin knew that it was a letter. The old lady was surprised that Hajin knew that. Hajin was grateful that it was still the same. The old lady then confusedly asked him, "How did you know?" Hajin did not answer her question and immediately asked her where the letter was now. Hajin did not really know what Kim Chundong's real personality was like, but judging from the treatment of the people here, he was sure that he had a good relationship with the people here. Hajin then said that he had a promise with him. The old lady was silent for a moment hearing that. While cleaning her glasses, she said that she thought it made sense that he left something for him, because he was always willing to talk to anyone and be their friend. The old lady smiled as she recalled the memories. She then told Hajin to go to the Suho Memorial Park. The letter will be with his remains. After that, Hajin then went straight to the Suho Memorial Park. When he got there, Hajin couldn't help but think, "I have done so many things here that I have never done before in the real world." After walking for a while, Hajin then arrived at Area 17, first line, number 4, that was the location of the letter. After that, Hajin then searched the shelves there. Shortly after that, he then finally found the letter. He was grateful because it was still here, but when Hajin was about to take the letter, he suddenly felt hesitant. He already knew the contents of the letter. He wondered, "I don't need to open this letter, right? At least I'm not the first person who has to read this." But Hajin immediately threw away all his doubts. He realized that there was a chance that the co-author did some tricks here. If the contents of the letter changed, everything would be very complicated. So, Hajin decided to read it. Meanwhile elsewhere, Yona is listening to a report from her subordinate at this time. The report was about Kim Hajin's past life. Her subordinate reported, before he entered Cube at the age of 11, there were many records of him doing volunteer work at orphanages or nursing homes. Yona was surprised to know Hajin did such things. She wondered, was that the reason why he was out so often? There were many bad rumors about him. She didn't expect this to be the truth behind him. Although that didn't mean she believed the rumors. He grew up as an orphan, and entered the military academy agency when his talent was awakened. It was a life story that underwent a big change for the good. Yona thought, if I were him, I would definitely throw the bad past I had into the trash. But Hajin chose to remember his past. No, maybe he reached out to others to rediscover his past. He did not use his power as a tool to attract attention, but only used it without others knowing when they needed help. While that's not aligned with her values, she have no choice but respect him for it. Yona felt that Hajin was really an incredible person. She then asked her subordinates, "Do we have more important information about his past, such as his birthplace?" Her subordinates replied no, they were still working on it, but that was the only information they could get. She apologized to her. Hearing that, Yona then told her to look harder. She understood. Her subordinates then continued their report. They received a request from the Korean mafia to track down an assassin. One of their officers was murdered and it was said that the assassin was from Korea. Hearing the name of the Korean mafia, Yona then thought she had wanted to contact them for something related to relic smuggling. Hearing the report made her think maybe she could propose more favorable conditions for them. Yona then said that she understood. She asked, "Can we track down this assassin?" Her subordinate replied. There was a newbie named Kim Hosiop who joined them. He was quite useful. She then sent a file containing his data to her. Reading the file, Yona was pensive for a moment. While Yona was getting a mission to track him down, Hajin himself was currently reading the letter left by Fenrir Jesus, but after he read the entire contents of the letter, he did not find any changes. He then put the letter back into the envelope. This was a relief for him, in the current situation. This was the only answer that the Truth Agency could provide. While Tomer was leaning her head in her hands, her smartwatch suddenly beeped at this time. When she opened the smartwatch and checked the content of the notification she got, she was then shocked. The notification contained a message sent by the Truth Agency saying that they had found Fernan Jesus. This was such exciting news for Tomer. They told her to send the specified payment amount if she wanted to hear their reply. After some time passed, the Cube cadets finally successfully completed all the written exams. Kim Soo-hyuk then announced, with this last test, the written exam officially ended. After praising their work, he then invited them to leave. They were very happy to hear that. After leaving the class, Hajin then went to the vending machine to buy a drink, but someone suddenly called him at this time. Hearing that, Hajin then turned to the person. The person turned out to be Nayun. She asked, "What will you do after the exam ends?" Hajin was a little confused by her question. He then replied, "Of course I will prepare for the practical exam." Nayun was surprised to hear that he was already going to prepare for it even though there was still one more week. No wonder he became a top student. Nayun then remembered something. She said that she wanted to return something. Hajin was then confused to hear that, while giving a book to him. Nayun then thanked him for lending it to her. The book seemed to be a kind of summary notes that Nayun asked him a few days ago. Nayun happily thanked him once again. She thought he would leave without giving it to her. Hearing that, Hajin then smiled apologetically. He said that he was in a hurry at that time. Nayun didn't mind that. The important thing was that he had lent it to her. His summary notes were very useful to her. He was really good at capturing the key points. Hajin laughed awkwardly at that. These are actually notes that he got by hacking Yona's personal database, but Hajin certainly wouldn't tell that to her. Nayun continued, "To show my gratitude, I will treat you, after the practical exam, how about we go there?" Hearing that, Hajin then confusedly asked, "Where?" Nayun answered, "How about Hanyung Pavilion?" She said that she would take Kim Suho too. Hajin was surprised to hear the name of the place. He wondered, did she mean the super luxurious Korean restaurant that's in Gangwon-do, that Hanyung Pavilion? Hajin drooled just imagining the menus there, but Hajin said that he wouldn't come. Nayun was then surprised to hear that. She then asked, why, although Hajin really wanted to come and taste the dishes there, but he also had to prepare for that incident, which would happen after the practical exams. He then said that he was busy. If she really wanted to go there, he then told her to go with Suho. Nayun was shocked to hear that. With a blushing face, she then asked, "Are you being jealous right now?" Hajin was then shocked to hear that. He even splashed his drink. While looking at her, Hajin then asked, "What nonsense is that?" Nayun blushingly replied, "Never mind." She told him to forget about it if it's not the case. Nayun said that she was just trying to pay him back for what had happened at the restaurant in Paris. Hajin said it's fine. He wasn't too interested. Nayun couldn't believe it. She then asked him, "How about I buy you the full package?" But Hajin kept walking away as if he didn't hear her words. Seeing that, Nayun then tried to call him. She was still surprised by Hajin's words just now. She seemed to misunderstand this time. She felt that they couldn't go with just the two of them. On his way to the dormitory, Hajin wondered, should I buy Evangel a snack? But he was then surprised when he heard a conversation from someone nearby. It was a voice that was quite familiar to him. Hajin then walked over to check. The person turned out to be Tomer. She seemed to be asking someone on the phone for a down payment, but the person seemed to disagree with her request. It was because the person felt that she was incompetent in her mission. The thing she said would be completed within 2 weeks, but in fact it had not been completed for months. Tomer didn't know how to answer. Hearing that, the person on the phone continued to scold her. He scolded her for losing the items that the team leader sent to her. Tomer didn't argue. She then apologized to him. Hajin chuckled at that. He was the one who took it. Tomer then said that she really needed the money. she asked for a waiver just this one time, but, the person on the phone then scolded her harshly. He felt that Tomer still didn't understand the situation. He told her to immediately complete her current mission and then come back. After saying that, he then hung up the phone. Tomer could only sigh helplessly at that. She felt that nothing had gone smoothly since she was here, but, as she was about to walk away, she was then surprised when she saw someone in front of her. Seeing Hajin in front of her, she wondered, how long has this person been here? Did he eavesdrop on my conversation? But Tomer wasn't too worried about that. After all, she didn't mention Jin at all in the conversation. She then told the Hajin who was blocking her way to move aside, and walked away from there. But, Tomer then turned back to him when she heard Hajin offering to lend money. Her attitude really changed drastically from her previous cold attitude. Tomer also realized that, she felt a little embarrassed about it. While pretending to be calm, Tomer then asked him, "Did you hear that? Forget it, you don't even know how much I need." Hearing that, Hajin then asked her, "You are a mage, right? Mages can find money easily if they want, just make an IOU, and I will lend you money." Tomer smiled dismissively hearing that. She felt that Hajin was not able to offer a loan amount of what she needed. Seeing that, Hajin then took out something from his pants pocket. He said that his appearance might be ordinary, but he had quite a lot of money. Time passed. We finally arrived when the practical exam finally began. In the duel arena number 2, the first practical exam, team battle, was being held there at this time. The rules were similar to the individual duel in the last semester. The only difference was that this was a team match, on the first day. In the first match, Rachel's team became the attack team, while the team that became the defense team was Yohei's team. After Hajin and his team were in the arena and observed the surrounding terrain, he saw many obstacles there. This is a fairly favorable terrain for people like him. Rachel as the team leader then gave orders to them. Me and Jin Hozung will be the front, the rest will slowly follow and provide assistance. After saying that, she then invited them to move now, but she was then surprised when she saw Hajin suddenly jumped up and perched on a tree. Seeing that, Rachel then confusedly called him. While smiling broadly at her, Hajin then told her to go ahead, he would cover from above. Hearing that, Rachel immediately knew what Hajin wanted to do. He planned to secure the high ground. Rachel then said she would leave that to him. After that, Rachel's group then began to move. Hajin followed his team's movements by jumping from tree to tree. With a higher position than the others made him able to observe the surrounding area more clearly, but he was then surprised when he felt something darting towards his team. Realizing that, Hajin then immediately aimed his gun towards the arrow that shot. His shot managed to split the arrow into two and managed to stop its progress. Hajin then jumped to a nearby tree and looked at his surroundings vigilantly. He realized the fact that there was a sharpshooter meant that there were most likely other team members nearby. Among them, the most likely person to be at the front was. Hajin then confusedly looked at the person. The person was certainly Yohei. Hajin's confusion was very natural, because Yohei was acting very relaxed at this time. Hajin really didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that, he wondered, what was wrong with him? Even with a sharpshooter nearby, wasn't he too open? And plus, Yohei's current opponent was, but Yohei didn't seem at all worried about it. While lying under the tree, he then hummed a song. The Wanderer, he who wandered freely, like the wind. And when Rachel finally arrived in front of him and slashed her rapier at him, Yohei then quickly reacted, and blocked her slash. Hajin was surprised to see Yohei was able to parry Rachel's slash, but Rachel wasn't alone this time. Hozung then called out to her. Hearing that, Rachel immediately moved out of the way, allowing Hozung to land a surprise attack on Yohei. The impact of the three of them clashing was devastating. Hajin was surprised at how intense the fight was, but what surprised him even more was that even with Rachel and Jin Hozung attacking together, they still couldn't defeat him. Hajin was confused and shocked at that fact. He wondered if Yohei had always been this strong. Not only Hajin, Hozung himself was also surprised to see Yohei being able to match him and Rachel. He wondered, is this some kind of magic buff? Hajin also thought so. He thought he knew their formation now. Yohei dispels enemies at the front, and sharpshooter helps with shots from the middle, and at the very back, the mage gives all the magic and mana buffs to Yohei. Then the warrior and support protect the mage like an iron wall. This is the classic one-man team Yohei strategy. Although this is a basic strategy, but even Hajin admits that this is a pretty good formation for the defensive team, but he certainly knew how to counter this formation. he just needed to target their mage. After thinking about that, Hajin then immediately jumped from one tree to another to look for the whereabouts of Yohei's group mage. After a while, he finally found them, and as he thought, the mage was indeed being heavily guarded now, and while Hajin was observing them secretly, the warrior seemed to realize his existence. He then immediately told his teammates, especially the sharpshooter where Hajin was. Hajin was surprised to see that, while avoiding the attacks thrown at him, he wondered, is my infiltration talent that bad? The warrior was quite confused when he saw him. He was confused what he was planning to do for daring to come there alone as a sharpshooter, but Hajin certainly wouldn't answer his confusion. He then immediately fired his gun at them. Seeing that, they then immediately shielded their bodies from his barrage of shots. Seeing that, Hajin then dropped down, and ran around them to find an opening while continuing to shoot at them. While defending themselves from Hajin's barrage of shots, a support then asked the mage about his condition. The mage told him not to worry, this was not a problem. After running for a while, Hajin then arrived at the top of a cliff. He really hit himself well, but still, he felt he should be able to shoot him easily from above. Seeing Hajin on the cliff, the support then told the warrior that he could handle this. Hearing that, the warrior then immediately ran fast towards Hajin. Seeing that, Hajin realized that he planned to defeat him alone, but he didn't feel worried about it at all. In a place filled with obstacles like this, it was impossible for him to keep up, and sure enough, the warrior couldn't even land a single attack on him. Seeing that, the support was annoyed with the warrior. He asked, can't you even catch up with him? He felt that this was really getting annoying. While forming some kind of hand seal, he then concentrated and muttered, unite. Right after that, some kind of floating shields then appeared around him. The mage was surprised to see that, not stopping there. The floating shields then moved closer to each other, and united into a sphere. Hajin was surprised to see that, in that moment of distraction, the warrior then rushed forward to attack him again, but his attack was again avoided by Hajin. Hajin then looked towards the shields that were now united to form the ball. Although the shields looked like an impregnable fortress now, but Hajin did not feel worried at all. No matter how many they were, shields were just shields. With his sharp eyes, he could see it clearly, the weak point. Right after Hajin fired his gun, a scream then sounded from inside the shields. Hearing that, Yohei then anxiously immediately turned his head towards the sound of the scream. Feeling that the buff magic that had enveloped him earlier was gone, Yohei then frantically tried to call out to the mage, but he got no answer at all, because the mage had passed out at this time. Right after that, an announcement was then heard. Yohei team mage, Suho, was disqualified. Yohei was then surprised to hear that. Why? Looking at the mage, Hajin then thought, he wouldn't have lost in one shot if he had a barrier covering his body. His mistake was trying to save mana. After waking up from their shock, Yohei's team members then called him a coward. Hajin was a little speechless hearing that. He then said, come on, who are you calling a coward? This is just a strategy. After that, Rachel and Hozung then returned to attack Yohei, but different from before. Yohei looked overwhelmed in blocking their attacks now. He also felt his mana being drained so quickly. After a while, Yohei then could only wait for their next attack with a trembling body. He felt he was finished now. He had run out of energy. Not only Yohei, his other teammates were also struggling now. The sharpshooter was frightened when she saw Tomer bombarding her with magic. As for the warrior and the support, they were still playing chase with Hajin at this time. They couldn't do anything to him at all. Thus, the result of the first team battle, won by Rachel's team with a unanimous victory. After finishing their practical exam, they then gathered and chatted together. They seemed to be in a good mood at the moment. Rachel then came over and happily praised their good work. Seeing her, then also praised her good work. Seeing the big smile on Rachel's face, Hajin felt that she seemed to be in a good mood now. Her voice and hand movements were different from usual. Rachel then turned to him, and said, especially you, Hajin, we managed to win because you defeated their mage. Hajin was a little embarrassed to hear that. Apologizing, he said that it was a decision he made on his own, but they didn't seem to mind it at all. While putting his arm around his shoulders, Hozung then said to him, if you had failed, you'd be a troll, but since you succeeded, you're a hero. Bakyu also said that he was really surprised earlier. He said that he would get the mage's head. He thought he was Guango before. After chatting for a while, they then left respectively. After hearing the praise from his teammates, Hajin wondered, did I work too hard earlier? But, just as Hajin was about to walk away from there, Nayun suddenly called him from behind. She said that Suho told her to tell him that he had fought well. Hajin was then confused to hear Suho told Nayun to do such a thing. Nayun confirmed it. His team had just started the match at this time. Regarding the match earlier, Nayun then asked him, when you fired your gun, the bullet turned right, how did you do that? Hearing that, Hajin only replied that this was his talent. Nayun pouted hearing that was a boring explanation. While yawning boredly, Nayun said that she wanted to fight immediately, but unfortunately her match was still later in the afternoon and evening. Hearing that, Hajin only answered half-heartedly. While Hajin was looking around, he then saw someone nearby, more precisely, two people. They were Yuna and Shin Jonghak, but Shin Jonghak's mood seemed to be bad at the moment. He was not happy to see him talking to Nayun. His gaze seemed to want to kill him at the moment. Seeing his gaze, Hajin confusedly thought, was he acting in a thriller movie or what? Not only Hajin, Nayun also saw the two of them. She then called Jonghak, and confusedly asked him, why are you staring at us? Hearing that, Shin Jonghak's mood immediately changed 180 degrees. He then smiled broadly at her, with a fawning tone like a dog. Jonghak said that he was staring at anyone. Seeing that, Hajin felt that Jonghak really had strange tastes, not caring about him anymore. Hajin then asked Yona, are you on your way to your match? Yona confirmed it. Her team was next. Hearing that, Hajin then whispered to her, 5.56mm bullets, about 600 rounds. Yona was then shocked to hear that. She then asked him, why are you suddenly talking about assault rifle bullets now? Hajin said that he thought he would need them later. Yona was silent for a moment. Hearing that, she then asked, you know that magic bullets cost 200,000 won per unit, right? Hearing that, Hajin just said that 120 million won is not a big deal. Don't tell me that it is impossible for you. I will be disappointed if you really think so. Yona chuckled at that. Of course not, don't try to hurt my pride. She then asked him if there was anything else he needed. Hajin replied no. He only needed bullets. He thanked her. Yona then remembered something. She said, about the ginseng. It looks like the elixir will be ready within 2 weeks. Hajin was surprised to hear that. Really? Yona confirmed it, but she suddenly looked a bit hesitant at the moment. Seeing that, Hajin then asked, do you want to ask if I still have stock? Yona cleared her throat embarrassedly. Seeing Hajin knowing her thoughts, she said she thought it would take some time to find another supplier. Hearing that, Hajin then said, I can't promise I will get it, but if I manage to get it, let's barter with some of your pharmaceutical company stocks. Do you agree? Yona happily agreed to that. She then said she would leave it to him then. Meanwhile on the other side, Jonghak was questioning Nayun at this time. He asked, why are you being so friendly with someone like him? Nayun was then confused by his question. Jonghak said, don't tell me that you have forgotten. You are the one who said that you don't like him. Nayun immediately panicked hearing that. She then immediately said that it was just a misunderstanding. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Yona then asked Hajin not to take it seriously. Jonghak just didn't know him very well. While waving his hand, Hajin told her not to worry. He said that he had no problem with it at all. Since they had finished talking, he then said he would leave now. To be honest, he was not very happy, but it was just the role given to him. Shin Jonghak was a descendant of the prime minister who served the king in ancient times. He was also the grandson of Shin Myungchul, the great hero who saved South Korea after the outcall happened, so it was only natural that he was proud of his lineage and status. Although, his grandfather, Shin Myungchul, after a while, Hajin then arrived at the dormitory. Just as he opened the door, he then called Evangel. Hearing his call, Evangel then happily immediately ran towards him. Seeing her, Hajin then asked her, nothing important happened, right? Are you hungry or? But, Hajin then was surprised when he looked towards Evangel. Seeing Evangel who was crying, Hajin then confusedly asked, what happened? While sobbing loudly, Evangel repeatedly mentioned Whitey's name. While showing her palm with scratch marks, she then cried loudly and said that Whitey scratched her. Seeing the small wound on Evangel's palm, Hajin could only remain silent, although Hajin was quite upset at this time. But he then recalled the first rule of being a parent, never show if you are upset with your child. After calming down, Hajin then held Evangel and tried to calm her down. He asked, why did you get scratched? Evangel continued to cry. She said that she didn't know. She hated Whitey. Whitey is bad. She didn't even do anything. Hearing that, Hajin wondered, did she mean that Whitey scratched her for no reason? A few days ago when they took Whitey to the vet, it was discovered that she has grade 4 in mana affinity. Animals with high mana affinity can recover quickly, live long, and are very intelligent. In short, they are considered spiritual beings. Such beings would not scratch Evangel for no reason. Realizing that, Hajin then scanned the room. Seeing the cat treats scattered on the table, Hajin then got a guess. He had told Evangel to give it to Whitey only once a day. Hajin then called Evangel and asked, why are there so many open packets of cat treats? Evangel was just silent hearing that. Seeing that, Hajin then asked her, were you eating them? Evangel immediately felt guilty hearing that. She then made an excuse. She said that she was just curious how good it tasted until Whitey liked it so much, she just wanted to try it a little. Hajin really couldn't think of hearing that. He now knew why Whitey was angry. He then told her not to do it again next time. Evangel sobbed hearing that, but Hajin was then surprised when he suddenly heard a message notification sound from his smartwatch, and when he opened it, the message turned out to be from Rachel, who wished him a happy birthday. Hajin was confused and surprised to read that. Rachel sent a set of cakes and said that this was a gift from her. She praised his performance in today's match and invited him to go karaoke after the exam ended. Reading the message, Hajin then realized that today was his birthday. He had forgotten about it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nayun was browsing her social media boredly at this time. Seeing Yona's post, Nayun muttered, she's suddenly active on social media just because we finished one test. Seeing Yona's post taking pictures with her teammates, Nayun felt that Yona was close with her team members. She also thought she should also celebrate today's victory with her teammates, but after she thought about it again, she felt it was unnecessary. Their presentation was a mess. Why celebrate? She was still angry with them about it. On second thought, she also hadn't talked to Yona since then. To be honest, she realized that she was wrong at that time, but she was confused about how she could make up with her. Nayun was really dizzy about what she should say to her. She then paused for a moment after not being able to think of any plan. For now, she would start with simple things first, like liking her posts. As Nayun continued to scroll, she was then interested in one of the posts. Seeing Shin Jonghak's pose in the photo with his teammates, he wondered, are they gangsters or what? She didn't know when he would stop being childish. As Nayun continued scrolling, she then saw Suho's post, who was taking a photo with Hajin. Nayun wondered, is Suho doing this on purpose? Their faces are really not comparable. When she opened the comment section, she then saw Sung-ah, who commented on the post. While chuckling, she wondered, what is Sung-ah doing? She's being so obvious. But Nayun was suddenly silent at this time. She was bored scrolling. He wondered, do I have any messages I haven't read yet? And when she opened the messenger, she was then surprised. Hajin turned out to be today's birthday. Seeing that, Nayun thought maybe she should buy him a digital gift. She wondered, a cake should be enough, right? But she immediately rejected the idea. Nayun felt that if she wanted to give him something, she should give it in person. She suddenly stood up from her bed when thinking about it. Nayun felt that she was crazy for thinking of giving a gift in person. They were not even that close. This was really confusing for her. She decided not to give him a gift. She felt that a birthday greeting message should be enough, but after a few minutes passed, Nayun was then confused because Hajin did not reply to her message. After a few moments passed, Hajin finally replied to her message. He thanked her. Nayun was a little sullen with his short reply. She then annoyedly threw her smartwatch. She was annoyed that Hajin was acting cool like that to her. Time passed. With the end of the test on Thursday, all the exams finally ended. Hajin did not do well in the individual exam, but he got a good score in the team exam, so he managed to secure the 200 and above ranking that he had expected from the beginning. With that result, Hajin felt that he should be able to get a bigger room in the second year, but Hajin didn't really care about that now. It was not something he should think about now. Looking at the few items he put on the table, Hajin did not know if this was enough or not. He then put all the items into a large bag. It was a top-grade magic duffel bag that could hold up to 200 kilograms of items. After finishing putting all the items into the bag, Hajin then glanced at his smartwatch. He had just received a message from the cube announcing that the cube would be closed next week. When the cadets use the cadet card outside the cube, they can get a 70% discount on the usage fees. Reading the message, Hajin knew this was because there was an external investigation. Even if the investigators didn't find anything, The Jin infiltrating the cube shouldn't act too conspicuously for a while, the most important thing was the message. In the next part, next Thursday's field trip, held by the Jinsung Foundation, limited to the first-year cadet, availability will be on a first-come first-served basis, field trip held by the Jinsung Foundation, that is the next main story. In this field trip, the main character will be captured by the wraiths of the past. It is an important artifact that will provide tremendous growth to everyone. Hajin thought that he had to make thorough preparations, in the midst of his struggling thoughts. Evangel then called him. She complained to him because Whitey had eaten her fried chicken. She looked very sad at this time. Seeing that, Hajin then asked her to calm down. Nothing will happen to Whitey, she is not a random cat. Hearing that, Evangel then cried again. She said that that was not what she meant, it was the last piece of fried chicken. Hajin could only sigh helplessly hearing that. So that's the problem. Time passed. In the afternoon near the girls' dormitory, seeing Hajin had come, Yona then gave a suitcase to him. It was the suitcase containing the bullets he had asked for earlier. Yona said that the suitcase had 900 bullets in it. Hajin then thanked her. He was quite surprised that Yona could get it that fast, but Yona's gift didn't end there. She then took something out of her pocket, and gave it to him. It was a wrist protector. Hajin was quite confused by it. Yona explained. I heard that the wrist is the weakest part when using a gun. Your birthday was last Monday. I wanted to give it to you on your birthday, but as you know, I'm quite busy because of exams these days. Hajin didn't mind that at all. He then thanked her once again. After finishing her business, Yona then waved her hand and said goodbye to him. Seeing that, Hajin also said goodbye to her. While looking at Yona who was now walking away, Hajin then smiled slightly. Of all people, he didn't expect to receive a gift from Yona, but when he looked at the clock nearby, he was then surprised and panicked. He didn't expect it to be this late. He would be late for his meeting. Hajin then immediately rushed away from there. After he finally arrived at the meeting place, Hyozong then greeted him. He turned out to be the last member to arrive. Hyozong then jokingly asked him, you tried to come late because you were the main lead, right? Hajin apologized. He had business to do before this. Seeing that all her team members had gathered, Rachel then invited them all to come in. After they went inside, they then heard various songs in the various rooms there. When Rachel curiously checked one of the rooms, she then saw a man who was singing there. While Rachel was happily observing the surroundings, Hozung himself was ordering them tickets now. The receptionist then told him that their room was number 17. After that, they both searched for the room number 17. Shortly after, they finally found it. Rachel looked full of anticipation at the moment. Hozung then invited them to enter. In contrast to the enthusiasm of the other team members, Hajin still looked flat at the moment, but, as he was about to follow his team members from behind, someone suddenly came out of the room next to him. It was Nayun. With a feeling of surprise, they then stared at each other. Seeing Hajin in front of her, Nayun was confused. Why was he here? She was also a little upset and anxious at the moment. She only wore casual clothes because she just wanted to have fun. In the middle of her struggle of thoughts, Hajin suddenly asked her, do you also want to have fun? Nayun was a little surprised by his sudden question. She then confirmed that the written exam was over, and the others wanted to relax. So we came here. Nayun then asked him, who did you come here with, and when? She looked back to see the people who came with Hajin. She then froze for a moment when she saw Rachel there, but Nayun didn't feel so worried. She felt like Hajin came with his teammates. In the middle of her reverie, Hajin suddenly remembered something. He then asked her, you're going on the Jinsung Foundation field trip, right? Nayun was a little surprised by his question. She confirmed it. She asked, are you going too? Hajin replied yes. I don't have anything else to do, so I signed up for it. In the middle of their conversation, someone suddenly came out of the room next to them. The person said to Nayun that it was her turn. Hearing that, Hajin then walked away from there and said, let's talk again next time. Nayun understood. She then said goodbye to him. Before re-entering her room, Nayun glanced for a moment at Hajin who walked away. Just before Hajin entered the room, Hajin then heard the sound of music playing. He thought, it's been a while since I've gone to karaoke. Back when I was in reality, I never frequented karaoke places much either, but, as Hajin was about to step in, he was then surprised when someone suddenly held him back. It was Hozung. With an unbearable face, Hozung called him and told him to run away from there. Hajin was then confused by that. Right after that, Hozung suddenly fell unconscious. Hajin was then confused by that. he asked. "What are you suddenly talking about?" And when he observed the room, it turned out that it was not only Hozung who fell unconscious, but the other members were also lying on the floor now, except for Rachel. Seeing Rachel who was holding a microphone, Hajin then remembered, realizing his existence. Rachel then turned to him. She was happy to see him back. Hajin's face immediately looked uncomfortable at this time. He just remembered that Rachel really liked to sing, and she's a terrible singer, without realizing something. Rachel then continued her singing. Her singing sounded so loud that it could even break the glass of the room where they were. Hajin was really confused about what he was thinking about to be able to design her character like this. Time passed. Hajin was now in his dormitory, looking at the item in front of him. Hajin happily thought, my plan to place the sapling's dust into the bracelet and give it to her is perfect, but, he was confused. How do I give this to Rachel? It was a normal bracelet that he bought on the internet but had been given an enchantment effect with sapling's dust. Originally, Rachel was supposed to awaken her trait later with Suho, but if Hajin wanted to reduce the gap between this story and the original, he needed to give it to her quickly, but Hajin was still confused. Even if he somehow managed to give this bracelet to her, just wearing the bracelet wouldn't activate her trait. While Hajin was deep in thought, he was then confused and surprised when he suddenly got a message from Rachel. Seeing that, he confusedly wondered, why did she message me? Hajin then opened the message. In the message, in a somewhat hesitant tone, Rachel asked her if he could teach her a little about how she could better control magic power. Hajin was then surprised to read that. He was confused why Rachel even asked him that. Plus, he has a body that can't use mana. But, Hajin did not immediately reject her request. After thinking for a moment, Hajin felt that this was a good opportunity. After agreeing to Rachel's request, the two of them then made an appointment to meet near the men's dormitory. A few moments after Hajin waited for her arrival, he then heard the sound of someone calling him. The person was of course Rachel. Rachel was surprised to see him already there. There's still some time before they agreed to meet though. She thanked him for being willing to meet even though this was a sudden request. Hajin told her not to think about it. He happily thought that he was the one who should thank her, while embarrassedly scratching the back of his head. He then hesitantly asked her, is there really anything I can teach you though? Hearing that, Rachel then asked him to please don't say that. She explained, she had reviewed the fight today and she became aware that there were still many areas that she could improve. She felt that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be able to get such good results. That was the reason why she asked him for this help, even though this was rude. Rachel then strengthened her heart, and asked him to please teach her, how she could become as strong as him. Hearing that, Hajin then said, it sounds to me like you're saying you want to try out my training routine. Then, with a serious face, he then asked, it'll be very tough though, will you be able to get through it? Hearing that, Rachel determinedly replied yes, I will. Hajin understood. He then sat in the lotus position and asked her, can you try sitting like I am? Hearing that, Rachel then tried to sit like him, but, she seemed to have difficulty. Hajin did not seem to expect it. He then said to her, if it's hard for you to sit like me, then you can just sit however is comfortable. But Rachel would not give up so easily. She said that she could do it and kept trying, until finally, she gave up. She really couldn't do it. While sitting in a seiza position, Rachel then asked, is this alright? Hajin said that it was okay. He then extended his hand towards her and asked her to extend her hand to him for a moment. Although Rachel felt confused, but she still agreed to his request. But, she was then surprised when Hajin suddenly inserted something into her wrist. It was a bracelet that had been enhanced with sapling dust. Hajin said that it was a small present from him. It should be able to help her. Hearing that, Rachel then hesitantly asked, you're already going to be training me. Is it okay for me to accept a gift? Hajin smiled at that. He said that it was just a normal bracelet, so he asked her not to worry about it. Hearing that, Rachel then thanked him. After successfully achieving one of his goals, Hajin then went to the next part. With a serious expression, he then told Rachel to straighten her body, and imagine as if someone was pulling her up slowly, starting from her cranium. Hajin also told her to breathe calmly. After that, he then told her to focus on the mana flow in her body, and direct them evenly from the tips of her hands to her toes. After doing all the things Hajin said, Rachel said that doing it felt more tiring than usual. Hajin smiled at that. He said that it meant she was doing it right. To be honest, Hajin found this meditation method on XTube, but if it really works for her, that's what matters, right? He feels he has laid the foundation right, ending his mind struggle. Hajin then went to the next part. He then told Rachel to try to circulate her mana starting from her left wrist. Hearing that, Rachel then asked, "Is it from the bracelet?" Hajin confirmed it. He told her to try to imagine the energy from the bracelet spreading throughout her body. Hearing that, Rachel then closed her eyes and focused on circulating it throughout her body. She then felt a familiar sensation. It felt like she had felt it before, but now it felt much more intense, as if nature itself was speaking to her. And when Rachel opened her eyes, she was then surprised when she saw various balls of light floating around her. When she saw the balls of light more clearly, she was then surprised to find out that they were spirits. Seeing that, Hajin then congratulated her for becoming a spirit summoner. Rachel herself still couldn't wake up from her shock at this time. She was really surprised when she saw the spirits gathered in her hands at this time. Seeing her shock, Hajin then asked, "Have you never taken a spirit affinity test before?" Rachel replied, "When I was a child, I took the test, and the results were good, but I gave up because I couldn't find the right way to train with spirits." Rachel was born with the talent and soul to use spirits, but, in this modern age, there is not much development in spirit nurturing methods, making it difficult for Rachel to awaken it herself. Hajin felt that the butterfly sapling dust that absorbed into Rachel's body must have acted as a bridge between her and the spirits. Rachel then called out to him. While looking at the spirits in her hands with affection, she then thanked him for helping her. She really thanked him. Hajin just smiled. At that, he said that he didn't do much. Hajin was happy to see her successfully awakening her trait. With this, he felt that Rachel should be able to grow much stronger without many problems from now on. But, Hajin was then confused when he saw Rachel's expression suddenly change. With a quick movement, Rachel then picked up her rapier, and made a movement as if she was about to slash towards him. Hajin, who saw it, then felt confused and panicked. Right after that, a very strong clash impact then appeared where they were standing. Hajin could only sit limply on the ground at this time. He then confusedly called Rachel, but Rachel did not intend to harm him. While looking in a direction, she then told him to be careful. There was someone targeting them. Hajin was then shocked to hear that. He then immediately turned his head in the direction Rachel meant. On the cliff not far from where the two of them were, a silhouette slowly appeared there. Hajin thought, "There are not many people targeting me, so their goal is not us." Instead, the person chuckled when he saw the two of them. He then said to Rachel, "While you did throw an attack, seeing how you're unaware of who I am, I guess the spirits must have told you of my existence." When Rachel saw the person's face more clearly, she was then shocked. The person turned out to be Lancaster. With a condescending look directed at her, Lancaster then continued, "Rachel, as usual, you still can't do anything by yourself." After saying that to Rachel, Lancaster then turned to Hajin, and told him to be better careful. "The affection you show to Rachel will one day transform into a blade that turns on you." Rachel's face immediately paled when she heard that, but Hajin was not shaken after hearing his warning. He then came forward and told him that it was none of his business. Seeing that, Rachel surprisedly called out to him, while looking towards Lancaster. Hajin continued, "If all you wanted was to ambush us, you'd have attacked while we were defenseless. Why are you going this far to harass Rachel? What are you after?" Rachel looked glum at the moment. She then said to Hajin that she had a grudge against him. Lancaster smiled slightly at that. He then asked her, "Do you really think I'd do this just because of my hatred towards you?" Rachel was then shocked to hear that. She then shockingly asked him that. With a condescending look directed at her, Lancaster continued, "You're too confident. Honestly, you're not even my target of revenge. The targets of my vengeance are those who threw away, insulted, framed, and even exiled those who offered their lives to them, none other than the imperial family itself. You're nothing but one of the means by which I could take my revenge, but you're someone who has more pride as a knight than anyone else." Rachel tightened the grip on her rapier. Hearing that, she then asked him, "Do you really have to do this?" Hearing that, Lancaster then asked her back, "Don't you know it as well, what I did for a certain someone, and how it ended up for me?" Rachel could only be silent. Hearing that, she then recalled the tragic incident at that time which was still clearly imprinted in her head. While taking something out, Lancaster said that today he came just to talk, so he told them not to worry too much. He then threw something at them and said that it was a farewell gift from him. That something turned out to be the body of a man who was already covered in blood. They both then felt shocked and horrified to see it. Seeing their shock, Lancaster then explained, "That person is one of the agents that have been protecting you like your shadow." He said that he was always watching her. He told her to remember that carefully. Lancaster then left there right after saying that. Seeing Lancaster who suddenly disappeared, Hajin wondered, did he leave? He was a little doubtful because Lancaster disappeared so suddenly. He knew Lancaster would be approaching Rachel soon. But he was just supposed to send a few assassins and then retreat after they're defeated by Rachel's awakening. He wasn't expecting him to kill someone like this. After thinking for a while, Hajin then planned to report this incident to Cube, but he wasn't too optimistic about it. He realized, the upper management of Cube are already rotten to the core and are working with the Jins. They'll probably bury this incident somehow as well. After returning to her dormitory, Rachel then reported all the events to an old man. Hearing her report, the old man said that he understood. Hearing that, Rachel then told her suspicions. She was sure that Lancaster would not just leave her like that. There was something wrong here. Before, he even sent an assassin to try to hurt her. Hearing that, the old man then asked her, could you once again explain what happened, in more detail? Rachel recalled for a moment and then replied, back then, I was training with a friend at the park. She then showed the bracelet that Hajin gave her and said, my friend gave me this bracelet before we began training. The old man was then confused to see that. Rachel explained, he said that this bracelet could help her training. The old man was silent for a moment to hear that. After thinking for a while, he then said that he thought Lancaster might have misunderstood her relationship with that friend. Rachel was then surprised to hear that. The old man explained, Lancaster lost someone important to him in the London incident. Maybe he wants you to experience the very same pain that he had experienced. Rachel was then shocked to hear that. She then anxiously and confusedly asked, why? Rachel could only feel gloomy at the moment. She wondered, would he have such a ridiculous misunderstanding? If his guess is right, then Lancaster is way too mistaken, because I'm not in a position to have feelings for anyone right now. Rachel then looked at the bracelet given by Hajin with a look full of worry. She then recalled Lancaster's words at that time. At that time, Lancaster said to Hajin, the affection you show to Rachel will one day transform into a blade that turns on you. Back then, she wasn't able to see what expression Hajin made. She wondered, what expression did he have? Will he hate me? Rachel's hands trembled when she came to that thought. Realizing her strangeness, the old man then asked her, are you okay? Rachel was silent for a moment. She then answered yes. After she thought about it some more, Rachel felt that this might be good. If Hajin is disappointed in her, then he'll naturally distance himself from her. That would be better for everyone. The old man cleared his throat for a moment. He then changed the subject. Putting that aside, you seem to have changed a lot. Rachel was then confused to hear that. The old man explained, you've always liked running around recklessly. When did you become so calm and gentle? Rachel was embarrassed to hear that. She then immediately said that it was when she was a child. The old man continued, back then, you were just a child who would go and play right after finishing your homework. After reminiscing for a while, the old man then got back to business. He said that they would have a meeting to discuss whether they would choose an agent to protect her in the future or hire a professional mercenary. He would inform her of the decision later after the meeting was over. Rachel said that she understood. She then remembered something and asked him, did the agent who died in the line of duty today have a family? The old man replied, no, he didn't. Rachel understood. Even so, she then asked the old man to give him the best treatment possible. She said that she would attend his funeral later. After her conversation with the old man ended, Rachel then limply lay down on her bed. She was feeling down at the moment because again someone died because of her. She wondered, how many more times must this situation repeat itself? Rachel thought that she had to get stronger as soon as possible, and when she looked at the bracelet on her wrist, she suddenly remembered the figure of Hajin. When he gave the bracelet to her, Hajin at that time said that it was just a normal bracelet, so he told her not to worry about it. Rachel smiled slightly when she remembered that. She then closed her eyes, and sank into that comfortable feeling. Rachel continued to touch the bracelet that Hajin gave her as if it was a very important item to her. Meanwhile elsewhere, as the full moon shone in the city sky, Lancaster was standing on top of a building at this time, watching the dormitory where she lived secretly. He flashed back for a moment and silently said to Rachel, affection isn't something you can avoid just because you don't wish to give it to anyone. Time passed. It has been some time since Hajin's meeting with Lancaster. They are now getting closer to the turning point of the main story. He as well as some of the main characters are gathering somewhere at the moment. Seeing him finally come, Suho then greeted him, Jong-haek then walked up to him. He was very upset and angry with him for how dare he came late. Hajin then apologized to him for that. He was really helpless with his attitude, even though he was only 2 minutes late. Other than him, the rest of the field trip participants were as per the novel. Their destination is Wind Mountain, which is located on the outskirts of Seoul and 800 meters above sea level. When Hajin sat down in her seat, Suho then offered him some jelly, but Hajin politely declined, while Nayeon herself immediately ran towards him when she heard that and said that she wanted some. In outline, the main story this time roughly went like this: everyone, including Kim Suho, would be caught by the wraith of the past on Wind Mountain, and that wraith would send everyone back to the 1970s when the outcall occurred. Technically, it was a magic dimension that reenacted a part of history. Nayeon then curiously asked, "What are we going to do there?" Jong-haek enthusiastically explained, "There's tons to do. My family owns the Wind Mountains. 50 years ago, a magic explosion took place on it, so the mana density there is super high. We'll meditate on top of the mountain and do some sparring." Hearing that, Nayeon seemed to be looking forward to it. It sounded fun to her. Hajin also smiled slightly. He didn't know if it would be fun, but surely it would be eventful, although everyone had a tough time in the novel. But Hajin thought that this time it would probably be fine because he was here. He also narcissistically thought that they should all thank him for saving them. Yona, who had been observing Hajin, suddenly felt disgusted when she saw his behavior, but Hajin had forgotten something. When they all arrived at the Wind Mountains, they then found an irregularity. They were climbing a mountain at this time, but what made them confused was why the ground there was flat. Not only that, with a worried face, Suho then called them and asked, "Has anyone seen Hajin?" Hajin seemed to forget that no one was sure about what would happen. After a while of traveling, the car they were traveling in finally arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, Yona then amazed at the scenery in front of her, seeing the towering mountains and standing so majestically in front of her. Yona thought, "So that's the Wind Mountain, huh?" As for Nayeon, after getting out of the car, she walked around casually while humming a song. She happily asked, "It feels like we are having a picnic, you agree, right?" Nayeon seems very excited about this tour. Hajin agreed. He also felt like it. Seeing his reaction, Nayeon then mocked him. "What kind of reaction is that? Do you have Shin Jong-haek's disease?" Hajin was then surprised to hear that. He then immediately denied it. Nayeon laughed at that, while Shin Jong-haek himself could only feel confused at what the two of them were talking about. The guide then said to them, "There is a house on the mountain waiting for you. The master that Mr. Jin-sung invited seems to be late and will arrive at night." Nayeon was excited to hear that a master was coming. She then immediately turned to Shin Jong-haek and asked him, "Who is it?" But Jong-haek didn't just answer her question and acted mysterious. "You will be surprised when you see him later." After all the participants in this tour got out of the car and gathered, Jong-haek then said that they had to reach the top no later than 3 in the afternoon. So he then invited them to hurry up. Hearing that, they then both walked in and started climbing the mountain. On their way up the mountain, Nayeon looked very excited and curiously looked around her. As for Yona and Jong-haek, they were seen walking together and talking. After walking for who knows how long, they were already feeling a little tired at this time. They wondered, "How long have we been walking?" They also asked Jong-haek, "Is it really this long?" Jong-haek was also confused about it. He thought they might have taken the wrong path. With a suspicious face, Yona said that she felt something was strange. They had been climbing this mountain for quite a while, but why did the ground remain flat? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent when they heard that. They seemed to have the same confusion. As Suho looked around, he then noticed something strange. He then called out to them and asked if anyone had seen Hajin. They were then surprised to hear his question. Nayeon then said that Hajin had been following them from behind, but when she looked behind her, she didn't see anyone. Feeling upset, she then immediately told Hajin to stop playing around and come out, but no one responded to her call, only silence she got. Yona immediately felt anxious seeing that. He was just behind them a moment ago though. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Nayeon wondered, is he really gone? Seeing her anxious expression, Jong-haek immediately told her to calm down. He didn't think this was a serious problem. He felt Hajin was a slow idiot, so maybe he just couldn't catch up properly. Plus this mountain was filled with different precious herbs, so maybe his attention was distracted by that. He then invited them to look for him. He might be lost now, but right at that moment. They were then shocked when the place they were on suddenly shook violently. They were confused. Was this an earthquake? They were really shocked by this sudden event, but, when Yona looked up and saw the sky, she was then stunned. Her mind froze for a moment seeing the sun above that seemed to be devoured by something, but she couldn't seem to care too much about it now, because the intensity of the earthquake that hit the place they were in continued to increase over time until it knocked down the trees around them. Seeing that, Suho then immediately told them to be careful. After some time passed, the earthquake finally stopped, but they once again faced something confusing. They were now in a place filled with very tall grass. Seeing the shaking produced by the earthquake disappear, Yonghan somewhat bitterly said, "It seems like the earthquake has stopped." Looking at the very tall grass that surrounded them, Yona wondered, did nature magic do this? The weeds grew shoulder high. She was confused by that. Wind Mountain does have a high concentration of mana, but, before Yona could finish her words, she was then surprised when she heard Suho's exclamation, with a wary expression. He and Jonghak were seen looking in a direction at this time. In that direction, a light was seen slowly approaching towards them. Seeing that, they realized that it was a flashlight and someone was walking towards them. After a while passed, the light got closer until it illuminated them. Seeing Suho and others in front of him, he was then surprised and relieved. He had thought that they were some mountain beasts, but it turned out to be a group of teenagers. While smiling kindly, he then asked, "What are you doing here?" The person turned out to be just an ordinary middle-aged man. The middle-aged man then once again asked them, "Are you lost? This place is a dangerous zone. Mana explosion can happen at any time." They were then confused at the word. Yona then hesitantly asked, "Do you mean mana explosion like we read in the textbook?" Mana explosion is a phenomenon where dense and unstable mana explodes. This event often occurs during the 3 years after the outcall. When mana on Earth is still unstable, their confusion is natural, because they have never heard a mana explosion appearing over the past time. After experiencing various strange events for some time, Suho realized that there were many things they didn't know. For now, he thought they should follow that person if they wanted to get out of here. He was also sure that they would be able to meet Hajin there. But, just as they came out of the forest, they were then treated to the sight of a destroyed city. Seeing the city that was devastated and looked like a former war area, Suho confusedly asked, "Where is this?" Seeing his confusion, the middle-aged man then answered, "This is the only safe place around here. Don't tell me that you don't even know about Gwangmyeong City Hall." Hearing that name, Nayun became even more confused. "Isn't that the place we passed before? But this place is just ruins." Hearing that, Suho then realized something. With suspicion mounting in his heart, he then immediately asked the middle-aged man, "What is the date now?" But the middle-aged man said that he didn't know. They didn't have the energy to do something like remembering dates. Hearing that, Suho then anxiously asked him to recall. A rough estimate was enough. Hearing that, the middle-aged man then tried to recall. He then answered, "I think it's 1972. They were then shocked to hear his answer. The answer given by the middle-aged man was like the final puzzle that connected the puzzles that Suho had found before. Now everything made sense. The terrain suddenly looked flat, as well as situations that sounded strange in their era such as mana explosion. He then realized that they were now in the Gwangmyeong city in 1972, but what confused him was, how could this happen? While Suho was thinking hard about it, Nayun was then surprised when a man suddenly pulled his hand. The man also carried a dagger in his other hand. He told her that it was dangerous if she was still outside at this hour. Nayun was then confused and surprised by his actions. She then immediately told him to let her go. Jonghak, who saw the scene, then immediately ran over, and hit the man right in his face. With an angry face, Jonghak then threatened the man to release Nayun immediately. The middle-aged man didn't seem surprised when he saw the scene. He told them not to be so rude. He then snapped his fingers and said that they were not bad people. Right after that, several armed men then appeared, surrounding them from all sides. Seeing that, Suho then immediately became alert. He wondered, was this a trap? But, as he was getting ready to face them, he then discovered a surprising fact. He couldn't use his mana at this time. Not only him, Yonghan was also surprised when he realized that he couldn't use his mana. He was really confused by that. With a cruel grin on his face, the middle-aged man then said, "You shouldn't just follow me." And when Yona looked around, she was then surprised. They were surrounded from all sides by a bunch of armed men. Suho then angrily looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Why are you doing this? The middle-aged man smiled at that. He then casually replied, I don't know, maybe because you could be a threat to us. But, before the middle-aged man and his group could launch their action, the sound of gunshots suddenly sounded and shot towards the middle-aged man. They immediately panicked at that. A guess then came to their minds, and when they looked towards the source of the shots, they then saw a person with a gun in his hand who looked like a biker. The person's head was covered by a helmet with a sport bike in front of him. They immediately panicked at the sight of this person. They recognized him. They called him the monster that eats humans. The middle-aged man swore. He then immediately told his group not to just stand there and told them to immediately go inside. He said that they had to immediately report it to the Asura, but it seems like the person won't let them go just like that. Seeing them fleeing in panic, he then mercilessly shot them one by one. After a few moments passed, all they could see was the corpses of these people lying on the street while covered in blood. With a feeling of surprise, Suho then looked at the person. He wondered, who exactly was that person? Seeing the person who just stood still while looking at them with his helmet still covering his face, Jong-hak then irritably rushed to the person. He irritably said, if you don't want to show who you are, I will make you do it. They were then surprised at his careless actions. Not only them, the person also seemed to be surprised at his actions. He then frantically told him to stop, but it seemed useless. His voice seemed to have been muffled by his helmet, which made Jong-hak unable to hear him. With his spear, Jong-hak then pried his helmet out of his head, which made his helmet fly and fall away from him. He then grimaced in pain while holding his chin. Jong-hak's actions seemed to have hurt him a little. He then helplessly said to Jong-hak, at least give me a chance to talk before you attack me. But, Jong-hak looked surprised when he finally saw his face. The person then looked at him and said, long time no see. The person's face looked similar to Hajin but with a more mature appearance. When Hajin recalled when they had just climbed the mountain, he realized that he had been mistaken. Because they were in the same place and time, he assumed that he would fall into the same timeline as them. At that time, Hajin walked following them from behind, but his attention was momentarily distracted by something. And when he looked back in front of him, he was then stunned. The people in front of him suddenly disappeared and the environment he was in suddenly changed drastically. Seeing that, Hajin then confused and surprised tried to call them, but he didn't get any response. Only after some time he explored the place. He then realized that the place he was in the timeline now was Gwangmyeong, long before Kim Suho and the others arrived, more precisely, 5 weeks before their arrival. At first he felt frustrated, but it turned out that this was not as bad as he thought. After thinking about it carefully, Hajin then realized that he had missed something. He missed the fact that only they would go to the same timeline in the original story. This did match the setting. Even so, Hajin still felt uncomfortable dealing with it. In addition, as he had expected from the beginning, the jinn that were trying to dominate this place were much stronger than in the original story. To prepare for the arrival of Kim Suho and the others, during these 5 weeks, Hajin had kept himself busy. He set up a base at a point where he could watch without clashing with the enemy. He also secretly kept attacking her subordinates to hinder their growth, eating alone, fighting alone, developing alone, and running alone for 40 days, until finally, he could meet them again. After finally meeting Hajin, they then asked about their doubts. Hajin confirmed it. This was Gwangmyeong in 1972, Hell on Earth, only a year and 3 months after the outcall occurred, although the robbers had told them that fact. But hearing it directly from Hajin still made them shocked and horrified. They then asked him, so, how long have you been here? Hearing that, Hajin then tried to remember. He then answered, year. They were then shocked to hear that. The environment suddenly fell silent in the midst of their shock. Seeing that, Hajin then said that he was just joking. He was here for about 5 weeks, but, even though Hajin said so, but the 4 of them didn't seem to believe it and put on worried faces when they saw him. Seeing that, Hajin immediately said that this time he wasn't joking. He has been doing everything alone all this time. His hair also lengthened due to the density of mana here. Hearing that, Jong-hak then asked the core question, so, have you found out the cause of this phenomenon? Hajin confirmed it, more or less, but first, he then invited them to return to the base and talk about it there. After a while, they then saw a building that was more like a ruin in front of them. Seeing the place, Jong-hak asked him, do you call this a base? Even my horse wouldn't live in a place like this. In contrast to Jong-hak who looked so apathetic, Suho then with a worried expression asked him, did you really live in a place like this for a year? Hajin was annoyed to hear that. He had already said that it had only been 5 weeks here. Why didn't he believe him, even though Hajin called this place a base? But, when Yona saw the place clearly, she didn't see anything there, right at that moment. Nayun's face then paled when she saw a horrible little creature there. The little creature was a cockroach. Nayun immediately screamed in fear when she saw it. Hearing her scream, Hajin then immediately approached and quickly finished the cockroaches. Seeing that, with a frightened face and trembling body, Nayun then praised him. She said that she was amazed at him. Hajin could only sigh seeing that. He then took out something and asked them to wait for a while. After that, he then inserted the stigma's mana into the object. Right after that, a large tent suddenly appeared where he was. Nayun was then surprised at the sudden appearance of the tent. She was also amazed to see that. While looking at them, Hajin was sure that they must be hungry now, so, he then invited them to eat. Their eyes immediately lit up hearing that, but, in the midst of their ecstasy, Hajin suddenly said that there was a problem. They were then confused to hear that, while pulling out a meat. Hajin said that they still had to cut it. Nayun and Yona immediately complained at that. They said that they couldn't do it, they didn't want to do it. Hajin had expected that. He then told them that he had eaten all the food he had brought, so they had no choice. Actually, Hajin had tried to cut it before, but he couldn't do it. He was a little nauseous when he did it, but he certainly wouldn't tell them that. Suho then raised his hand and volunteered. He said that he would do it. Hearing that, Hajin then told Yonghan to help Suho. Yonghan understood. Hearing that Suho would cut the meat, Jonghak then put on a mocking smile. He felt that it was suitable and perfect for someone like him, but, his joy did not last long because Hajin suddenly handed him a bucket. While pointing in a direction, Hajin told him that there was a river nearby. He asked him to fetch water there. Jonghak was then annoyed and angry because how dare he tell him like that. Hajin had expected his anger, so, he then turned to Chai Nayun and asked her to go with Shin Jonghak. Hearing that, Nayun immediately came out of the tent and happily agreed to it. Jonghak's mood immediately changed 180 degrees hearing that. He was no longer angry at this time and even looked forward to it, but, there seemed to be someone who was not happy to see that. It was certainly Yona. She was upset why it had to be with Nayun. Seeing that, Hajin wondered, was she frowning because he did not pair her with Shin Jonghak? Hajin was really helpless with that, but, he then immediately thought of a solution. He then asked, when they bring the water, should we make ramen? Yona's ears immediately perked up when she heard that. She then immediately asked Hajin about it. While smiling slightly, Hajin asked her back, why, is that food not luxurious enough for the tongue of a rich person like you? While pretending not to care, Yona then said that it was better than starving to death. Hajin was speechless seeing that. This person really liked junk food. It was obvious from her tone of voice. After that, the two of them then cleaned up and set the dining table. Seeing the environment around the tent already clean and the dining table already arranged neatly in front of her, Yona wiped her sweat for a moment. She felt better now. He then turned to Hajin and asked something that had confused her while she was here. Why can't we use mana here? If we can, doing all this will take a lot less time. Hearing that, Hajin explained. The mana brought from the present cannot be used in the past. He asked her to be patient. They just need to wait a little while and the mana will start to collect. The outcall just happened, so the concentration of mana here is more concentrated, but also more wild and difficult to control. He guessed they might need about a week to adapt. After finishing grilling the meat, Hajin then immediately served it to them, but, Jonghak and Nayun's faces looked uncertain when they saw the cooking. Seeing that, Hajin told them to stop complaining about the food and told them to just eat. They had to eat so that their mana could recover quickly. Even the animals here were filled with mana. Hearing that, Jonghak was silent for a moment. He then looked at Suho and Yonghan who looked very ravenous in eating their dishes. Seeing that, Jonghak then ventured and tried to eat the dish. Nayun was then surprised to see that. She now also realized that she inevitably had to eat the food. She then ventured and tried to put the food in her mouth. But, just as she finally chewed the food, her eyes immediately shone brightly. She seemed to taste food from heaven at this time. She then surprisedly asked, why does it taste so good? Hearing that, Hajin then explained, it was because the mana concentration in the past was much higher than the wind mountain in the present, so this meat was better than most high-grade meat in the present. Livestock with high mana concentration was much more delicious and categorized as luxury food. Hearing that, Nayun did not hesitate anymore, and immediately took a lot of the meat to her plate. Seeing that, Yona did not want to be outdone, she realized, if it continued like this, they would finish all the meat. After a while, they finally finished all the food, their stomachs were full at the moment. Seeing that, Hajin then clapped his hands to get their attention and said that the break time was over. Now, he would explain what was going on, so he told them to listen carefully. This regression was the work of spirits. Hearing that, Jonghak immediately refuted his words. He felt that his words were really ridiculous. Regression was one of the big myths, so he didn't think a spirit had the power to send people back in time. Hajin didn't dispute that. Normally, spirits couldn't cause that kind of miracle, but, he then asked him, there was a Tower of Time in Wind Mountain, right? Jonghak confirmed that. His grandfather conquered it in 2000. He heard that when a tower was conquered, the tower then solidified into a lump of mana, and settled in this realm, just like the floating stone from Clancy Islet. Hajin confirmed it. While showing a crystal, he then said, he used a special way to bring us here. The method he used was the remnant of the tower. When the tower solidified, some mana that was not completely stored and spread out, over time it would crystallize. The spirit used that power to pull us to the recorded world. Suho was confused by the term. Hajin explained, abbreviation, we are not regressing, but rather in a space created through magic that mimics a certain area in the past, and in this place, there are jinn who are also trapped by the spirit. Just like them, the jinn calls herself Asura and she uses mana crystals to get stronger. Hearing that, Yona then raised her hand and said that she had a question. The use of mana crystals was only developed in the 2000s, how did she get stronger in the past? Hearing that, Hajin then answered, by eating it. Yona was then shocked to hear the answer. Her shock was natural, because someone could die if they did that. Hajin said, usually yes, but it seems like this person can absorb mana crystals without any side effects. He guessed that maybe she got certain special powers by cooperating with the spirit. Hearing that, Yonghan then drew a conclusion, so, doesn't this make her very dangerous? To be honest, Hajin felt that there's no need to be concerned about Asura. Although it was true that she was stronger than the original story, putting aside her subordinates, if it was a matter of ability, he was superior in terms of suitability. He was also a little annoyed at this time towards the Jin Asura who had the real name Chunhua. He had given her a beautiful name, but she was running around and acting using that nickname. He was annoyed. What was wrong with the name he gave her? Putting that aside, Hajin then gave the crystal to Suho. Now, he will explain how they can return to the future. The key to maintaining this space is the crystal, the remnant of the tower. The Jin placed the crystal in several places, including the Guangmyang City Hall. Without those crystals, the past cannot be manifested. Hearing that, Jonghak then drew a conclusion, so we just need to take it right. Hajin confirmed it. Hearing that, they immediately knew what they had to do. Their mission was clear this time. Hajin smiled. He confirmed it. The crystals were in 6 locations, including the Guangmyang City Hall. Asura and his subordinates must be protecting each location, so they had to defeat them and seize the remnant of the tower. A few moments later, the sunlight slowly revealed itself and chased away the darkness brought by the night. Hajin was seen coming out of the tent while yawning. Nayun, who was guarding outside the tent, then noticed it shortly after. She asked, "Are you awake?" Hajin replied yes. He said that he wanted to check whether she was guarding well or not. Nayun was then annoyed to hear that. She asked, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Hajin said that he was just joking. Actually, after spending 5 weeks here, he got used to only sleeping for a short time. Nayun was surprised to hear that. She guessed, maybe it's because you have always been alert. Seeing Nayun sitting on his motorcycle, Hajin then told her to get off. Nayun could only cluck with annoyance at that. She then thought of something. She asked, "By the way, don't you feel bothered by your long hair? Your hair is almost as long as mine." Hearing that, Hajin said that this was indeed uncomfortable, but, if he cut it and his hair fell into the hands of the cursed sorcerer, it would be a problem, so he just left it alone. Nayun was then surprised to hear that there was also a cursed sorcerer here. Hajin confirmed it. He had seen one cursed sorcerer who carried around a doll. Hearing that, Nayun immediately felt worried. She felt that they should be careful. While Nayun was deep in thought, a breeze then blew which blew her short hair. She then called Hajin, and asked, "How far is Seoul St. Maria Hospital from here?" Hajin was then confused to hear her suddenly ask that. While pointing in a direction, he then said that Seoul was there. he felt like it would take about half an hour if by motorcycle. While feeling confused, he then asked, "Why did you suddenly ask that?" While smiling sadly, Na-yun said that it was nothing, it was just that, her mother was born there in 1972, so, she was curious. Hearing that, Hajin then knew what she meant. He then immediately said that this mock area only covered the area around here, so she couldn't go to the center of Seoul. Na-yun was just silent when she heard that. She didn't feel so sad, she just regretted it. When daylight arrived and everyone was awake, the sound of a very loud sword clash was then heard. The sound of the clash of swords came from Suho and Na-yun, who were now dueling. Na-yun constantly attacked Suho until he seemed overwhelmed. Seeing that, Na-yun then smiled happily. This indicates that she has adapted well to the environment of this world. As Hajin said, moving and using mana can help her adjust. Now she feels much more comfortable than before. If it continues like this, she will soon return to her original condition. But, her joy did not last long, because she suddenly saw a grin on Suho's face, and before she could even react, Suho suddenly increased the strength of his attack, which made her fall to the ground. She again lost to him. This really frustrated her. Suddenly, a jacket was suddenly thrown towards her, which made her surprised. It was Jong-hak's jacket. While feeling confused, Na-yun then immediately asked him, "Why did you give me this?" While acting as if he didn't care, Jong-hak told her to cover herself with it. He asked, "You are a woman, so can you be more careful even for days?" But, his words made Na-yun upset. While Yona and the others were watching their argument, their attention was then distracted when they heard the sound of a motorcycle. Seeing Hajin, who finally came while carrying something behind him, their eyes then lit up. They knew that it was food. Seeing their enthusiasm, Suho then laughed. He then told Hajin that he had worked hard. While running towards him, Na-yun then asked, "What did you bring today?" Hajin did not answer and told her to check it herself. In contrast to Na-yun's shameless attitude, Yona herself felt a little embarrassed at the moment because just hearing the sound of the motorcycle engine made her hungry. After that, they immediately took out the food that Hajin had brought and put it on the table. Their eyes lit up when they saw the food that looked very delicious, and they then happily ate the food. After eating the food brought by Hajin, Na-yun felt that if this continued she might not have an appetite for food from the real world. Hearing that, Hajin just told her to eat a lot and stay active. It was a way for her to quickly adapt and increase the mana capacity in her body. Na-yun also felt like that. But, she felt a bit strange. Every time she used mana, her body suddenly hurt a lot. It felt like her heart was going to explode. Hearing that, Hajin explained, "It's because your mana gathers in the heart, you have to use it to release the pressure." Hearing that, Na-yun then asked him, "Then, why only we fight, and you don't?" While eating his food, Hajin casually replied, "It's because I've done it many times before you all came." Na-yun could only chuckle in annoyance hearing that. Hajin smiled at this. This was something he would not tell them. Actually, he also got some kind of buff. The buff came from his constitution, body that can't use mana. As a person who is unable to use mana, his body permanently absorbs the accumulated mana. Thanks to this constitution, even without doing anything, Hajin now got a strength increase of 0.002. Also, thanks to the concentrated mana here, he got an additional 0.25 EXP since more than 50 days ago. This really gave him a sense of satisfaction. This was already like passive income for him. Yona could only feel confused when he saw him suddenly acting strange. Hajin did not notice that and continued to be immersed in his thoughts, because a year here was only about an hour in the real world. Time was not a big problem. But in 4 weeks, the past would begin to erode, so they could not continue to be here. That was also the reason why they were only here for 4 weeks in the original story. After a while, they finally finished eating all the food. Seeing that, Hajin then took out a map again, and said to them, "As I explained before, we will secure all the crystals." He then began to explain the plan. He pointed to a point on the map and said, "Kim Min Gyo at the water tower in the northwest, and Ju Parang at the tower in the south. We will first attack these 2 weakest locations. The main operation will start in 3 days. The team will be divided, led by Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. At night, we will use this route to attack." After that, Hajin then continued to explain the plan he had compiled to them. They did not interrupt and listened carefully to the plan he explained, until finally 3 days later, when the full moon shone so magnificently, Shin Jong-hak's protest voice was then heard. He protested why he was paired with Hajin. Moreover, only the two of them. Hearing his protest, Nayun then scolded him, "Why are you acting like a child? Just do as ordered." Yonghan also said, "Hajin must have a reason for dividing the team like this, don't you think?" Unlike Jonghak's team, which only consists of 2 people, Suho's team has 4. Even though they said that, Jonghak still seemed to feel annoyed. He then called Hajin, and irritably asked, "Why do I have to go with you?" Hajin was speechless at his attitude. He thought, Kim Min-gyo is a mid-tier hero-level enemy, so teamwork is important. Kim Suho and the others probably wouldn't go as far as killing, even on this replica of the past. Ending his thought struggle, Hajin then explained the reason. "It's because I'm the weakest here, so a group with the strongest, which is you, would be the most reasonable balance, right?" His words seemed to trigger some kind of reaction in Shin Jonghak. With a feeling of pride, Jonghak then did not protest anymore. He said that his great self would sacrifice his own happiness just this once. Hearing that, Hajin then invited them to immediately move now. After a few moments of travel, Hajin then saw the appearance of the water tower. Kim Min-gyo should be inside. After the 2 of them got off the motorcycle, Hajin then turned the motorcycle back into a suitcase. He then turned to Shin Jonghak and said that they told the others that they would be finished in 2 hours, so he invited him to hurry up, but Shin Jonghak's face looked uncomfortable at the moment. He couldn't believe that he would be riding behind Hajin. Hajin was then confused at that. He then asked if it bothered him. He even added a handle on the back for him to use. Jonghak annoyedly said that it wasn't about the handle, it was about the fact that he had to ride with him. But, in the middle of their argument, someone suddenly interrupted and asked who they were. They were then surprised and immediately turned to the man. The man said that this was the Lord Asura's territory. Outsiders were not allowed to be here, so he told them to leave here immediately, but the 2 of them seemed to ignore the man. Jonghak exasperatedly said to Hajin that they were caught because of him. Hajin then denied it. Because he was the one who made the noise first. The man then got annoyed at the 2 of them ignoring him. They really didn't know who they were dealing with. While pulling out a double stick, the man casually said that they were like puppies barking at tigers. Jonghak then got annoyed at his insulting tone, and the ending was as you can guess. The man immediately fell without even being able to put up a meaningful fight. The 2 of them didn't care about the man anymore and continued discussing their actions. Hajin felt like there were about 20 guards in the water tower. He said he would take care of the Lakers outside and asked him to wait here, but Jonghak didn't seem happy about it. He was upset because he dared to tell him to wait. Seeing that, Hajin calmly explained to him, "We must first take care of the Larkies, so the strongest party can fight without being disturbed, right?" His words seemed to convince Shin Jonghak. After that, Hajin then started the action. In the forest where they were, under the trees there were 2 men who were guarding, but the 2 men seemed to have no vigilance at all, because they were guarding there while occasionally falling asleep. Suddenly, something very fast then shot towards one of the men, and when his partner woke up from sleep while yawning, he was then shocked and horrified by what he saw. Without his knowledge, his colleague was suddenly lying lifeless with his head covered in blood, and when he was about to look for the source of this, something very strong suddenly shot through his head which made his fate the same as his colleague. It was certainly the work of Hajin. He managed to kill the 2 men secretly without warning anyone. The 2 men were not his first victims, including them. He had killed a total of 5 guards since his action began. Even though he knew they were not really alive, this was still mentally exhausting. While looking at the corpses of the 2 of them lying lifeless, Hajin was silent while feeling sad. Hajin felt like he would never get used to this. He could only sigh helplessly thinking about it. While looking towards the other water tower where the Suho group launched their action, Hajin wondered if they were okay. Meanwhile on the other side, with a shocked face as if in disbelief, Yona then looked in a direction. When Suho's group was about to start their action, they asked, "What is our plan?" But, Suho himself didn't seem to have thought of that. He then asked Yona if she had any ideas. Yona was pensive for a moment hearing his question, looking at the tower that seemed to be coated by energy. She thought, this iron tower is already coated by magic, so taking it with a whip is not possible. When Nayun looked at the camp and the guards guarding the tower, she saw at least 40 people. She wondered, are they all equivalent to cube cadets? Yonghan was really dizzy facing this situation. There are only 4 of them. What can they do? In contrast to his frustrated attitude, Yona herself was thinking hard to formulate a plan now. In the hero rank structure, the difference in rank level means that the person is able to defeat 10 heroes at once from a rank 1 level lower than him. Yona felt that the difference in their strength was not that far, except for one person. Yona then turned to that person. That person was of course Suho. She then called Suho, and told him that he needed to attract their attention as much as possible. There would be some who stayed behind, but she was sure that most of them would definitely target him after that. Yona continued to explain, while Suho was buying time for them, they would immediately bulldoze the remaining ones, then they would gather and reduce their numbers. Hearing that, although the plan sounded good, but Nayeon was hesitant, she asked, but wouldn't this plan harm Kim Suho? Hearing that, Suho smilingly replied no, as Yona said just now, he thought that this was the best plan. After saying that, not giving them time to express their opinions anymore, Suho then got ready, and speedily drove towards the camp filled with enemies. As one of the guards in the camp yawned boredly, he suddenly felt something, but, even before he reacted, his vision suddenly turned black and he lost consciousness, with the mistletoe in his hand. Suho was able to knock down someone equivalent to the cube cadet with just one attack. Suho did not hide his action at all, which made him immediately warn the people who were there. They immediately became alert when they saw that and focused their eyes on him. Seeing that, Hajin and the others who were watching from the top of the cliff then realized that the first step of their plan had succeeded. Not lingering any longer, Nayeon, Yona, and Younghan then descended from the top of the cliff, and stormed into the camp to deal with the rest. After a while, with a final lash to the head of a bald man, they finally managed to take down the guards around the tower. After taking down the last guard, Nayeon cheerfully said that she had done her part. Younghan also said that he had also finished, while Yona herself was just silent while looking at the bald man she had successfully overthrown, not realizing her strange behavior. Nayeon then asked Younghan to take the iron tower. She said that she and Yona would help Suho. Younghan understood. After that, Nayeon then invited Yona to hurry up. Hearing that, Yona then averted her eyes and said that she understood, and when Yona turned around and headed to Suho's place, the bald man who she thought had lost consciousness suddenly stood up and slashed his sword at her. But, no blood splashed from the slash, only a part of Yona's hair managed to be cut. It was because Yona had been suspicious from the start which made her able to react quickly. She then quickly tied the bald man's head with her whip, although unharmed, but Yona was very angry at the moment. She angrily questioned the bald man, "Do you know how expensive my hair care is?" Seeing the bald man desperately trying to untie the whip, Yona even thought that she really wanted to smash his head. After all, he wasn't a real person who would care about his death, so she felt that it didn't matter. Amidst the bald man's pleas, Yona slowly calmed herself down. She then released the whip's entanglement and threw the bald man to the ground. With a menacing look directed at the bald man, Yona told him he must understand that the reason why she let him live was only because she didn't want to feel bad after this. After that, Yona was then about to continue her journey toward Suho's place, but, before she could go far from there, she suddenly heard Younghan's shout calling them. Younghan frantically asked them to forget about Suho and immediately come to help him. Ju Parang was there. Seeing Ju Parang, who was about to climb the tower and chase him up, Younghan then once again shouted for help to them. He really wanted to cry over his misfortune. 2 hours later, they then cheers. They celebrated the success of their mission. They were happy because everything went smoothly. Looking at Hajin, who was just sitting there, Younghan, who was grilling the meat, then asked him if he hadn't eaten. Hajin replied no. He thanked him for his offer. He said that he wasn't hungry. When Younghan turned his gaze back to the dining table, he then laughed when he saw Nayeon and Suho, who ate so much. They seemed to be racing to finish the food. Hajin was speechless seeing that. He felt that they were like people who hadn't eaten for several days. But besides that, he was also happy for the success of their mission. He then praised them for their good work. He invited them to do it slowly like today and take the crystals one by one. But, Yona suddenly coughed and looked uncomfortable at the moment. Seeing that, Nayeon then asked her if she was okay. While coughing, Yona said that she was fine. She was just choking. She felt like she was choking during this meal. Hearing that, Hajin then felt confused, because choking on food containing mana was a very rare case. He suddenly got a bad feeling after realizing that. But what made him confused was, Yona looked healthy at the moment, but, when he saw Yona's partially cut hair, he then got a guess. With a feeling of anxiety, Hajin then immediately asked about her hair. Hearing that, with a feeling of confusion, Yona said that her hair was cut off during the fight. Hajin was then shocked to hear that. He could only curse. He realized that he had been careless this time. He already knew that Kim Suho's team would definitely not want to kill their enemy, so he could only blame himself for not warning them. He knew very well what was happening to Yona now. After their fight with Kim Suho's group was over, when the enemies returned to their base, they must have also brought Yona's hair that was cut off. Now, her hair must have been in the cursed sorcerer's hands, and in this situation, the curse they used must be the curse of frailty. Yona felt a little confused. She said that she felt fine. Hajin was silent for a moment. He then told them that the enemy side had a cursed sorcerer. They were then shocked to hear that. Hajin felt that if her hair got into the hands of that person, and this was the result of the curse, then her life was in danger. Nayun gasped at hearing that. She then immediately felt guilty. She had heard that from him, but she felt that it was not something important, so she just forgot about it. Seeing Nayun's expression, Hajin immediately said that he only mentioned it briefly to her at that time, so it was his fault for not explaining it properly to everyone. Even though Hajin said so, but it did not dampen the regret in Nayun's heart. The environment was suddenly silent amidst the gloom that engulfed them. Seeing that, Yona then asked, "Why are your faces so sour? After all, it can't be confirmed if this is indeed the effect of the curse. Also, I have a high magic resistance, so, curses like this can be overcome easily." Seeing her comforting look, Jonghak then came to her and stroked her head. He told her to tell them if she started to feel pain. Yona's face immediately turned red from blushing when facing that. She shyly said yes. She said that she was sure the pain would not be that great. Jonghak snorted in annoyance at her answer. There's no way that's true. Hajin could only gape at his actions. He wondered, is that the kind of thing that bad boys do? With anger mounting in his heart, Jonghak then took his spear and said, "They'll be busy trying to reorganize the places that were ambushed." He then turned to the 5 of them and asked, "So, isn't now the right time to attack other locations and destroy them?" With an annoyed look on his face, Jonghak asked if anyone agreed with him. Hearing that, Hajin said that Jonghak was right. If this was really the curse of frailty, then they should not relax. Suho also agreed with that. He then invited them to move immediately. Seeing that, Yona hurriedly said that she also wanted to go, but they certainly would not agree to that. Nayun told her to just rest there. But Yona still seemed unable to accept that. Seeing that, Hajin then gave her words of comfort. "With so many people like this, we will definitely be back soon." He also added silently, "Moreover, Jonghak has a trait that increases his physical abilities the angrier he gets. It's time for that ability to shine." After they arrived at the enemy's location, Jonghak didn't even say greetings and immediately ravaged their base. He was like a behemoth that destroyed everything and was unstoppable. They then immediately went to Chunhwa, or better known as Jin Asura, and reported the incident to him. Hearing that, Jin Asura calmly said, "So, they managed to steal 3 crystals in one night." The subordinate who reported the news then immediately apologized to him, but Jin Asura didn't blame him. He told him not to make such a fuss. After all, they already knew their identities. Among them, there were Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. They could capture 2 of the cube's best cadets at once. If he gave their heads as an offering, becoming an executive of the evil of destruction won't be too far off. Jin Asura smiled happily when he thought of that. He then ordered his subordinate to collect the remaining crystals and bring them to the city hall. Hearing that, although he felt confused, but he then said that he understood, although collecting all the crystals would weaken the guards in each area, but their side had a cursed sorcerer, so the Jin Asura felt that this was the best strategy. He was sure that kids must not be able to bear to see their friends fall one by one. Jin Asura laughed contemptuously at their stupidity. He then stood up and walked slowly towards the door. In his view, their bond would be the peg of their downfall. On the first day when the curse of frailty took effect, as expected, Yuyona's body began to weaken, and, by the time they realized that there was something strange about the crystal, Asura had already retrieved all the crystals and taken them to the city hall. On the second day, Yona's eyes began to lose their light. After entering another day, Hajin then asked Suho if there was still no movement from the city hall. Suho replied no, they were hiding inside, not moving at all. On the third day, Yona was even difficult to just stand up, and after a week, when Nayun was feeding Yona with porridge, she then felt worried because Yona could not even swallow the porridge now. Seeing Yona's face that was very pale like a corpse, they were confused about what to do. They realized, if this continued, her life could really be threatened. after Suho returned from his reconnaissance. He then brought back bad news. Today was also unlucky, no one came out of the city hall. In the past few days, Hajin had guessed what Asura were planning. They gathered all the crystals and barricaded themselves in the city hall. He did not expect that the Asura would take a different approach from the original story. They knew that one of them was dying, so, if they did not want Yona to die, Asura knew that they would inevitably have to come to them, amidst the gloomy atmosphere that engulfed them. Jonghak then said that they had no choice now. With anger on his face, he said they only needed to give what they wanted. Yonghan was initially a little confused by what he was talking about, but he then realized. He asked him, "Do you mean we will break into the city hall?" Yonghan seemed to somewhat disagree with that. They only had 4 people, while Asura himself had a large army. Hearing that, Hajin said that part shouldn't be a problem. Yonghan was then confused hearing that. Hajin explained, "When all the crystals are concentrated in one place, the past will become unstable. As a result, the residents, the clone beings from the past, will also be weakened." That meant only about 100 of their 200 people could actually fight, and of those, only about 10, including the Asura, were a threat. With the 4 of them including himself, Hajin felt that there was no one they couldn't fight. His explanation seemed to reassure Yonghan and ease his worries, in contrast to Yonghan's worries. Nayun said even if they had 200 people, it really didn't mean anything. She was really very angry right now. She felt like she could kill them all alone, although Hajin's explanation did give them hope. But, Suho realized that the problem was, although Suho didn't finish his words, but Hajin knew what he meant. They couldn't leave Yona here alone. There was a possibility that she would be targeted. Someone had to stay here and protect her, until they defeated the cursed sorcerer who cursed her. Bringing Yona to the battlefield was obviously impossible to do, so, Hajin was confused about what they should do, but, in the midst of his confusion, he suddenly remembered something. He then took out the bag containing the mana crystal that they managed to steal. Hajin seemed to have thought of a plan that could break their current deadlock by using it. He then immediately told them that he would protect the crystal as well as Yona. They were then surprised to hear that. Their surprise was not strange, because they did not know how many enemies would come, so it was a dangerous action, but Hajin still insisted. He convinced them and said that he had a motorcycle, so, if the situation worsened, he could take Yona away. Considering the situation, this was the best choice for them. Hajin then asked their opinion about it. Suho was silent for a moment. With a sad look, Suho confirmed that he couldn't think of a better way than this. Yonghan was the same, so he could only agree. He asked, "We will move at night, right?" He asked them to make sure they were prepared, but, in the middle of their discussion, there seemed to be something strange about Jonghak. An extremely terrifying aura enveloped his surroundings at the moment. Jonghak was furious when he thought of the person who made them in the current situation. He promised to tear him apart. Time passed. When night finally came, they then began to move. While on the way, Nayun then saw the grass around her withering. She wondered, was this what he meant by the past is losing its strength? After walking for a while, Suho then stopped, looking at the building that was more like ruins in front of him. He then said, "The city hall is right up ahead, but no one's coming out at all." Suho realized, since they were already this close, they must have realized their current existence. Hearing that, Yonghan felt that this looked like a blatant trap. Amidst their doubts whether to directly break into the city hall, someone suddenly appeared on the bus in front of them. They immediately became alert when they saw it, and it was not just one person, rather there was a group of people who surrounded them at this time. A man at the front who was most likely the leader of the siege told them that this was a forbidden area for children. With a look of disdain, he asked, "What brought you here, kids?" Seeing the man, they recognized him. Hajin had told them about the man. He was the right hand of Asura, Yu Dongsik. Seeing him blocking their way, Jonghak fearlessly told him to get lost. They were here to meet Asura. He told him to tell his whereabouts. Hearing that, Yu Dongsik was still calm. He didn't seem angry at all. He felt that he was a bit rude for a kid. With a mocking smile, he then asked them, "What if Asura wasn't here?" Jonghak was annoyed to hear that. He realized that asking him was useless, so, he decided to use violence. Jonghak then prepared and coated his spear with a terrible aura like a demon. Yu Dongsik was surprised when he saw the color of the mana he released. This was the first time for him to see mana with such a color. After releasing the terrible mana and coating his entire body with it, Jonghak told him to bring Asura here, and attack him using his spear. The spear attack was strong enough to force Yu Dongsik to move away. Yu Dongsik was quite amazed when he saw his attack. Seeing his attack that destroyed the building behind him, he admitted that he was quite strong, but he apologized to him. He was not lying, their boss was really not here. Jonghak was then upset to hear that. He told him not to mess with him and tell him his whereabouts, but Jonghak immediately got a guess that made the anxiety in his heart peak. Seeing that, Yu Dongsik asked, "You left the crystal, right, along with the injured one? What gave you the confidence to leave them both behind?" Hearing that, they already suspected that their base would be targeted, but what they did not expect was that Asura herself went there. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yonghan then told them that they had to go back as soon as possible, but, just as he was about to turn around and leave, someone suddenly intercepted him, and to make matters worse, they were now surrounded by a group of armed men. Jonghak was really angry about it, while Nayan himself was very anxious at the moment. He was confused about what they should do, if they didn't go back immediately. He was worried that Yona and Hajin would, but, in the midst of the tense situation they were facing, Suho, who had not shown any signs of worry, suddenly burst out laughing at this time. They were then shocked and confused at that. Nayun even wondered if he was crazy. Not only them, Yu Dongsik was also confused when he saw him laughing. He asked if he had lost his mind. Why was he laughing? Suho did not answer and just smiled when he saw his confusion, with the mistletoe in his hand. Suho then slowly moved forward and asked, "You're saying your boss went there alone, right?" Meanwhile at the camp where they lived, Hajin smiled when he saw a mysterious man walking towards him. He seemed to have been waiting for this. Hajin did not feel worried at all even though he would face a Jin alone. He had set a trap there, and waiting for Asura, who was looking for a mana crystal, to come to him, and as expected, she was baited. Asura laughed dismissively when she saw that there was only one person there. Seeing Hajin who was about to face Asura, Yona then called out to Hajin, with a pale face and difficulty even just talking. Yona asked him to just leave her alone and get out of there as soon as possible. Hearing that, Hajin was silent for a moment. He then turned to her and smiled. He told her not to worry, there was nothing to be afraid of. Not only Hajin, Suho also smiled and told them not to worry, everything would be fine. He also told them a surprising fact. Hajin was stronger than him. Looking at Hajin who was sitting in front of him and the bag he was holding, Asura thought, as the spirit told me, that person does have crystal fragments, and plus, there are dying people he has to protect. Asura smiled at the thought. He felt that this mission was too easy. In a condescending tone, Asura said that he was really a pathetic human being. This was the reason why he threw away his humanity. He refused to be chained by a meaningless burden like him. Hearing that, with a flat face, Hajin answered half-hearted. He asked him, "So, did you come here alone?" Asura was silent for a moment hearing his question. Asura coughed for a moment to correct his attitude. He said that he was not alone, he had an army. Hajin was certainly confused to hear that, because he did not see anyone other than him. Asura said that he was not lying. He really had an army of more than 2,000 people, but Hajin didn't seem to believe his words. He felt that he was just talking big. Anyone could say that. With a mocking smile, Hajin said if it was like that, he also had thousands of golden cows in his house. Hajin felt that people today lied that easily. He laughed out loud when he said that. Asura was certainly annoyed and angry at his mockery. He was really angry with his brash attitude and how dare he mock him like that. While releasing a powerful reddish mana, Asura said that he would teach him a lesson. Asura mobilized his mana and formed several portals. Shortly after that, inside the portal, a monster appeared that slowly came out from inside, but Hajin showed no signs of nervousness at all. He already knew that this was Asura's unique ability, the power to sacrifice his own mana to summon creatures from the demon realm, the tide of demonic beasts. Asura was now surrounded by monstrous creatures that came out of the portals he formed and formed a kind of army ready to fight to the death for him. When Hajin was preparing to face Asura, he suddenly heard Yona calling him. In a weak tone, Yona asked him to just leave her and run away from here as soon as possible. Hearing that, Hajin then calmed her down and told her not to worry. He assured her that this would end soon. Hajin said that it would be fine and told her to just rest. Hearing that, Yona apologized to him, and said that she was counting on him. Right after she said that, Yona then couldn't support her body anymore and decided to continue resting. While Yona was resting behind him, Hajin himself was preparing to face the enemy in front of him. He then used his stigma's mana to release ether and changed the Desert Eagle's form into a rifle. With increased damage brought by the ether, he was able to increase the inherent attack power of his Desert Eagle. Plus, he didn't need to use any stamina or mana at all, he only needed to use his finger to pull the trigger. In addition, he then used recognition to further increase the damage of his Desert Eagle, and how happy he was. When he saw the number 44% on the system screen, he felt like he had hit the jackpot, but Hajin didn't stop there. He then put a little of his stigma's mana into the crystal, and right after that, a very powerful aura was then emitted which centered from him. The aura was so powerful that it made the surrounding rocks fly and made the nearby trees almost uprooted. Hajin looked very satisfied to see that. The aura he emitted earlier changed the terrain around them. He was now completely ready to face the beast army summoned by Asura. Asura himself looked surprised at what he did. He was surprised to see him knowing how to use the crystal of the past, but he didn't feel panicked at all. Even though he changed the terrain, he felt that it wouldn't change anything. Hearing that, with a big smile that seemed to say that he was wrong, Hajin said that it would make a lot of difference. Seeing her friend struggling alone while she herself was helpless to do anything, Yona then recalled her past. Hunting dogs, it was the name that people gave her family as an insult, but Yona didn't care what they thought. She silently told them to laugh as much as they wanted. In the end, they would all kneel before her, but, in order for that to work, Yona realized that she had to succeed and bring honor to her family name. It was a dream that she had to achieve alone. Yona felt that maybe that was also the reason why those memories flowed back in her mind when she saw Hajin from behind. See, Hajin who faced the beasts alone, Yona was like looking at her old self, who carried everything alone. Seeing the beasts charging towards him did not make Hajin flinch. He then calmly pulled the trigger and made the beasts unable to get close to him at all. Seeing Hajin's shots that did not miss in the slightest and hit right at their weak points, Yona was amazed. He made a formation that could not be surrounded, while attacking the weak points of the incoming beasts meticulously. The waves of incoming demons, which had flooded him like powerful waves in the ocean, now disappeared like foam. None of their attacks hit him or could even get close to him. It's a flawless shooting technique. Yona suddenly got a strange feeling. She was confused as to why she suddenly felt warm, but she then figured it out shortly after. So, this is how it feels if there is someone protecting me. It feels good. This is a feeling that is quite foreign to Yona. Meanwhile, in front of the city hall, Suho's group was facing Yu Dong-sik and his entourage at the moment. Seeing Yu Dong-sik and several armed men standing in his way, Suho then swung the mistiltine. It was not an ordinary swing, even from a long distance. Some of the men beside Yu Dong-sik were thrown away when hit by the impact of his sword swing, but Yu Dong-sik showed no signs of panic or nervousness when he saw that. He just looked at him while putting a small smile on his face. Seeing that, Suho wasted no time and immediately rushed forward to attack him, but the slashes that Suho threw could be easily blocked by him. Yu Dong-sik did not plan to just defend against him. He then counterattacked, and the clash created by the clash of their attacks then caused a powerful shockwave around them. In the midst of the clash of their attacks, Yu Dong-sik suddenly asked him if he was telling the truth earlier. Suho was certainly confused to hear that. Yu Dong-sik asked, "Is the man who stayed behind is really stronger than you?" Suho smiled at his question. He said that he was not a person who liked to lie. Hearing that, Yu Dong-sik then guessed that he often sparred with him, but Suho said that they had only sparred once. Yu Dong-sik was then surprised at his unexpected answer, but their attention was then immediately distracted when they heard various screams behind them. The men brought by Yu Dong-sik screamed in pain when someone attacked them strongly. The attack was so strong and fast that it immediately fell them in one attack. It was certainly Shin Jonghak's doing. He was so strong compared to the extras like them. The scene looked like a one-sided massacre done by him. Seeing that, Yu Dong-sik asked if that person was as strong as him. Suho didn't answer. He just laughed when he heard his question. Yu Dong-sik felt that he could not relax now. The people he brought were strong enough, but he was able to slaughter them so easily. He felt that their strategy had fallen apart now. Seeing Yu Dong-sik who drove towards him and threw attacks at him, Suho then calmly parried his attack. He said that it wasn't too late. They didn't need to fight. He was just being used by the jinn. But Yu Dong-sik wasn't affected by his words at all. He said that it didn't matter. In times like this, might is justice. the impact of their clash was strong enough that Suho was forced to retreat backwards. Hearing his words earlier made Suho realize that he couldn't solve this problem with just words, so he decided to focus fully on his fight with Yu Dong-sik. Suho coated Mistiltine with his golden mana and prepared to face him, seeing that Yu Dong-sik didn't look panicked or scared. Instead, he looked interested. He seemed to be able to see the specialty of the tree branch in his hand. He said that he was really hiding something interesting. He also felt that it was time to stop this game. Yu Dong-sik suddenly threw away the large iron that he used as his weapon, but the strangeness didn't stop there. His whole body suddenly shook violently, and his body that had been the size of an adult, suddenly showed signs of enlarging. Suho, whose height was not so far from him earlier, suddenly looked so small at this time, with a form like a small giant. Yu Dongxian said that he would also show his trump card. When he first saw Hajin, to be honest, he didn't feel a strong presence from him. He thought this was just the last struggle of a cornered rat. That's what he originally thought, so he was confused by what he saw at this moment. As a flying beast approached him, and was about to shoot liquid from its mouth, Hajin was quite surprised, but he didn't feel panicked at all. He then once again used his stigma's mana, and shot the flying beast dead with one shot, but Hajin didn't stop there. He continued to shoot forward and kill the beasts summoned by Asura. Asura was certainly shocked when he saw that. This really didn't make sense to him. She couldn't believe how could even after he summoned this huge demonic beast army, he still couldn't touch him. Looking at Hajin's body that was still free of wounds, let alone touch him, the beasts didn't even seem to be able to get close to him. Asura was completely disbelieved by the level of destructive power and reaction speed that Hajin showed. He seemed to be able to see the movement trajectory of the beasts he summoned very clearly. Looking at the beast army that couldn't even get close to Hajin, Asura was confused. He couldn't find an opening when he reloaded the magazines. He also realized that if he let it continue like this, his troops would be wiped out before he could defeat him. While Asura was dizzy thinking of a solution to this problem, he was then surprised when Hajin suddenly complained about the number of them. He seemed to be referring to the beast army that Asura summoned. The reason why he could do this was he already fused with the spirit. He was confused about what his goal was, whether it was revenge, or wealth and power, but, after thinking about it for a moment, Hajin felt that it was not important. He then returned to aiming his rifle at Asura. Seeing that, Asura immediately put on a vigilant attitude, and again enveloped himself with the beast army. Hajin felt that thinking about it would not change anything, and he then pulled the trigger again, but, in contrast to the sound of the bullet that he expected, only silence was what he got. Hajin was then surprised by that. He didn't seem to expect it at all. Not only Hajin, Asura and his beast army were also surprised as if petrified when they saw it, realizing that the bullets in his gun had run out. Hajin then fumbled in his pocket to look for a magazine, but, unfortunately, the bullets in the magazine had run out. Even so, Hajin did not seem to lose his composure. He then said to Asura, "Do you know, surprisingly, I don't hate you at all. I even understand you a little. You probably have no other choice but to take this decision to get stronger." Asura could only feel confused at his words. The reason why Asura, no, more precisely Chunhwa, became a Jin was simple. Looking at Hajin who was just staring blankly at the magazine, Asura then realized something. He smiled at that. He was originally curious what nonsense he would come out with, but as it turned out, he had run out of bullets, even though Asura had discovered that. But Hajin didn't seem to panic at all. He didn't blame Asura for his actions and even felt a little sorry for him. Asura being like this was because that was how he wrote him to be. No backstory, no depth to the story. He was just another tool to provide development for the protagonist. Hearing Asura who thought that he had run out of bullets, Hajin calmly told him that he still had plenty. He also told him, no matter what kind of life he lived, his story would end here. Asura did not feel at all intimidated by his words and thought that he was just stalling for time. He also asked him, what could he do with an empty magazine? Thinking that he had won, Asura then ordered his beast army to attack him and tear him apart, but, as if slapped by reality, his beast army was slaughtered once again by Hajin's gun which he thought had run out of bullets. Asura, he couldn't even be called a villain. Seeing the beast army protecting him slowly being slaughtered, Asura seemed to be able to feel his approaching death. He's just an extra character that gives growth to the protagonist. That's how cliché stories work. While aiming his gun at him, Hajin was also thinking, and maybe, as the writer, I feel a little guilty about it, but, just before Hajin was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly heard Nayun's voice shouting for him. She asked if he was still alive. Seeing them coming, Hajin then raised his hand to greet them. He also said that Yona was safe. When Asura looked back, he then immediately became panicked when he saw so many people coming from there. He also saw people who used to be his subordinates like Udong-sik. He was confused why they were here. His subordinates were also as surprised as he was when he saw him successfully defeated by Hajin. They really didn't expect it. While clenching his hands tightly, Asura inwardly cursed. He wondered if they betrayed him. He really couldn't think of a way to get out of his current situation. He had already spent so much time and mana just to face one person. He really couldn't think of how he could win. But, in the midst of his despair, Asura was then surprised and panicked when he felt the movement of something in his heart. It seemed to be trying to get out of his body. Asura was very desperate to face it and frantically said that he still needed it, but, his plea seemed not to be heard. The horrible aura that enveloped his thickened, which then turned into a terrible spirit or wraith. They were then shocked when they witnessed it, and the wraith that was now approaching towards them. Seeing something with such a terrible form, Yonghan wondered if it was a wraith. Seeing their shock and confusion, Hajin then immediately calmed them down. He told them not to worry. The wraith was not a threat. He then called Suho. Hearing that, Suho knew what he meant. Mistiltine has the ability to absorb souls and become stronger. So, Suho then touched the wraith with a tree branch in his hand, and chanted for fun, abracadabra. Right after that, the presence and aura of the wraith that was so gripping was immediately purified and absorbed into Mistiltine. Now, that wraith will stay with Kim Suho forever within Mistiltine. After the main threat in this episode was finally eliminated, Hajin then tiredly rested his body. He didn't know how Suho managed to convince people in the past, but at least the ending was still similar to the one in the original story, although his body was fine, but mentally exhausted after endlessly fighting in the past few days. Hajin could only feel bitter about it. He then opened the system that had been connected to his smartwatch, but he was then shocked when he got various notifications from the system. Due to his slaughter of the demonic beast army summoned by Asura using his gun, his master sharpshooter proficiency has now increased dramatically and has risen to grade 5. Not only that, his luck exploded. For having exterminated thousands of demonic beasts with the dark attribute, Ether has gained increased understanding of the dark attribute. He also gained 330 SP after being seen in this episode. Hajin was certainly very happy to read these notifications. He even felt that his fatigue was gone now. Master Sharpshooter reaching grade 5 is certainly good, but the attribute understanding that's now been added to Ether will definitely have effects on the Desert Eagle as well. The power itself may not be as strong as directly investing SP in it, but, while Hajin was immersed in pleasure due to the growth of his power, he then realized something. Seeing Nayun who was looking at him with an unhappy look, Hajin confusedly asked why she was looking at him like that, but Nayun's confusion was even stronger than him. She asked him if he thought this situation made sense. What Nayun meant was about him changing the terrain and slaughtering the demonic beast army that the Asura summoned alone. Not only Nayun, Jonghak and others also seemed to be surprised when they saw the corpses of demonic beasts scattered there, but, as if not understanding what she meant, Hajin casually said that they would soon disappear since their mana link was broken. Nayun then got annoyed seeing Hajin not grasping what she meant. Nayun sighed for a moment. With a slightly blushing face, she said that he had made her feel embarrassed for worrying about him in vain. Hajin could only be silent without knowing what to react to hearing that. With a sour face, Hajin said that he had already told her that this was his talent related to firearms. While showing his rifle, Hajin said that everything was thanks to this. Seeing the rifle that was so dazzling, Nayun amazedly asked, "What is this?" Not only Nayun, Yonghan also looked amazed when he saw the rifle. Hajin explained, "This time round, I was just a really bad match for Asura, compared to swinging a sword 2,000 times. It's easier and more effective to kill a large number of weak enemies by just pulling the trigger 2,000 times. While listening to his explanation, they marveled at his rifle. Even Jonghak was no exception. Hajin then remembered something. He turned to Kim Suho and asked if he brought the crystals. Suho confirmed it. He then took out the crystals that were in his pants pocket and handed them to him. Seeing that, Yonghan then asked if they were going back now, but Hajin replied no. Instead, he said that they had to put these crystals back to their original position. Yonghan was then surprised and confused to hear that. Suho was the same. he confusedly asked, "Why do we need to do that?" Hajin explained, "Have you forgotten that this place is basically a gift from nature since it's not affected by the time of reality? We can train effectively here. Let's stay here for 2 more weeks." Nayun's eyes lit up hearing that. She seemed to really agree with his proposal. After that, Hajin then looked back and asked them, "And, right now, we also have way more people that we can duel against, right?" Realizing that the people Hajin meant were them, Yu Dongsik and his gang could only laugh awkwardly. Outside the dilapidated Gwangmyeong City Hall, Kim Suho and others were seen standing there with a middle-aged couple. The middle-aged couple then gave Kim Suho a large parcel in their hands, and when they opened the large parcel, Nayun's eyes then lit up when she saw a lot of food and various fresh vegetables inside. The middle-aged man smiled at their joy. He said that this was their way of thanking them for driving away Asura. Even though he said so, but Suho was still hesitant. He asked, "Are you sure you will give us this much gift?" Hearing his hesitation, in a grateful tone, the middle-aged man replied, "Of course, because thanks to you, our people are finally free from the tyranny of Asura. You don't know how far he tortured us for that damn mana crystal, so we are really grateful." Hearing that, Suho did not hesitate anymore and happily accepted their gift. A middle-aged woman then said that they had just finished cooking and invited them to come eat with them. Nayun and Younghan's eyes lit up when they heard that. They certainly did not refuse and thanked them. After that, they then began preparations for the big cook. Seeing Hajin who had only grilled the meat, Younghan then said to him that he should also eat. Hearing that, Hajin only said that he could grill and eat the meat at the same time, but, while Hajin was eating the meat he grilled, his attention was then distracted when he heard someone's laughter there. When Hajin looked in that direction, he then saw Nayun and Jonghak who were sitting with several men. They seemed to be telling something interesting to the two of them. One of the men said that he heard quite a lot about Suk. Apparently, Gangnam was divided between Shin Myungchul and Chai Juchul. Nayun looked enthusiastic when listening to the story. Jonghak was the same. He then asked, "What was the public opinion about Shin Myungchul?" The middle-aged man chuckled at his question. He said that he was a great person. He brought peace to the entire Gwanak district. Jonghak smiled proudly when he heard that, but the middle-aged man's words did not stop there. He said that he was still out there, saving many lives. Jonghak was then shocked at the news, not realizing his change. The middle-aged man continued to tell about Shin Myungchul. He seemed very impressed with him. In times like this, there is no one else like him. The other man also agreed with him. He had seen him fight once, and he was very great. But, while they were talking and admiring Shin Myungchul, Jonghak suddenly became silent at this time, which was different from his enthusiasm before. He then quietly walked away from there. In contrast to Shin Jonghak, Nayun did not lose her enthusiasm. With an admiring face, she then asked, "Then, what about Chai Juchul?" Hearing that, the middle-aged man told her, "You can't believe it, I once lived for a while in Seoul, and there is something about him that feels slippery like a snake." Nayun could only feel surprised and confused to hear that. She then laughed tastelessly in response to his words. As Hajin was grilling the meat and listening to their stories, he was then confused when he saw Shin Jonghak who silently walked away from there. He was confused. Why did he react like that when they talked about Shin Myungchul? Shin Jonghak's character is supposed to revere Shin Myungchul in the story. He wondered, is there a problem with the storyline? Realizing that, Hajin then asked Younghan to take care of the cooking for a while and immediately ran after Jonghak. Although Younghan felt confused, but he then agreed. Shin Jonghak went into the forest and walked alone there, but he suddenly stopped his steps and sighed, with a somewhat annoyed face. He then asked Hajin why he kept following him. Hajin was surprised to learn that Shin Jonghak realized that he was stalking him. He then could only scratch the back of his head in shame. He was confused about what to do. He couldn't say that he wanted to protect the original storyline right. Seeing Hajin who was just silent, Jonghak annoyedly said that he asked him why. Hajin was immediately stunned to hear that. He then told him that the meat was ready. The environment was suddenly silent after he said that. Hajin himself didn't seem to expect that he would say such an absurd reason. After a moment of silence, Jonghak then said that he understood. Although it was a bit unexpected, but somehow, he managed to avoid it. Hajin was quite grateful for that, but Hajin suddenly hesitated at this time. Now that he had followed him unceremoniously, should he ask him something first? In the midst of his hesitation, Jonghak suddenly asked him, "What do you think of Shin Myungchul?" Hajin was then surprised by his sudden question, but he was happy with the question he asked. This question should make him able to read Shin Jong-hak's reaction regarding it. He then answered that he was a hero who saved the world, he was a person who deserved to be admired by everyone. Shin Jong-hak suddenly laughed amused when he heard his answer. He felt that it was an answer that only commoners like him could give. Hajin was confused by his negative reaction. After pondering for a moment, he then said, "But from what I know, Shin Myungchul never cared too much about class differences." But, what Hajin did not expect was, his words turned out to get a strong reaction from Shin Jong-hak. Hajin was shocked to see Jong-hak suddenly come forward and attack him. He could only swear at Jong-hak's fist that was very close to his face and immediately activated bullet time. Hajin was fortunately able to dodge his attack thanks to his reaction speed enhanced by bullet time. He then immediately retreated backwards to open the distance from him. Looking at the small crater created by Shin Jong-hak's fist, Hajin broke out in a cold sweat. If his attack managed to hit him, at least some of his bones would be broken. He knew this must be his unique constitution, where his physical abilities increased based on his anger level. A reddish aura seemed to be enveloping Shin Jong-hak at the moment. Hajin realized that this was Jong-hak's berserker mode. Without saying anything, Jong-hak then attacked him heavily. Seeing the speed of the attacks Jong-hak threw, Hajin realized that he was really angry at the moment. But what made him confused was, why was he reacting this strongly to Shin Myungchul? Was there a deep reason that he didn't know, while avoiding the attacks that Shin Jong-hak threw? Hajin then asked him to calm down, but Jong-hak angrily said that people like him were always the problem. If people like him were not that weak and always needed others to protect, then his grandfather did not need to sacrifice himself. If he did not sacrifice himself, he would still be here with them. Hajin was surprised to hear his outburst. He now finally knew why Jong-hak reacted like that. When Hajin's attention was distracted by his words just now, Jong-hak then threw a fist at him, but fortunately Hajin was able to react immediately and block his fist. But even though he managed to block the fist he flew, the impact of the attack still made him fly backwards. After repeatedly throwing his attacks at him, Jong-hak's anger seemed to subside somewhat, which made him not continue to attack Hajin. But, Hajin then said to him, "Even so, I don't think Shin Myungchul ever regretted his decision." His words reignited Shin Jong-hak's anger. He angrily asked him, "What do you know?" Hajin's face was very calm when facing his anger. He then replied, "Isn't he protecting his family? Isn't it in your heart? You also respect that part of him." His words seemed to surprise Shin Jong-hak, and succeeded in diffusing his anger. After being silent for a moment, he then chuckled and released his grip on his shirt. He felt that he really didn't know when to stop acting up. After finally succeeding in diffusing Shin Jong-hak's anger, Hajin then breathed a sigh of relief. Although his face looked calm earlier, but in fact his heart was beating very fast because of fear. Just before leaving there, Jong-hak then called him and said to him, "If you tell anyone about this, then you will die." Hearing that, Hajin could only feel confused. He could not think of what he was talking about this to anyone. Jong-hak chuckled at his answer. He also realized that. He said that just in case. After that, Jong-hak then walked away from there and returned to the camp. After finally clearing up his confusion, Hajin breathed a sigh of relief because it turned out that nothing serious had happened. He did not expect Jong-hak to miss Shin Myungchul so much. He was not a character who was born evil, but even though he created his character, but Hajin now realized that there were still many things he didn't know about him. While Hajin was thinking about it, he was then surprised when he heard a notification from his smartwatch, and when he opened his smartwatch, he was then surprised by the message that appeared. "You do not have the authority to view the storyline change of Shin Myungchul." Hajin was surprised to read that Shin Myungchul's character background had changed. He's a core character of this world though. Hajin was really confused about what exactly happened after reading the message, but unfortunately, no one would clear up the confusion that Hajin was currently experiencing. While squatting, Yang-han then handed a bowl of rice to Hajin and asked him to take it. Seeing that, Hajin was then confused why Yang-han suddenly handed him a bowl of rice. Realizing his confusion, Yang-han immediately said that this was for Yona. She was still not fully recovered, but Hajin was still confused. Why did he give it to him and not to others? Hearing that, Yang-han then pointed at Suho and others who were busy chatting with the residents in the past. They were too busy chatting there. Seeing that, with a bowl of rice in his hand, Hajin then walked up to Yona. While Yanga was fantasizing about Jong-hak, She was then surprised to see Hajin suddenly in front of her. With a funny smile, Hajin said that he brought her food. Seeing Yona who was lying there helplessly, Hajin humorously asked, "You're just pretending to be weak, right?" Yona then immediately refuted that. She said that she really couldn't lift even a spoon, but, right when Yona said that, she was then surprised when Hajin suddenly crammed a mouthful of rice into her mouth. Facing that, Yona then irritably asked him what he was doing. Hajin chuckled at her annoyance. "You yourself said that you couldn't lift a spoon, so I fed you." The reason why Yona pretended to be weak, Hajin guessed that she was planning to lure Shin Jonghak to cane her. Hajin grinned mischievously at the thought. He felt that she was very predictable. Realizing that Hajin had seen through her pretense, Yona immediately felt embarrassed, but she covered it up and said that the taste of the rice was too bland. Was there no other food? Hearing that, Hajin replied that he thought there was still one packet of ramen left. He told her to finish the rice first and he would give it to her. Yona's ears immediately stood up hearing that. She looked forward to it. After a while, Yona finally finished the bowl of rice he brought. Seeing that she was still able to eat, Hajin then confusedly asked her why she didn't go out and chat with them. Hajin was also quite surprised to see that Yona immediately finished the rice. While lying back on her bed, Yona said that she didn't have the energy to do so. Hajin realized that she was just pretending and no longer forced her. But, just as Hajin was about to walk away from there, Yona suddenly called out to him, in a low voice. She thanked him. Yona felt a bit bad because it seemed like it was always her who received the help. Hearing that, Hajin neither refuted or gave her words of comfort. He asked when she would pay him back. Yona chuckled at that. She asked if he forgot who she was. She would pay him back immediately and with interest. Hearing that, Hajin felt that she was really the kind of person who never shortchanges on that kind of stuff. Yona smiled a little at that. She said that she thought they would be good colleague. Hearing her words made Hajin pensive for a moment. Judging by Yona's bright future, Hajin thought being close to her was probably the best way to secure his future. But, Yona suddenly said that she could also help him get close to Nayun even. Hearing that, Hajin immediately said that he didn't need to. His answer then surprised Yona. She immediately asked him, "Are you really into Rachel now?" Hajin's face immediately darkened hearing that. He said that he wasn't into either of them. He didn't have much time to do things like that. But his words weren't very convincing to Yona. With a mischievous smile, Yona told him to just be honest with her. With a dark face, Hajin angrily said that he wouldn't give her ramen. Yona then panicked hearing that. She then immediately stopped Hajin who was walking away and said that he couldn't do that. Hajin actually didn't really want to do that and just wanted to tease her. He then asked Yonghan to cook Yona ramen. Yonghan was then confused by his request. He thought Yona didn't like instant food. Yonghan then walked to Yona's tent and asked her directly, "Yona, Kim Hajin said that you want to eat ramen, is that true?" Hearing that, with a somewhat hesitant tone, Yona said, "If you make it, I will eat it." Meanwhile, seeing Hajin who was about to start his motorcycle, Suho then confusedly asked him, "Where are you going?" Hajin said that there was something he had to take, but Hajin did not explain it further to him. There are items in this era that he wrote in the story's background guide, but were never used in the story. If he brought them back, they would be very useful. When another day arrives, feeling that his hair was too long, Hajin then decided to trim his hair. He was assisted by the residents of the past in trimming his hair. After a while, after they finally finished trimming his hair, Hajin then amazedly looked at his new look in the mirror. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, the barber then asked his opinion regarding his work. It goes without saying, Hajin looked very satisfied with it. He couldn't even believe it was himself when he looked in the mirror. Nayun was also surprised by it. She wondered, what kind of magic is this? Suho also told him that it suited him, and when Hajin opened the system, he apparently got the touch of the master barber buff, which made him get an additional 0.5 charm temporarily, with a duration of 4 weeks. Reading that, Hajin then asked the name of the barber who had cut his hair earlier. Hearing that, while laughing happily, the barber asked if he liked it. He also told his name. His name was Kim Wusiak. Hearing that, Hajin then asked him again, "Do you have any children?" The residents in the past were also amazed by Kim Wusiak's work. His barber skills seemed to be famous among them. Hearing Hajin's question, Kim Wusiak then replied, "I have an 8-year-old child. His name is Kim Hajin." Hajin smiled happily hearing that. He thought about finding him no matter what. He felt that Kim Wusiak's barber talent must have passed down to his child. Seeing Hajin's new look, People then said that he looked more handsome after the haircut. They also thanked him for defeating that bastard tyrant alone, but they also regretted, because they knew that they would be leaving today. They realized that this would be a parting moment for them. Hajin could only be silent hearing that. He also looked a little sad at this time, but he knew that he could not do anything. After they settled in 1972 for 2 weeks, they not only trained and sparred, they also expelled the criminals who relied on the power of Asura, bringing peace to this place. Whenever there was a mana explosion or monster invasion, they joined forces with the locals to deal with it. With that, it was only natural that they became close to them. Yona made use of those new friendships to find anyone who might be the ancestors of famous figures in the present day. Yonghan and Nayun played with the kids every day. Jonghak created another clique of his own, and Suho helped residents with repairing all sorts of facilities. Seeing Suho, who always helped the locals, Hajin thought that Suho was that kind of person. However, feeling a little guilty, Hajin thought, that still doesn't change the fact that I killed a few of the people of the past. I'm not sure if the city hall's people actually know that or they're just feigning ignorance. They really welcomed me and treated me very nicely too. Hajin still doesn't seem to be used to the warmth they gave him. If he was honest, he was actually comfortable living here, with simple and honest people, with the brilliant sunshine, the gentle breeze blowing. They left some pleasant memories here, but now, he knew that it was time to leave. While bowing, Hajin then thanked them for everything. They smiled a little at that. They said that they were the ones who should be thanked. They also asked if they could meet them again. They realized that they were all destined for great things. They were also sure that someday they would hear about them on the news. Hajin could only feel depressed hearing that, but Hajin decided not to tell them the truth. Sometimes, ignorance is a good thing. After saying goodbye to the locals, Suho and others then said goodbye to Hajin. Hajin himself decided to enjoy his last moments here. Looking at the sun that was about to set, he felt that the scenery was very beautiful, but he was then surprised when he heard someone coming. It was Shin Jonghak. While throwing the crystal towards him, he told him to catch it. Seeing that, Hajin then quickly caught the crystal. Hearing that they were about to leave, the young men who idolized Jonghak then sadly asked if this was really a farewell. Jonghak seemed to be quite sad about it. He said that he would not forget them. While Jonghak and his group were sad together, Yonghan then from below called Hajin. He said he would throw the crystal to him and told him to catch it. While catching the crystal he threw, Hajin then thanked him. Not only the two of them, Yona and Suho then also came to him and handed over the crystal. When Hajin was about to take the crystal, he then realized something. He confusedly asked her, "Why are you wearing high heels?" Hearing his question, Yona proudly replied, "I got them as a gift. There are a lot of people who like me after all." After saying that, Yona then saw Nayun who walked towards them. And when Suho handed the crystals to Hajin, he was then confused when Yona suddenly pulled him away. When Nayun finally went upstairs, seeing the crystals in Hajin's hand, she then realized that she was the last one. She then asked, "We're going back to reality now, right? Can I take a look around?" Hajin was fine with it. Now, with the crystals in his hand, all he needed to do was to infuse the stigma's mana into the crystals. In the process of infusing, the crystals then merged, and solidified into a ball. And when Hajin smashed the crystal ball, the world in front of him suddenly seemed to be distorted, until it showed shards like glass. Seeing that, Nayun suddenly called him and said, "Have you ever imagined? Is this what it means to forget?" Hajin was then confused to hear her suddenly say such a confusing thing. Nayun continued, "It's just that this makes me think. Memories fade as time goes by little. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember my mother's voice. Even the beautiful memories start to fade. It feels like the memories start to crumble, like this world." Hearing that, Hajin worriedly told her not to think about it too much. The saying goes that a flower that never withers will have no fragrance. Memories are more precious because they can be forgotten. Memories must fade and wear down to some extent so that they can become someone's precious memories. Nayun chuckled at his words. She felt that it was just nonsense. It didn't comfort her at all. Hajin was silent for a moment at her words. The fear of forgetting. He also understands that. After taking out something, Hajin then handed it to her and told her to take it. Nayun was then confused by it and asked what this was. Hajin replied, a ticket that allows you to go see the flowers for a little while." Hajin said that this was a time capsule, but Nayun was still confused by it. She seemed to have never heard of such an item. While pointing to the time capsule, Hajin explained, "Did you see the number there? If you change it, you can go back in time to the past. More precisely, this item can make you relive the past buried in your subconscious." But, Nayun said that was not what she meant. She asked, "Didn't you look for this so you could use it yourself?" Hajin was silent for a moment hearing that. He then asked back, "There's no use in me using it. It's not as if I know what they look like anyway." But, even though Hajin said like that, to be honest, Chai Nayun was right. He was looking for this item in case the memories of his parents started to fade. In the past, there were several items that he wrote in the story background guide, but never used in the story. Besides, this body originally belonged to Kim Chundong. So he didn't know if the item would work on him or not. Rather than wasting his mana, Hajin thought it was better if Chai Nayun used it. But, after listening to his explanation, Nayun said that she wouldn't use it either then. Hajin was then shocked to hear that. He then confusedly asked why. Nayun stubbornly said, "I will only use it if we both use it, or not at all, only then is it fair." Hajin really couldn't understand what she was saying. Rather forcefully, Hajin told her to shut up and just do it, before she regretted it later. Nayun seemed to be overwhelmed by his coercion. Hajin explains that memory will never break. It would still be there, stored deep in the heart, so he told her not to worry and just do it. Nayun blushed at his comforting words, feeling that he had succeeded in convincing her. Hajin then asked her, "What time would you like to travel to?" Somewhat hesitantly, Nayun replied that she wanted to go to 2013, March 13th. After saying that, Nayun then immediately used the time capsule and headed to the time she wanted. The day she was headed to was her birthday, so, when she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a variety of gifts and birthday cakes in front of her. She has now returned to her form when she was a child. Nayun was really shocked and couldn't believe what she saw. She didn't think she would actually go back in time. She was also very happy when she saw the birthday cake specially designed for her, and when she tasted the cake. The taste was even the same as what she remembered. But, when Nayun was busy eating the cake, someone suddenly came from behind her. The person asked her if she had eaten the cake. He asked her to wait for a while and eat it together. The person's voice was a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar to Nayun, and when Nayun looked back, she then saw someone she missed a lot, her older brother, Chai Jin Yun. With a gentle smile, Chai Jin Yun then wished her a happy birthday. Chai Nayun held her skirt tightly when she saw him. She thought that she couldn't cry. So, with a sweet smile, Nayun then greeted him back. Nayun thought that she couldn't cry on a happy day like today, because today was her only birthday. When all her family gathered, all her family came to give her gifts. They looked very fond of her, and Nayun also seemed to enjoy the moment. And when almost all of her family had given her gifts, came someone she missed very much. While walking towards her, the person asked if the event had started. She apologized to her for being late. She was busy wrapping the gift, and when Nayun turned and looked at the person, she then could not stem her tears anymore. With a gentle smile, the person then called her and wished her a happy birthday. Seeing that, Nayun then ran with all her strength, and hugged that person. She was then surprised and confused by the sudden hug that Nayun gave her. Nayun cried very loudly in her arms. She was the person she missed the most, because she was her mother. Seeing Nayun suddenly cry, her mother then confusedly asked her if she was okay, what was wrong. Seeing that, her father and grandfather wondered if she was worried if her mother would not come. They felt that it was natural. After all, she was still a child. Her mother also thought so. She thought that Nayun must be scared. She then immediately calmed down her daughter. She said that she would always be by her side. Nayun smiled happily at that. After Nayun finally calmed down and her crying finally ended, her brother then showed her the scooter that he had gifted her. After all the family members finally gathered, this was the time when they would cut her birthday cake. While holding Nayun, her mother wondered if it was time for them to blow out her birthday candles. She then said to Nayun if she closed her eyes and prayed before blowing out the candles, then her prayer will be answered. Nayun was just silent while deeply pondering her mother's words. Honestly, she felt that her prayers had been answered, because she could see her mother again. But if she could be a little more greedy, she begged as much as possible, don't let her forget the memories of this day. After that, Nayun then blew out her birthday candles. But, Nayun's wish was not only that. While turning to her elder brother, Nayun silently prayed that she could meet her elder brother again. After a small episode of using the time capsule by Nayun, they have now finally returned to the present. When Hajin opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the Wind Mountain. Shortly after that, Hajin then heard Nyan's voice calling him from behind. Seeing that, Hajin felt like the others had also returned safely. He didn't know why, but the time capsule didn't disappear even though Chai Nyan already used it, but for some reason, the required mana charge appeared. He has checked it with the system, and the amount of mana needed was 15,000. That amount was too much for him even for a one-time use, so she decided to let Chai Nyan use it. Hajin just felt that it was like an expensive toy that was actually useless. After finding Hajin, Nyan then confusedly asked where the others were. She felt that they should be around here, but, while Nyan was looking around for the others, she was then confused when she saw Hajin who suddenly walked away. She confusedly asked where he was going. She told him that it was the way down from the mountain. Hajin said that he knew that. He wanted to go home. Nyan was surprised and confused to hear that. She asked if he didn't want to practice. Hearing that, with a haggard face, Hajin replied no. He said that he was very tired now. Hearing that, Nyan finally realized that. She felt that it made sense because he was in the past longer than them. With a bit sleepy, Hajin asked her to tell the others about his leaving. Nyan understood, but when Hajin was about to walk away, Nyan suddenly remembered something and called him back. With a grateful face, Nyan thanked him for everything today. She also promised to treat him to a meal later. Hajin smiled slightly at that. He said that he understood. He felt that Nyan looked very happy. It made him wonder what good memories she saw. After parting from Nyan, Hajin then looked around to make sure no one was there. It seemed that Hajin had lied to Nyan about him going home, because he will settle his business with Tomer first at this time. Tomer a while ago sent him a message containing her account number. She asked him to send the money. Here, she will return it as soon as possible. Before coming to Wind Mountain, he made Tomer sign a loan agreement and a mana oath. Tomer at that time was very reluctant and even questioned him if she wanted her to sign such a crazy thing. Hearing that, Hajin asked her back if she thought he would hand over that much money for free. Since Tomer had sent a message with a remittance request, it meant that she had agreed to the contract. Hajin did not hesitate anymore and immediately sent the specified amount to Tomer's account. Shortly after that, he then received a notification regarding the receipt of the Violet Banquet information fee from Tomer. He was quite surprised that Tomer paid the information fee as soon as she received the money. After that, Hajin then thought that he would change the name Fernan Jesus to the fake name Benjamin Agus, but his attention was then immediately distracted when she heard the sound of hurried footsteps, and what worried him was that the footsteps were coming from a familiar direction, and when he got closer and finally saw the person, he was then surprised to see that it was Chai Nyan. Nyan's face looked very anxious and panicked at this time. Hajin was really confused as to why she suddenly left in such a hurry. She also had to look that serious, but he then immediately realized something. He wondered if this was something related to Chai Jin Yun. The reason why Hajin could guess that this problem was related to Chai Jin Yun was because of the panicked expression on Nyan's face. When Hajin ran down the mountain, he then finally saw Nyan who was currently standing confused at the entrance gate. She realized that she was thinking of a way to go there. Realizing that, Hajin then changed his suitcase back to the form of a motorcycle. While riding the motorcycle, Hajin then called Nyan. Nyan was then shocked when she saw him suddenly behind her. Without explaining further to her, Hajin hurriedly asked her, "Where do you need to go?" After that, after riding for a while, they finally arrived in front of a building. Seeing Nyan arriving there, a neatly dressed man then immediately approached her and said that they were waiting for her. Seeing him, Nyan called him the manager and hurriedly asked him about her brother's condition. The manager did not explain to her further and immediately took her to the ward first, but, when Hajin was running after Nyan, he was suddenly stopped by the guards. They apologized to him. Only family members were allowed into the room. Nyan was then surprised and immediately stopped her steps when she saw that. Nyan was a little hesitant at this time, because after all, it was Hajin who brought her here. Seeing Nyan who suddenly stopped, Hajin calmly called her and asked what she was doing. He told her to go there immediately. Nyan was silent for a moment hearing that. She then thanked him and immediately ran towards Chai Jin Yun's ward. Looking at Nyan and the guards who were running so hurriedly, Hajin was just silent while clenching his hands tightly. His mood looked a bit unusual at the moment, but, while he was standing there silently, someone suddenly approached him and called out to him. That person was Yona. Yona looked surprised when she saw him here. Seeing her, Hajin said that she arrived earlier than he expected. Yona explained, "Are you family? Attends every big event of the Chai family. I immediately came down from the mountain and took a helicopter to come here as soon as I heard the news. The others were a little late because of traffic, but, when Yona saw his face, she then confusedly asked him, "Why is your expression like that?" Hajin just shut up at her question. This was not something he could tell everyone. The reason why he had that expression was because according to the Book of Truth, the estimated time for the seed to sprout was around January. Now it was still October, so he thought he still had plenty of time, but he missed one thing, the possibility that Chai Jin Yun's consciousness could recover before the seed sprouted. If Chai Jin Yun was conscious, then, Hajin clenched his hands tightly when thinking about that conjecture. Seeing the cold sweat that filled Hajin's face, Yona worriedly asked if he was so worried. She then took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the sweat off his face using it. She also told him that Chai Jin Yun did not regain consciousness. There was just something that changed. To be honest, they said it was too soon to be called hopeful. It was nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Hajin then understood. He let out a sigh of relief hearing that Chai Jin Yun did not regain consciousness. But, Yona continued, even so, this did not apply to Nayun. Even the smallest signs made her unable to remain calm. Yona knew that he was the one who gave Nayun a ride to get here. She thanked him for being considerate to her. She then handed him the handkerchief and asked him to keep it. While taking the handkerchief, Hajin thanked her. After that, he then said he would leave first. Yona was then surprised to see him suddenly leaving, and without seeing Nayun, Hajin paused for a moment hearing her confusion. He then said that he just felt that he didn't belong here. Yona was stunned hearing his words. She could only stare confusedly at Hajin who was walking away. She really didn't understand the meaning of what he had said earlier. After parting with Hajin, Yona then immediately followed Nayun and headed towards Chai Jin Yun's ward. After she walked for a while, she then saw Nayun who was standing in front of the door. When Nayun with a tired face stood waiting at the door, she was then surprised when someone walked over and called her, and when she saw the person, she then became very happy. She was very happy with Yona's arrival and immediately ran to hug her. After sitting on a nearby chair, Yona then asked about the situation, but Nayun said that she wasn't sure either. She just saw that the graph was fluctuating irregularly. This was different than usual. Nayun's face looked happy when telling her that. Seeing that, Yona also felt happy. She then asked, "This means a good sign, right?" Nayun confirmed that. She had heard of cases like this before, and most of them would wake up within 3 months. For now, they said that Big Brother needed peace, so they were expelled. Hearing that, Yona said that they just need to wait patiently. Nayun agreed, but her body was trembling because of the excitement she felt. It felt like her heart was about to explode. She also couldn't stem her tears anymore at this time. The wait that she had been waiting for would finally be realized. Nayun felt a little embarrassed for Yona for suddenly crying like this in front of her. Seeing her situation, Yona then became worried. Nayun asked, "Am I weird? I should feel happy. This is good news, so I should be smiling. But, strangely, I can't stop shedding tears." Yona just kept quiet while comforting her best friend silently, because she realized that if she said that she knew what she was feeling, it would be a lie. She had never lost a loved one in a tragic accident, but Nayun had been waiting for a family member who had no hope of regaining consciousness, for 5 long years. For so many years, anger turned into sorrow, grief into despair, despair into acceptance, and in the end, she started to learn to give up. And just as he started to give up, suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared. Something like that. How could she understand such pain? So, Yona decided to just comfort Nayun silently for now. Shortly after that, Suho and others finally arrived there. The two of them were certainly surprised by their arrival. They were also surprised when they saw Sung-ah also came. But, Nayun then realized something. Seeing that there was no figure of Hajin, Nayun confusedly asked, "Where is Hajin? He was the one who brought me here." Hearing her question, Yona replied that Hajin had already left. Nayun was then confused to hear that. She then confusedly asked why, but Yona did not know about it. She told her not to ask her. Yona was also confused at this time. For someone who was very worried about Nayun, she thought that Hajin would wait a little longer. She was also a little confused and did not understand the expression on his face earlier. Meanwhile, Hajin is now somewhere with his motorcycle. He was not running, but he was out of breath and his head felt heavy. He felt he might be too tense for a moment, but Hajin was then surprised by a sudden notification sound from his smartwatch. It was a message containing, "Apprentice, I made a new ID for you since it seemed like it would take a while for you to join the Violet Banquet. Try logging it." Hajin's face looked tired at the moment. When he read the message, he wondered if this was from the boss. In the message, the boss also told him that the previous mission's reward, an item worth 300 million won, would be transferred to his Violet Banquet account. She also gave him the account login code. After reading the message, Hajin's mind then drifted back to Chai Jin Yun's case. Today he was lucky that Chai Jin Yun didn't wake up, but, next time, he might really wake up. The one who is comatose in the hospital ward, and the one who wanders around with full consciousness. Even a fool knows who is easier to kill. The news about Chai Jin Yun really has an impact on him. When Hajin looked back at his smartwatch, the boss messaged him again and asked when he planned to take the next mission. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, it was the building that became the headquarters of the Chameleon Troop. The person who messaged Hajin was indeed the boss. She was currently sitting there while waiting for a reply to her message. Shortly after that, she finally got a message back from Hajin. At any time, Hajin realized that this path was the only grip he could hold on to. A few days later, at the Creator's Sacred Grace Guild headquarters, the secretary then came to Yun Sung-a's office and congratulated her on reaching global rank 250. Yun Sung-a just smiled slightly at that. She then thanked him. She felt that time passed so quickly and it was already October. She asked him if there was any news lately. The secretary pondered for a moment, suffering from her question. He then said, "Come to think of it, there was a rumor that said that Geronimo accepted a new mercenary." Yun Sung-a was surprised and happy to hear the news. She felt this was good news. Their Jin extermination team always welcomed reinforcements like them. She then asked about the new member's skills. Hearing that, the secretary immediately answered, "Assassination and sniping." Yun Sung-a was not surprised to hear that answer. When it comes to Geronimo, he is definitely a person who is an expert in that field. She asked if there was any information about his identity, but unfortunately, the secretary replied that there was none. Even their informants had only heard vague rumors. There was not much information they could provide. Hearing that, Yun Sung-a found it interesting. After thinking for a while, the secretary continued, "The only information they could gather was the codename he used. If not mistaken, he called himself Demonic Wolf." Meanwhile, at Cube Dormitory, right after Hajin finished bathing, he then once again read the message that the boss sent to him. The boss in the message said that the reward on his last mission, item worth 300 million won, had been sent to his Violet Banquet account. The boss gave his login code and username in that message. Although he had read the message many times, but the code name still made him feel unusual. It sounded great. When it comes to Demonic Wolf, the first thing that comes to people's minds is definitely the wolf monster in Nordic mythology, Fenrir. As far as he knows, the official classification name is Demonic Wolf. Right when he read the message and learned that his code name is Demonic Wolf, Hajin confusedly asked the boss through the message, "Isn't that name too much for me to use?" But, the boss replied no. She even felt that it suited him. His sharp eyes matched the name. Hajin only felt that her answer did not make sense at all, because Hajin realized that his eyes did not resemble a wolf at all. Instead they were more inclined to a round shape. But, when Hajin could only feel confused about it, he then heard Evangel calling him. After Hajin put on clothes, he then immediately met Evangel and asked her, "What's wrong?" With an enthusiastic face, Evangel then showed him something. It was a transparent wolf that looked like a hologram. Hajin was quite amazed to see it. He then immediately asked her what it was. He also praised Evangel for being able to make this kind of thing. While handing the wolf to him, Evangel said that this was a gift for him. Hajin was stunned for a moment hearing that. While pointing towards himself, Hajin then confusedly asked if this was for him. Evangel confirmed it. After that, Evangel then touched the back of the wolf's neck. Her touch seemed to activate something that made the wolf, who had been silent like a statue, suddenly move and make a howling motion. Hajin was then shocked to see the wolf suddenly come to life. But, his shock did not stop there. The wolf suddenly accelerated. Judging from its direction, it looked like it was going to pounce towards Hajin. Hajin was then shocked to see that. He was completely unprepared and could only helplessly watch the wolf pounce towards him. Hajin's body then fell to the floor due to the shock brought about by that. The environment was suddenly silent for a moment after that. Neither Evangel nor Hajin said a word, but fortunately the wolf seemed harmless and did not cause any injuries to him. Seeing Evangel, who held back her laughter until her body trembled, Hajin then realized that he had been pranked by her. He then immediately tickled her body because he was annoyed by her naughty behavior. Evangel's laughter broke out as a result of the tickle. She begged him to stop it. It was ticklish. After a while, after Hajin stopped the tickle, Evangel then could only wearily lay her body on the floor. She was tired from laughing too much. Evangel also said that she was not pranked. Her words made Hajin pay more attention to his body condition and finally felt something, and when he looked towards his chest, he was then shocked when he saw a wolf tattoo there. He was confused by what this was. Right at that moment, several system notifications then appeared. It turned out to be a buff from the wolf spirit. It was now lodged in his body and claimed him as its master. The buff has several effects. The first is Wolf's Aura, which increases his strength, endurance, agility, and vitality stat by 0.1. The second is Wolf's Instinct, which allows him to summon a large wolf that will protect him once he senses a deadly threat. And the last is Wolf's Movement, which reduces the sound of his footsteps. Hajin was stunned when he read that. He then recalled when Evangel handed over the wolf to him. She said at that time that this was a gift for him. Remembering that, Hajin wondered if she did this because she wanted to show her new abilities to him. Hajin was really touched by that. He then immediately hugged Evangel and said that she was really sweet. He also apologized to her for misunderstanding, but Hajin then could only feel confused because he didn't feel any reaction from Evangel after hugging her, and when he looked towards her, Evangel was already asleep. Seeing that, Hajin wondered if she had passed out because she was too tired. Hajin smiled slightly at that. He then hugged her little body and thanked her. After that, Hajin then took Evangel's little body to the bedroom and put it on the bed. He also did not forget to cover her body with a blanket, but Hajin then heard the sound of a cat meowing behind him, and when he looked back, it turned out to be Whitey. Seeing that cat, Hajin then asked her if she wanted to sleep near Evangel. Whitey meowed as a sign of confirmation of that. After stretching her body for a moment, Whitey then jumped into bed and slept next to Evangel. Hajin's heart somehow warmed when he saw that. They used to fight a lot, which made him worry whether he had made a mistake for bringing the two of them together, but when he saw the two of them so inseparable like now, his heart felt relieved. For the record, right after he returned from the Wind Mountains, probably because of his new hairstyle, Evangel always stayed away from him. He really missed her because he had not seen her for a long time, but she treated him like that. This made his heart hurt. That's what made Hajin go back to wearing his old hairstyle. But, when Hajin was thinking about that, he was then surprised when he heard a notification sound from the notebook. An item has been delivered, and when he saw the logo on the message, he then realized that it was from the Violet Banquet. He wondered if this was the mission reward that the boss said. He was also quite curious about what they sent, and right after Hajin pressed the accept button, the Violet Banquet logo on the message suddenly floated into the air, and like a small portal, an item then appeared from inside the logo. The item had a circular shape with a hole in the middle, and when Hajin identified it, he later learned that it was an item called Top Tier Under Armor. The item had several effects, such as physical enhancement, which increased his strength, endurance, vitality, and agility by 0.3, artifact effect that will activate when he consumes mana on the item, posture correction that can help his maintain an ideal body, underwater that allows him to breathe underwater, and haste that increases his defense. Hajin was amazed when he read these effects. Hajin then decided to wear it immediately. He attached the item to his chest and flowed his mana into it. After that, the item then stuck to his chest like a magnet. His mana also seemed to be overflowing at this time, a defense item that could emit and envelop his body with mana. Hajin realized that this item should be worth more than 300 million, at least up to 1 billion. Hajin was very happy to receive such a valuable reward. It was indeed the right decision to let the boss choose the gift. Right after that, he then received a message from the boss asking if he had gotten the item. While laughing happily, Hajin replied yes. He also thanked her, but Hajin's heart then calmed down when he read the next message sent by the boss. The boss said that his next mission has been decided. Meanwhile, at the nursing home where Fernan Jesus used to be, while the receptionist was sitting there bored, her attention was soon distracted when she saw someone running so hurriedly to get in there. That person was Tomer. She said that she was looking for a patient, although the receptionist was a little confused why she was in such a hurry, but she didn't mind it and immediately asked her about the name of the patient she wanted to see. Tomer caught her breath for a moment hearing that. She then replied, Benjamin Agus. She also described his appearance. He was Latin. His appearance does not look like his real age. Hearing that, the receptionist remembered for a moment. While the receptionist was remembering, Tomer then took out something from her pocket. It was a few photos of Benjamin Agus. The receptionist immediately remembered when she saw the photo. She said that he was a quiet person, but the receptionist suddenly showed a rather hesitant behavior. She then hesitantly said that he had passed away. It was about 2 years ago. Tomer was then shocked when she heard the news. This was the worst news for Tomer. Tomer clenched her hands tightly. She really couldn't believe this. The name and address of the facility where he was staying were exactly the same as what she got from the Truth Office. The Truth Office had told her that his father, Fernan Jesus, had died, but Tomer certainly didn't want to believe it and came here herself. But it turned out, the ridiculous story was indeed true. He ran away after throwing her life into a pit. He ended up here, lived comfortably, then died in peace. This was really an ending that Tomer could not accept at all. Tomer then asked the receptionist, "Do you have a will or any personal belongings?" The receptionist did not answer her question immediately. She said that first she had to ask for clarity about her and Benjamin's relationship. Hearing that, Tomer said, "His real name is Fernan Jesus. Benjamin Agus is just a pseudonym, and my name is Jamer Jesus." While gritting her teeth, Tomer also added, "He is my biological father." While handing her business card to the receptionist, Tomer continued, "I can vouch for my identity with my mage qualification ID." Hearing that, the receptionist said that she understood, but she said that to be honest, she also didn't know much about him. She only interacted once with a student who came here for volunteer work. After saying that, the receptionist finally remembered, and said that the student also came here again recently. Maybe he knows something. Hearing that, Tomer immediately asked about the name of that student. Hearing that, the receptionist asked her to wait for a while, and immediately checked the history of recent visits. But, while Tomer was waiting, she then again received several messages from her colleague at the headquarters. Her colleague said that she had passed the time limit and told her to come back immediately. He also said that a disciplinary committee will be held in regards to this mission's delay. In a sarcastic tone, he also congratulated her on her demotion. He laughed at her for failing even though she was very arrogant when she accepted this mission. Tomer was certainly upset to read these messages. She inwardly swore at them. She decided not to have a relationship with them anymore. After all, her goal was also almost complete, but fortunately, shortly after that, she then got good news. After a while of searching, the receptionist finally found the name of the student who was visiting at that time. The name of the student was Kim Hajin, a cadet from Cube. The shock in Tomer's heart could not be described in words when she heard the name. She even dropped her smartwatch because of her surprise. Tomer really did not expect that it was Kim Hajin. The figure of Hajin then appeared in her mind. She wondered if he was Kim Hajin that she knew. When Hajin was walking through the place near the girls' dormitory, she then saw a lot of scenes of people dating there. Hajin could only sigh helplessly at the sight and muttered, "The autumn leaves are beautiful. They must have put a lot of effort into landscaping to maintain appearances and the mana concentration. But ironically, this place has become the best dating spot in the academy that prohibits students from dating. If it's like this in the fall, he can already imagine how the scene will be when spring comes, where everything is blooming." But when Hajin was thinking about that, someone suddenly approached him and called him. Hajin instantly woke up from his reverie and immediately turned to the person. The person asked what he was thinking about. He didn't even hear her call. That person was Yona. While handing something to him, Yona asked him to take it. While opening something given by Yona, Hajin confusedly asked what this was. Hearing his confusion, Yona asked if he didn't remember. This was the wild ginseng he gave her that time. She had turned half of it into an elixir. Hajin was surprised to hear that, but, when he finally digested what she said earlier, he then shockingly asked if she only used half of it. Yona proudly said that they planned to use the rest for research and development. In return, they would compensate him with shares, and if everything went well, they would also give him additional elixir equivalent to the rest, so she told him not to worry. Hajin was a little speechless hearing that. She used it however she pleased, and she's so calm about it. But even so, Hajin didn't mind it too much, because he knew that Yona wasn't someone who would betray her allies. In fact, it was more likely that she was the one who would be betrayed. Right now, Yona tended to trust someone too much once she thought that they were her people. Hajin thought it was natural because she was only 17 years old. She was still inexperienced, but the guild's internal power struggles that she'll have to face are a filthy political battlefield. Now that he thought about it, that whole incident happened around winter break. It was the news about Yona's abuse of power scandal, but what Hajin didn't realize was, while he was deep in thought, Yona continued to talk to him at length, until she finally said that he could only take 1 pill a day. Hajin was certainly confused by her words because he didn't listen to the conversation at all. Yona said that what she meant was the elixir. After all, one pill costs 1 billion won. Hajin just agreed to hear that, but, when he finally digested her words, he was then shocked to learn that the price was 1 billion won per pill. Yona confirmed that, they condensed the mana crystal and wild ginseng to make it. Hajin was completely dumbfounded to hear that exaggerated price. He confusedly asked if it was really that expensive. Seeing his shock, Yona with a big smile replied no. She added, but isn't that how marketing works? With the amount needed to make 20 doses of elixir, they can make 300 to 400 doses of other medicines, so if they don't sell it at that price, then they are the ones who will lose money. Hajin was really surprised to hear that. 20 pills, that means 20 billion won. Hajin then immediately identified the elixir Yona gave him and read the description. It was an elixir made by neutralizing the mana crystal solution with wild ginseng, featuring the most skilled and honed craft. Once consumed, the strength, vitality, endurance, and mana stat will permanently increase by 0.001 to 0.02 within 24 hours. For the record, the higher the user's stat, the lower the effect. This elixir also has a side effect with a risk of chi deviation of 5%. The risk will increase sharply with the dose consumed within 24 hours. Hajin was a little surprised to read that. The stat boost was better than he expected. With a little adjustment to the setup, this could be quite useful. Thinking about that, Hajin thought that he should return the favor then. He then handed something to Yona and asked her to take it. Seeing that, Yona was certainly confused about what it was, and when she opened the thing, how surprised she was when she saw that it turned out to be a wild ginseng. Yona was amazed and did not expect that he actually got another one. Hajin did not know what to respond when he saw her amazed expression. He then just said that he got it from the Wind Mountain and did not explain it further to her. Yona was stunned to hear that. Seeing that, Hajin ignorantly asked her, then by principle, I guess I should return it to the owner of the Wind Mountain, Shin Jonghak, right? Yona was then surprised to hear that and immediately hid the wild ginseng. After hiding the wild ginseng into her bag, Yona said, now that I think about it, Jonghak once forgot my birthday, so I guess this will make up for that. Hajin laughed at that. He told her to do what she likes. After that, before parting, Yona then said that she would call him back if there was any progress. Hajin understood and thanked her, and Yona then walked away from there, and right before Hajin also left there, he then remembered something and opened his smartwatch. He recently got a message from Tomer. Tomer used a different ID number. So he asked her in the message if she changed Het's smartwatch, but, until now he hasn't gotten a reply message from Tomer. Judging from the situation, Hajin felt that she might have gone to the nursing home. He was sure that Tomer must be thinking about many things right now. Thinking about that, Hajin thought that he should give her time to sort out her thoughts. After Hajin arrived at the dormitory and opened his notebook, he then got a message from Geronimo Mercenary which contained his next mission. It was a mission with difficulty D and a reward of 400 million won or an equivalent item. In the mission summary, he was told to ambush a human trafficking truck run by a Jin group called Soul Reapers. Hajin was quite surprised to learn that his next mission was a hostage rescue mission and was located in China. He then made a plan. As soon as class ended tomorrow, he would use a portal that went directly to Beijing. In the background story he wrote, the region of Russia bordering Mongolia is a lawless zone. This is a smuggling and human trafficking route favored by Jin, and a besa chaos where rules are made by the strong and crime roams free. That lawless zone has its own rough order and society among the Jins, and now they call it the demon subduing palace or pandemonium. Time passed. After Hajin entered the portal leading to China and drove for a while, he then arrived at the Waigac Bridge, northern Beijing. Looking at the bridge from the top of the cliff, he then knew why people said that this place was a mid-level danger zone. This place gave him goosebumps. The Jin he would face today were those who willingly became slaves to the devil, driven purely by evil. Shortly after Hajin arrived at the place, he then got a message from the boss. The boss said that she had something she wanted to tell him before he started his mission. They have a lot of people, but what he needs to remember is, not all Jin are the same. Jin are creatures whose negative emotions are amplified through contract. And the weaker or lower the rank, the more likely they will commit evil without hesitation. That's because they express the inferiority they feel from comparing their ideal selves to their current circumstances through evil. Reading the message sent by the boss made Hajin realize that they were opponents who did not need to get his guilt when he killed them. While waiting for their arrival, Hajin muttered that he was not sure whether this was a good thing or not. Shortly after that, a group of cars and trucks then appeared on the road in front of him. Seeing that, Hajin realized that it was a group of Jin who would be his target today. He then immediately took out the Desert Eagle and turned it into a rifle form, relying on the scope on the rifle. Hajin then took aim, and aimed at the driver of the first truck. After that, a loud sound of gunfire was then heard as a result of Hajin pulling the trigger. The bullet he fired shot so strong that it penetrated the back of the truck and made a hole in the path it was traveling. The other Jin were then surprised by the sudden change, seeing the truck that swerved and went off the track. They wondered what was going on there, but, while they were confused about what happened, Hajin's action would not stop there. He then immediately aimed at the next target, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The truck driver's consciousness then disappeared when a bullet pierced his head, as a result of the death of the driver. The truck then lost control and crashed into a tree. Realizing something was wrong, the Jin then immediately got out of the car they were in. They were shocked and confused when they saw the two truck drivers who had died. They cursed and rushed to the truck to protect the luggage. Seeing the condition of the driver's death, one of the Jin wondered if this was the work of a sniper. Hearing his guess, a colleague immediately asked, from which direction, but, shortly after that, his guess was then confirmed. He was then shocked when he saw his colleague who was suddenly lying lifeless on the ground with a bullet through his head, and when they followed the trajectory of the bullet, they were finally able to see the sniper. Seeing Hajin who was just standing there alone, they then immediately ran towards him in order to catch him. Hajin did not panic at all seeing the siege of the Jin. He then threw something that looked like a pill into his mouth. It was an elixir that could temporarily increase his strength. For 5 minutes, all his stat variables, except mana, increased by 1.5. It didn't stop there. Hajin then used the item the boss gave him. Under armor haste, he attached the item to his chest like a magnet. After all the preparations were completed, Hajin then coated the rifle with ether, and activated bullet time. With his reaction speed drastically increased by bullet time, Hajin then fired 3 bullets at once and shot dead the 3 Jin in front of him. After a while after Hajin finally finished them all, he then walked towards one of the trucks. After opening the padlock that locked the truck's container door, Hajin thought that all that was left now was to free the hostages. But when Hajin felt that his mission was complete and opened the container door, a man with a knife in his hand suddenly appeared and seemed to be about to attack him. Hajin was then shocked at the sudden appearance of the man. He realized that he had been caught off guard at this time. And when the man's knife was about to stab his body, something inside his body then triggered. A large wolf then appeared and pounced towards the man who attacked him. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw it. After that, only the man's screams of pain and despair could be heard. Hajin was also surprised and did not expect that sudden change. Seeing the transparent wolf that had just finished off the man, Hajin wondered if it was the wolf spirit, whether it had just come out of his body. But, when he was confused, he then remembered something. He then realized that this was one of the effects of the buff that Evangel gave him at that time. Hajin did not expect that he would be caught off guard like this. He felt that he was inexperienced. He still had a long way to go. The sudden attack of the man was just a small episode. Hajin still hadn't forgotten his mission. He then walked to the container and opened the door. Seeing the hostages with trembling bodies and desperate looks in the container, Hajin then threw a smartwatch at them. With his heart filled with confusion, one of the hostages then picked up the smartwatch. Seeing that, Hajin told them that the Jin was dead. He also asked that they should be able to call reinforcements right. While extending his hand forward, Hajin then told them that they could go home now. After that, Hajin then told the boss that his mission was complete. The boss replied that she understood and told him to leave the rest to them. The boss was currently in a place that looked like a cave, and she was not alone there. While looking to the side, she then asked their opinions to the members of the chameleon troupe gathered there about Hajin's performance earlier. Somewhat confused, Khalifa asked if it was okay if there were only 5 people who came when evaluating rookies like this. Honestly, he was more looking forward to the new headquarters. Jane was also helpless about it. After all, everyone had their own schedules. She was also quite surprised by Hajin's performance earlier. He only took 21 seconds to kill 20 people. She was confused how a rifle could be that strong. She felt that Hajin's talent was really impressive. She thought his talent was some kind of upgrading or modifying weapons with mana. She then asked their opinions regarding that. Hearing that, a man with long hair said that he thought he was at high intermediate rank or above. Jane was surprised to hear him rate Hajin that high, but she was then annoyed because she felt he didn't even understand what the concept of high intermediate level was like. 10 of them could still beat him. He chuckled at that. He also replied that it would take at least 100 of them to be able to fight him. Hearing their debate, Khalifa then asked Jane's opinion. Hearing that, Jane thought for a moment. She felt that Hajin might be in the mid-tier, in the same range as Kim Suho. She was not sure if it was one-on-one. But when fighting many people, he would be very useful. Feeling that their opinions varied, he said that this kind of evaluation should be more for Junyoung. He was very good at evaluating people. He also asked if he was still in Demon Realm. Drun replied yes, that pig looks like he has no intention of leaving that place. This made him wonder if he didn't feel bored being there. Hearing that, one of the members said he might come back once he was satisfied enough. Jane suddenly remembered something at this time. She then called Drun and asked him if he knew anything about what wolf it was. Hearing that, Drun thought for a moment. He then rather uncertainly said, maybe it was Kim Hajin's pet. Jane was rather speechless hearing his answer. Who would keep a pet in the chest? Seeing the confusion of the two of them, the boss then said that she would ask him directly, but Jane doubted whether Hajin would tell her about it. Hearing that, the boss told her not to worry, with a completely unconvincing face. The boss said that Kim Hajin trusted her completely. If she asked him, he would tell her. But Jane certainly did not believe her words. She knew very well about the boss's personality, but seeing her proud smile, she didn't say what was in her heart at the moment. After a while, after Hajin completed his mission, he then returned to the dormitory. After placing Evangel on her bed, while stroking her hair, Hajin told her that she had saved her today. At that time, when seeing a wolf suddenly appeared in his chest and remembered the buff that Evangel gave him, he then immediately checked the details of the wolf. The wolf is described as the first familiar created by the witch. Hajin was shocked to read that. Familiars are created when a witch splits her soul to create a doppelganger, but he was then even more surprised when he set his eyes on the stats and skills of the wolf. Hajin was dumbfounded when he saw the stat that was so exaggerated. With stats like that, this thing should be the one using the armor rather than him. After being surprised, Hajin then got a feeling that maybe someday this wolf would become a real demon wolf. But when Hajin was thinking about that, his attention was then distracted when he saw Evangel suddenly move. With a happy smile, with eyes still closed, Evangel called his name in her sleep. She asked if he brought her good food. Hearing that, Hajin then held her little body. He said yes, but he told her to sleep again and eat it later. Looking at Evangel who fell asleep again in his arms, Hajin had a strange yet warm feeling. This felt new to him, but he was not aware of how much comfort this child brought to him. It had only been a year since he arrived in this world, and when he finished the main story and finally returned to the real world, he wondered, would he be able to return to his old life, all the things he had experienced here, the people he had met, would he be able to forget everything? Hajin's heart was always filled with confusion and doubt when thinking about it. Time passed. With a sleepy face, Hajin then came to class. He took a short nap for an hour but became even more tired. His smartwatch was quiet these days. He still hadn't received any news from Tomer. After visiting the memorial park, he left something there to attract Tomer as an ally. Now, he felt that Fernand's meal must have been filled with the flowers he left, but because he still didn't get a message from her. This made her suspicious that Tomer hadn't found the letter. Seeing a cadet standing and walking haughtily, the professor who was teaching then immediately scolded her and told her to sit down. The cadet turned out to be Tomer. Hajin was then surprised when he saw her suddenly sitting next to him. After that, the professor then continued to explain the material he was teaching. As for Tomer herself, after she sat next to Hajin, she then wrote something and showed it to him. In the small note, Tomer asked him if he had ever volunteered or something like that. Hajin was silent for a moment reading that. He then answered her question in a small note too. He answered yes and asked why. Tomer again asked him if he ever met someone named Benjamin Agus at the nursing home. Hajin confirmed it. They were also quite close. Reading that, with some hesitation, Tomer then asked him about what kind of person Benjamin Agus was in his eyes. Reading that, in the middle of the professor explaining, Hajin looked quite confused in his writing when he read her question. He just said that he always looked lonely. Reading his answer, Tomer then continued to ask him questions. She asked about how he could become close to him. She heard that he never opened up to the nurses. Not once, Hajin replied. He thought, maybe because their situations were similar. He also had no family members. After writing his answer, Hajin also silently thought that Tomer should have known about it, because he was sure she must have checked his background. After that, Hajin then wrote on a small note and asked her why she asked that. Tomer's face suddenly became gloomy when she read the question. But, she then answered that he was her biological father. Hajin really did not expect it. he was surprised that Tomer actually told him that. Seeing his shocked expression, Tomer asked if he was surprised, and she was too. She didn't expect to meet someone who knew him here. But, Tomer then angrily told him that that bastard had killed her mother and just ran away from her. She wanted to know why he killed his wife and threw away his own child, but it seemed that he was dead. Everyone in the nursing home said that they didn't know anything, so she could only ask him, did he leave anything? Reading her writing, Hajin then realized that Tomer had not read the letter at all. This really confused him. Could there be something going on in the nursing home? Because actually, Fernan, he didn't throw Tomer away. After that, with mixed thoughts, Tomer then asked him where the letter was now. Reading her question, Hajin then immediately wrote the answer on her little note. It was in Suho Memorial Park. Tomer was surprised when she read the answer. After a while, the professor then said the closing words for today's class. He also reminded them not to forget to study for their final exam. After the class finally ended, Tomer then stood up and called him. She said that today she would leave Cube. She also said that she would return all the money she had lent, so she told him not to worry. Hajin sighed for a moment hearing that. He muttered that he was not worried about it from the beginning. Looking at Tomer who walked away, Hajin was sure that she would realize it herself. Feeling that all the problems have finally been resolved, Hajin then stretched his body. He thought it seemed like everything went smoothly. He could finally feel relieved and rest comfortably this week. But, someone suddenly walked up to him and patted his back hard at this time. She also cheerfully called him. It was Nayun. The pat was so strong that it left an imprint on his back. While feeling a little painful, Hajin then confusedly asked her, "What's wrong?" With a bright smile, Nayun asked him, "You didn't forget about our plan tomorrow, right?" Hajin could only feel confused hearing that, but Nayun didn't explain it to him and told him not to be late. After telling him that, Nayun then walked away from there. Hajin could only stare blankly at her departure. He was really confused and didn't understand what she meant. So, Hajin then confusedly asked her, "What promise?" Seeing his confusion, Nayun annoyedly asked if he forgot. Suho who was beside Nayun then reminded him. At that time they said that they would eat together. Hearing that, Hajin finally remembered. Nayun at that time said that she was really grateful, so she would treat him to food. Once the practical exam was over, she asked if he wanted to go to that place. But after remembering that, Hajin then confusedly asked if it wasn't just the two of them who were planning to eat together. Nayun was even more confused when she heard his question because she had previously said that they would all go together. In the midst of Hajin's confusion, Yona then walked up to them. She said that she was also there at that time. They agreed to go as former travel group members. Did he not remember? Hearing that, Hajin said that he really did not remember that. He also confusedly asked her since when she was included. Yona just smiled a little at that. She told him not to be like that. She said that they would go to karaoke later too. Seeing Hajin's reluctant face, Nayun then realized that Hajin didn't want to come. So, when Hajin was about to decline their invitation and said that he would be busy that day, Nayun suddenly rubbed his head which stunned him. He really didn't understand why she did that. Nayun laughed at his reaction. With a somewhat pleading face, Nayun said that he had to come on that day, otherwise she would put him in the group chat. Hajin could only be silent hearing that, until finally, he then sighed helplessly and accepted the invitation. Meanwhile, inside the Suho Memorial Park, with hurried steps, Tomer was seen looking for something there. She was really confused at the moment. She was completely confused as to where her father's grave that Hajin had told her was located. She was told that the goods was in Zone 17 Line 1 Column 4, but the place had a lot of shelves that made her confused and looking for it, until finally, she then reached a shelf and saw a familiar name there, Benjamin Agus. There is the place where her father left his heirloom, but Tomer was then confused when she saw a lot of flowers there, and when she picked one of the flowers, she then saw a note and learned that the flower was sent by Hajin. It made her wonder if he had come here over the years since that person died. The flowers were preserved with magic that made none of the leaves wither. Buried peacefully in a comfortable place like this, it was the funeral her father got after his death. Tomer, who hated her father very much, was certainly very angry about that fact. The memory of her father killing her mother and running off to abandon her was still fresh in her mind. When the anger in Tomer's heart peaked, she then opened the door of the shelf and threw all the flowers that were there to the ground. Tomer couldn't help but question herself at this time. All this time, what did I do all this for? Tomer felt that the hatred and revenge she had been fighting for had ended in vain. This really made her feel lost, but she then remembered that her father left a letter, and when she opened the letter and read it, how surprised she was. Fernan wrote the letter in the last days of his life. In the opening of the letter, with feelings of longing and guilt, he gently called her. He said that his heart felt chaotic when he wrote this letter. Part of his heart hoped that she would never read it, but the other part hoped that she would read it. He could only imagine what she would feel when she read this letter. He knew there were no words that could heal her pain, but, letting her live wondering for the rest of her life was not what a father should do. After telling her his heart, he then told her a fact that made Tomer hold the letter tightly. His wife and her mother had sold her soul to the jinn. A very distant memory then appeared in Tomer's mind. It was a memory when he was a child and her family was still complete. Her father at that time approached her and called her with a worried face. Tomer was very happy when she saw him. She said that her mother would take her to the amusement park. Her father was surprised to hear that. With a worried tone, he then invited Tomer to go home first. Tomer was then confused by it and asked why. Her father said that he and her mother had something to talk about. Her mother looked at her father with a gloomy look when she heard that. She seemed to know what he was going to talk about. When they got home, her father then immediately scolded her mother. He asked her if she was out of her mind. Fernan was very angry because his wife really said she would hand over their child to Jin, but his wife felt there was nothing wrong with that. Fernan could only feel shocked and confused by his wife's attitude. His wife said, if it means that it can make herself stronger, she will do worse things than this. She also said that Tomer will definitely understand it someday. Fernan was really shocked and did not understand. When he heard his wife's words, he felt that she was really crazy. Seeing Fernan, who was silent, his wife then told him to step aside if he was finished talking. She told him not to waste her time. She then called Tomer and invited her to leave. Hearing that, a very strong rejection then appeared in Fernan's heart. He didn't want his daughter to leave, so, with an unclear mind, Fernan then pushed his wife, kicked her, and beat her to death. It all happened in an instant that even surprised himself. Right after that, he was then surprised when he saw Tomer, who went downstairs and called her mother. Seeing his father there, Tomer then confusedly asked where his mother was. Fernan's mind was really mixed up at that moment. He realized, if people knew that his wife turned into a jinn, then Tomer would also not be safe. She will be involved too, so, he then immediately approached Tomer and held both of her shoulders tightly. He told her to listen to him carefully and asked her to go out for help. Tomer could only feel confused by her father's request, somewhat stammering. Her father said that he hit her mother. Tomer could no longer hold back her tears when she read that part in the letter. In the letter, Fernan said that she wanted her to have a stable life in Korea, so he gave everything he had to his friend and asked his friend to take care of her. But many years later, when he returned to Korea, he could not find her back. He had looked everywhere, but he could not find her or his friend. Tomer held the letter tightly until she almost tore it when she read it. Her hands were shaking because of the shock that was in her heart at this time. The actual facts turned out to be the opposite of what she had always believed. She even did not want to accept reality and thought his father was lying. When Tomer was about to tear up the letter because she didn't want to believe what her father told her, a memory when she was a child suddenly flashed in her mind. That day was her father's birthday. While handing him a watch, little Tomer then wished him a happy birthday. Fernan was very happy with her little daughter's gift. He thanked her. Tomer asked if he liked it. She chose the same color as the brooch he gave her for her birthday. After remembering that, Tomer then took out a watch and a broken brooch. It was the watch she gave her father that time and the brooch that her father gave her on her birthday. She still kept it even though it was now a little damaged. When night fell with the moon high in the sky, after Hajin escorted Evangel to her bed, he then said goodnight to her. Evangel also waved her hand and said goodbye. But, right after Hajin closed the door of the Evangel's room, he was then surprised when his smartwatch suddenly rang, and when he opened the smartwatch, he then smiled. It turned out to be a thank you message from Tomer. Hajin felt like she made it there safely. After he received the message, Tomer then disappeared completely. She said she would return his money by any means, and the mana oath agreement was also still intact, so it wasn't that they wouldn't have contact, but even without all that, he had a feeling that someday, Tomer would be a partner he could rely on. Time flies so fast. Before you know it, we have arrived at the day when Nayun and the others ate together at the restaurant. Looking at the various dishes displayed on the table, Hajin looks happy. This is much more amazing than he expected. Hearing that, Nayun said that this place is indeed good. She also told him that he could expect more. Hajin felt confused when he heard her words. He felt that her aura felt different. With a cheerful tone, Na-yun felt that gathering together like this reminded her of the time when they were in Gwangmyeong. Her skills improved drastically back then through training. After returning, she was on an undefeated streak. Yonghan grinned when he heard that. He then asked her didn't she lose to Rachel. Na-yun then got upset when she heard that. She said that it was a draw. In the middle of their argument, Jonghak suddenly called Kim Suho, and when Suho confusedly turned to him, Jonghak asked if he had prepared well for the final exams. Hearing that, Suho said more or less so and asked how about him. With a proud grin, Jonghak asked if he had seen him practicing for the exam. They are different. Since birth, they already have differences in bloodlines. He whose life is filled with effort and hard work will never understand that. Suho could only laugh awkwardly when he heard that, while Hajin himself felt quite surprised when he saw the interaction between the two of them. The two of them are being friendlier to each other than he expected. If this was in the original story, the situation would be much more tense. It feels like this situation is completely out of canon, but, when Hajin swallowed the meat he had cut, he immediately forgot all his worries. The combination of the meat and the marinade made the food taste really delicious. The meat melted as soon as it hit his tongue. He really enjoyed the dish and finished it immediately, but he was then surprised when he saw someone who gave him another piece of meat. It was Na-yun. Na-yun winked one of her eyes and invited him to enjoy the meat again. Hajin was speechless when he saw that. He felt that there was something different from Na-yun. She was not like usual. He wondered if this was because he gave her a time capsule. However, if that was not the reason, a conjecture then appeared in Hajin's mind when thinking about it. Could it be that she's developed feelings for me? Hajin was a little stunned when it came to that conjecture, realizing that Hajin was looking at her. Na-yun then confusedly looked back at him. She confusedly asked what was wrong. Did he want to order more food? Hajin immediately woke up from his reverie when he heard her question. He replied no and said that it was enough. But, even though he said so, Na-yun suddenly called the waiter and ordered more food for him. Hajin felt helpless when he saw that. He said that he was full, but Na-yun still ordered more food. She asked the waiter to add 2 more meats to their table. While seeing her behavior, Hajin felt that his guess was impossible. He felt that Na-yun might just thank him for giving her a time capsule. After eating at the restaurant, they then went to a karaoke place and sang a few songs. Their activities while at karaoke were broadcast live by Shin Jonghak on his social media account. Shin Jonghak's fans were very enthusiastic when watching their live broadcast. They praised them for their singing skills. And when it was Hajin's turn to sing, the fans' enthusiasm suddenly surged. They were very amazed by his voice and singing ability. They even felt that he was better than most singer. After Hajin finished his singing, Na-yun was seen sitting there daydreaming. Seeing that, Yona wondered if she was still thinking about the song performed by Hajin earlier. Yona also felt that Hajin's singing was really good earlier. But, a notification sound suddenly sounded from her smartwatch at this time. And when she opened the messenger, someone had sent her a message asking her to come outside for a while. The messenger said he had something to talk about. After Yona got out of the room, the sound of the music in the room suddenly sounded faint. The person who sent her the message earlier turned out to be Hajin. Hajin with slang in English then greeted her. Hey buddy. Yona was silent for a moment when she heard that. She confusedly asked him why he suddenly used English. Hajin asked if she didn't know. Buddy means teammate. Hearing that, Yona said of course she knew that. She then told him to stop joking and say what he wanted to say to her. Hajin chuckled when he heard her impatient tone. While handing an envelope to her, Hajin said that he wanted her to make bullets for him. After receiving the envelope, Yona confusedly asked what this was. Hajin did not immediately explain it to her. He told her to grind what was in the envelope and put it in the bullet. He asked if she could do it. Hearing his question, Yona proudly asked him if he was seriously asking her that. They used the latest mana compression engineering that made them able to put mana even into bullets smaller than a little finger. There was nothing they couldn't make. But when Yona finally opened the envelope, she then became confused, because the contents inside the envelope turned out to be leaves. With a flat face, Yona said that she knew he wouldn't tell her what this was about even if she asked. Hajin chuckled when he heard that. She really knew him. While keeping the envelope containing the leaves, Yona said that she understood. She would take care of it. Hearing that, Hajin thanked her. He also asked her one more time, could she tell the others that he was going home first? Yona was then surprised to hear that Hajin was going home. With a bitter face, Hajin explained. Since he sang, Shin Jonghak had been looking at him with a terrible look. Yona was a bit speechless when she heard that. She felt like Shin Jonghak's competitive spirit had been ignited again. After that, Hajin then said goodbye to her and see you next time. Yona understood and told him to take care, but when Yona was about to go back inside, her smartwatch suddenly rang, and when she opened her smartwatch, it was her information guild member who had sent her a message. He said that there was something important that she should know. When they was investigating Kim Hajin, they found something suspicious. Yona was then surprised when she read the message. The guild member continued, the year that Kim Hajin was born, there was an incident called the Guango crisis. For some reason, all the records related to the incident had been completely hidden. Hearing the word Guango crisis, Yona somehow felt that the word sounded familiar. Her guild member said that in their investigation related to the incident, one of their informants was attacked. Yona was then surprised and worried when reading that. She immediately asked if he was alright. Her guild member replied yes. Fortunately he was able to recover without any major obstacles. Yona let out a sigh of relief and gratitude when reading that. She then immediately told him to collect all his findings so far. She also told him to stop their investigation for now. The safety of their informant was more important than the intelligence. Reading that, her guild member said that he understood. After that, Yona then continued to ponder on the word Guango. Somehow the word sounded familiar in her mind, until finally, she then remembered something related to it. After she recalled, she thought she had seen something like that in her father's old journal. At that time, she couldn't read Chinese characters so she couldn't understand the content. Her father scolded her severely for reading his journal, so it stuck clearly in her memory. If Hajin was indeed connected to the incident, Yona felt that maybe this time, she could return the favor properly, as a real teammate, and since her father was now out of town for work, now was her chance to check the journal again. But, when Yona was about to go back inside, she suddenly met Nayan coming out. She was then surprised and confused to see that. She then asked her why she was outside. Nayan replied that it was because the two of them did not come in. But, Nayan could not finish her words, and embarrassedly looked back to avoid Yona's gaze. Hearing her words, Yona then told her that Hajin had left. Nayan was shocked when she heard that. She then immediately asked her a series of questions. Why? What had they talked about? Where did he go? Did he go home? Did he tell her about it? Yona was a little surprised at her reaction, but she then couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She then laughed teasingly at her. Nayan then blushed in the face of it. She confusedly asked why she was laughing so. Yona said that she was really adorable. She was very bad at hiding her feelings. Nayan could only blush and feel confused about what she meant. After finishing hanging out with her friends and passing the tiring day, Yona then went straight back to her house. Right before she went inside, she then saw the butler who was opening the gate. Yona then greeted him. The butler looked very happy when he saw her. Yona was also happy when she saw him again. He then asked how she was doing. The two of them had not seen each other for a while because Yona had not been back home for a long time. The butler regretted that neither her father nor mother were home right now. Hearing that, Yona said that it was okay. She asked him not to worry about it. She said that she came just to check something, a book that was in her father's study. When Yona walked into her father's study, she felt a little nostalgic. It had been a long time since she last went in there. If she didn't remember wrongly, the journal was under the desk. After Yona walked closer to the desk, she then picked up the transparent cloth that covered under the desk. But, she was then surprised when she saw that the safe had a password. This was different from what she remembered. Yona felt a little disappointed when she saw that, but, she then thought of something. If it was her father, she then tried to crack the password by inputting her birthday, but it didn't work. But Yona did not give up and tried again by inputting her mother's birthday, but unfortunately it failed too. After that, Yona stopped for a moment and thought hard in cracking the password. If it wasn't those two things, then there was only one answer. After thinking about it, Yona then entered a series of numbers into the safe, and sure enough her guess was correct and the safe finally managed to open. Yona was then happy to see that. She was not only happy because the safe finally managed to open but also because her father apparently set the password for the safe using her and her mother's birthday. After that, Yona then took the book inside the safe. It was exactly the book she was looking for, at that time. Right after Yona ordered her guild members to collect all the information related to Kim Hajin that they had collected, her guild members then informed her again. He said that they had collected all the information about Kim Hajin. In their investigation, they found a fact that after the Guango crisis occurred, Kim Hajin was placed in an orphanage near the Guango shelter. Yona smiled happily when she read that. She felt that she was getting closer to the truth. She also felt that she had not remembered wrongly. She had seen the word Guango before. After that, Yona then flipped through the book to look for information related to the Guango incident, until finally, she found it. In the book it was written that the note was written on September 9, 2008, with trembling hands and teeth biting his lower lip, which showed the strong emotional turmoil that the writer was currently experiencing. He wrote, "Today, a report about Guango incident was filed. I don't think I'll ever forget what happened that day in Guango for the rest of my life." Yona was stunned and stared in disbelief as she read the journal written by her father. Meanwhile, inside Hajin's dormitory, Evangel and Whitey were enthusiastically watching a television show. Hajin was speechless when he saw that. They were completely focused. He understood if it was Evangel, but what confused him was that Whitey was also enthusiastically watching the show as if she understood. Putting that aside, Hajin felt that this cat did look quite intelligent, but he then thought of something and immediately took out Homer's ring. The ring had the effect of increasing the user's intelligence by 0.001 every 24 hours with a maximum increase of 0.365. If he thought about it again, there was no rule that said that only humans could use it. After thinking of the idea, Hajin decided to try it. He then modified a little description of the ring's effect and added that if the user was not human, their intelligence would increase by 0.01 every 12 hours with a maximum increase of 0.365. The modification required 40 SP. Hajin felt that the transaction was not bad. Now it only took about 18 days to reach the limit, but Hajin did not stop experimenting until there. He then modified the ring effect and added, only for the first user, the speed of intelligence development was doubled. But, modifying the effect turned out to require as much as 250 SP. It was quite expensive for him. He could only chuckle at that. He felt that the system meant that humans and animals were not at the same level, but his attention was soon distracted. When he saw Evangel, who was enthusiastically watching the television show with Whitey, they seemed to get along very well now, which was completely different from the first time they met. Hajin couldn't help but smile when he saw that. He then didn't hesitate anymore and immediately invested his SP. He probably wouldn't get any profit from this, but he hoped that this would help Evangel. He wanted to see how smart she could be. After thinking about it, Hajin then inserted Homer's ring into Whitey's tail. Meanwhile, with dark clouds covering the sky, inside the Yu family residence, inside the family head study, Yona with trembling hands kept flipping through her father's journal. Her eyes sharpened as if she couldn't believe what she was reading. With a trembling tone she wondered, what the hell is this? In the journal it was written, and after hiring an assassin, he assigned me to plan the whole operation. Yona was really confused about what her father meant when he read that sentence. And the more she read the journal, the more she couldn't believe what she read. In the journal, her father mentioned one name, Jin Young. Her father also made a brief introduction about him. He is an honest person who is trusted by others and a person who always fought against injustice. But President Kim Suho, who saw Jin Young as a thorn in his side, labeled him as a Jin spy. His father speculated that maybe he was just afraid that his corruption would be exposed, but leaving that aside, the real problem was the fact that Chai Jin also wanted Jin Young dead, so, he agreed with the claim that he was a Jin, and to avoid suspicion of assassination, he ordered the complete eradication of those who followed him. Then he hired an assassin and put me in charge of executing the massacre. On the day of September 8, an urgent radio message came from Jin Young. He informed about the presence of monsters and asked for reinforcements, but since that monster incident was something I fabricated, I ordered them to prioritize civilian rescue, and prove them straight into the jaws of death. Jin Young and his comrades tried to protect the citizens at the Guango shelter, but around 8 p.m., an assassin infiltrated the shelter, and they were all slaughtered. Yona's heart seemed to stop at this moment. She was really shocked by what she read. She really could not believe what she read at this moment. Her father, who loved her so much, had caused the massacre. But her father's journal didn't stop there. She then found content in the journal that related to what she was looking for. The very next day, I received a report that one of Jin Youngwon's subordinates had been with his heavily pregnant wife. Yona was stunned when she read that. A conjecture then came to her mind. She then immediately turned the book to go to the next page. She consoled herself that there was no evidence that they were Hajin's parents, but her hopes were then dashed when she read the next content in the journal. There was one shocking fact in the report. Traces of childbirth were found at the shelter, but the body of a newborn was nowhere to be found. Yona was silent after reading that. She then recalled the report that her Information Guild member reported to her, right after the Guango incident. registered at an orphanage near the Guango shelter, and as Yona continued to read the journal, the worry in her heart then peaked, when I questioned the assassin Chai Jin Yun had hired. He said he didn't kill the baby but he abandoned it, but that child was originally fated to die that day, so I set out to find that infant, to kill it with my own hands. The shock and worry that was in Yona's heart could not be described by words when she read that. It never occurred to her before that she would find a terrible secret like this when going to read her father's journal. Meanwhile, when Hajin was looking at the togetherness of Evangel and Whitey, his attention was then distracted when he heard the sound of a message notification. The message turned out to be from the travel club, which informed the schedule of the club's next activity. The sender of the message informed that they would go to the regional festival in Busan on next Saturday. He asked the members to confirm their participation in the activity through the message. Hajin's thoughts were somewhat mixed when reading the message. To be honest, he was not too happy, because every time the travel club went somewhere, there must be something that happened. Hajin could only sigh helplessly. It was created to make writing the story easier, so it can't be helped. After thinking about it, Hajin then replied that he would join, but he suddenly thought of something. If the activity started on Saturday, he then called Evangel and asked her if she wanted to hang out next Friday. Evangel was then happy with his invitation. She then enthusiastically asked where. Hajin also smiled when he saw Evangel, who was so happy. He said that they were going to the Busan festival. He thought that day he would be free. He promised her that it would be fun. While Hajin and Evangel were happily planning their picnic schedule, on the other hand, Yona continued to read the journal written by her father. But at that moment, I suddenly remembered my daughter, who was born in April, a mysterious being who couldn't do anything on her own but made me happy just by existing. My daughter, Yona. In the end, I intentionally left out the report about that baby. Even so, that fact remains that I abandoned that child to his death, and killed his parents. I've already lived a life full of cowardice, and a little more filth won't change anything. Still, the fact that I'm leaving this in my journal, is it the last shred of my conscience, or just a coward's way of comforting himself? Or if not, could it be lingering resentment toward Chai Jin? I can't tell the difference. Yona was silent for a moment after reading that. She could feel her father's self-doubt from his writing. Her hand was weakening at the moment, which made her drop the journal. She was also full of self-doubt at the moment. She wondered if they could really be good teammates. That guy once risked his life for her. But Yona suddenly remembered when Hajin called her buddy. At that time he said that buddy means teammate. Yona was stunned when she recalled that moment. Hajin had considered her as a teammate. Yona's body couldn't help but tremble when she realized that. She was full of self-doubt at the moment, which made her unable to think clearly. Her father's journal had brought such a tremendous impact to her, until finally, only a cry filled with pain came out of her mouth. Premier Luxury Hotel Busan. Inside Yanoa Hall, Hajin, Evangel and Whitey were seen relaxing there. Time quickly passed, and before we knew it, it was Friday. Evangel and Whitey were seen looking through the photos they had taken all day. As soon as class ended, they went straight to Busan and enjoyed the festival there. They made a lot of good memories there and captured them in photos. In one of the photos, Evangel was seen enjoying her food with a cute expression. Hajin laughed every time she saw the photo. He felt that this was the best photo he took. The suite room where they were currently staying was usually quite difficult to book even if they had the money to pay for it. But who would have thought? He turned out to be quite lucky because someone suddenly cancelled his reservation at the last minute. The high luck stat really came in handy at times like this. By being in a room on the top floor like this, he could enjoy the beautiful view of the city at night with a better view. But when Hajin was enjoying the city view, he then saw someone walking in the crowd on the street. At first glance there was nothing strange about the person, but for some reason, the person gave him a strange impression. But, when Hajin was watching the person using the eagle eye, he was then surprised when he saw the person suddenly turn his head towards him. It was certainly a strange thing, because the room where he was currently located was on the top floor and had a great distance from the street where the man was standing, and when Hajin was stunned by the man's sudden gaze, he was then surprised again when he saw the man smiling at him. If earlier it might just be a coincidence, this time Hajin realized that the man was indeed looking at him. He was surprised that the man was able to see him from such a distance. He was completely confused and did not know what to do, until finally, he could only smile wryly. He was confused by what this uncomfortable feeling was. Although he wanted to refuse to believe, but his writer's instinct was screaming at him, an otherworldly being like Kim Suho, a villain who was molded by a sense of loss from losing their home, but shaped by countless betrayals, into the complete opposite of Kim Suho, a growth-type final boss. But, seeing the person's friendly smile and seeing him who waved his hand to him, he then became confused and doubtful. That smile is way too easygoing, that's not how he was originally portrayed, his image totally different, unless the co-author went and messed with things again. But, when Hajin was thinking about it, the girl who was beside the man then turned her gaze toward him. The girl looked very angry and annoyed when looking at him. Hajin could only feel confused and surprised by it. He was confused why she issued such a big killing intent, when he didn't do anything. But, he was then stunned when he heard the man calling the girl's name, Sayek. That one word really shocked him, and made him realize a very shocking fact. He could only curse at the co-author. He felt that this was really too much. She was a person who had a personality, ideology, and beliefs that were the opposite of Kim Suho. But just because all aspects of her were the opposite of Kim Suho, wasn't it too much if she also changed her gender? She felt that the co-author was really out of his mind for doing this. For the record, the girl's name was Jin Sayek. Hajin was still a bit shocked by the gender change she experienced. As he continued to observe the two of them, he then heard the man beside Sayek ask her opinion regarding the person who had met them earlier. The person they were referring to was of course Hajin. With an annoyed face, Jin Sayek then looked back up at Hajin. She replied that she didn't feel anything special from him. Jin Sayek had a growth potential comparable to Kim Suho or even greater. She was destined to become the biggest threat in the final arc, if only now. He had a bullet formulated with mestiltine leaves in it. Without hesitation he would spend all his SP just to get her off the stage. He really did not expect that they would appear now, especially when he was alone. But, when Hajin continued to observe them, Jin Sayek looked very upset. After knowing that the girl was Jin Sayek, a question then appeared in Hajin's mind. Then, who is this man? Hearing that Sahayan underestimated Hajin, the man then told her to practice her observation skills. While looking up, towards the building where Hajin was, he then explained it to her. From such a high altitude, he could see them clearly and had the guts to stare at her. That alone made it clear that he was not an ordinary person. After explaining that to her, he then asked her to stop glaring. Did they want to start a fight here? Jin Sayek then felt annoyed when she heard that, because she felt that Hajin was the one who glared at her first. Hearing that reason, the man mischievously said that he might have fallen under her charm. He then told her to try to wink at him. Hearing that, with a cruel grin, Sayek asked, "What about the death wink? Might as well attack him with magic." Hajin was speechless when he heard their conversation. He felt that that idiot was really crazy. Feeling that Sayek really wanted to start a fight, the man immediately told her to stop talking and invited her to leave there. Sayek annoyedly told the man to stop pushing her. Just as they were about to leave, the man then turned to Hajin once again and smiled at him. Hajin just watched their departure silently while drinking a glass of water. After the two of them finally disappeared from his sight, he then limply squatted on the ground. He felt that it was really tense, although it was a relief to be able to identify Jin Sayek. But, he was confused about the identity of the man beside her. Why was he on the same level as her? In fact, the man seemed to be on the level above her. In the original story, Jin Sayek never had a partner, she only had subordinates. When Hajin was thinking about that, Evangel suddenly walked up to him. She asked if she could swim with Whitey. Hearing that, Hajin somewhat hesitantly allowed it. He confusedly asked if she could swim. Evangel happily answered yes. She also said that Whitey could also swim. Seeing Evangel who gave a kind of buff to herself, Hajin couldn't help but think that magic really made everything easier. When Evangel and Whitey were having fun in the swimming pool, Hajin confusedly thought, with the storyline that has deviated so far, does the original story still mean any more? But Hajin realized that thinking alone would not solve his doubts. In the future he would face Jin Sayek anyway, so he decided to think about it slowly. The next day, after preparing various needs, Hajin then went to a place and waited there. Shortly after that, the president of the traveling club, Oh Han-hyun, and several members of the travel club then came after him. Oh Han-hyun was quite surprised to see him come so early. He then approached him and greeted him. "You came early, Hajin." Hajin awkwardly scratched the back of his head when he heard that. After having a vacation, they went straight back to Seoul on Saturday morning. But they did not go to the cube, but went to the apartment they arranged in Seocho. When putting Evangel there, Hajin told her to consider this place as their second home. Evangel looked amazed when she heard that. He was a little uneasy about leaving Evangel in a strange place alone, but with Whitey there, he felt that it should be fine. Right before he left, Evangel cheerfully waved her hand and said goodbye to him. From the way she smiled, Hajin felt that yesterday's vacation was really meaningful. Shortly after Oh Han-hyun arrived, Kim Suho and others then arrived too. Suho was also quite surprised and confused when he saw Hajin come so early. Hajin felt a little awkward and embarrassed to face such questions. He then just said that he was looking forward to it, but, when Oh Han-hyun read the list of members who joined, he then saw that there was one member who was not present. Hearing that, Na-yeon then came to him and told him that Yona was not feeling well today. She said she would catch up later. Hajin was then surprised when he heard the news. He then confusedly asked Suho about it. Suho confirmed it. She even got hospitalized. Hearing that, Yonghan felt that she might have gastritis from stress or something. She is sensitive to some foods. Na-yeon confirmed it. She stayed up all night taking care of her. She did look strange in the past week. She had asked her if there was a problem, but she didn't want to say it. Yonghan was also confused when he heard that. Hearing that Yona was acting strange in the past week, Hajin then remembered that he hadn't seen her at all in this week. He never thought that she was sick, but, when they were worried about Yona, Na-yeon then said that she was better now. The nurses said that she could join them in club activities. Hajin was relieved to hear that. He then put away his worries. He felt that Yona's stomach ache might be due to eating too many snacks. After all, she really liked it. She might have a stomach ache from eating weird food. Right after they entered the portal, the scenery in front of them then changed drastically from the busy city scenery to the beautiful scenery of the ocean. They also looked amazed when they saw it. Oh Han-hyun then announced that their activity today was a street tour. Busan was filled with many shops, clothing stores, souvenir store, weapon stores, antique stores, and others. This was his hometown, so he asked them to stay with him. Hearing that, Hajin then thought of going to the antique store. With his high luck stat, he felt that maybe he would find a rare item. But, when Hajin was thinking about it, someone suddenly came and put a hat on his head. Hajin was then surprised by her actions. That person was of course Na-yeon. Na-yeon felt that the hat fit him perfectly, so she decided to buy it. Hearing that, Hajin immediately refused. He said that he really didn't need this. Seeing Hajin who took off the hat, Na-yeon then felt sullen. She asked him not to take off the hat. She had already paid for it. Hearing that, Hajin's gaze then fell on the price tag of the hat, but he was then shocked when he saw that the price of the hat was very expensive. He was confused why the price of the hat could be this expensive, until finally, maybe he felt bad because she bought it for him. Hajin decided to wear the hat, but Na-yeon didn't just buy him that. She then stopped by the ice cream shop nearby and bought him one, with a Busan dialect. Na-yeon then invited him to eat this, but, when Hajin mocked her speaking style and told her not to use that dialect, Na-yeon suddenly forcibly put the ice cream in his mouth. Hajin could only be silent with her behavior. Seeing Na-yeon who only held the ice cream, Hajin then asked why she didn't eat it. Na-yeon said that eating street food always made her stomach hurt, so she would give it all to him. Na-yeon smiled cheerfully when she said that. Seeing her smile, Hajin wondered if her good mood was because Chai Jin Yun's condition was getting better. But, another guest then came to mind. When Hajin was thinking about it, Na-yeon then pulled his hand and took him around. This made him wonder, was it okay if he was so close to her like this? The friendlier they become, it would only make Na-yeon feel more betrayed and hurt. That's why he always wanted to keep his distance from her, so, he was confused why they ended up being like this. Hajin felt that he really had to keep his distance from her from now on, so, he then asked Na-yeon to wait for a while, but, Hajin was then stunned when Na-yeon suddenly took a scarf and put it around his neck. Even though he was thinking of keeping the distance, when seeing Na-yeon being so kind to him, a dark and cowardly thought suddenly grew in him. After putting Hajin the green scarf, Na-yeon felt that he really matched any color. Such a selfish thought. As long as no one found out, as long as it remained a secret, it wasn't a bad thing if they stayed close, right? That was what Hajin was thinking right now. After complimenting Hajin that he looked good in any color, Na-yeon then grinned. She said that maybe her fashion sense was amazing. Na-yeon laughed happily when thinking that, but, she was then surprised when Hajin suddenly threw the scarf at her. Hajin told her to stop bringing these random things to him. He didn't need them. Na-yeon looked a bit disappointed when she heard that. She brought him a scarf not without reason. It was because the weather was getting colder these days. But, she was then shocked and confused when she saw Hajin suddenly running as if running away from there. Time passed and night fell. Their last destination for today was an amusement park, a place that should be filled with dreams and fantasy. but ironically became a hot spot for smuggler transactions. All the traveling club members were there now. Suho asked Nayun if she dared to ride the scary rides. Hearing that, Nayun boldly said yes. Hajin quietly observed the interaction between the two of them while thinking about the upcoming events. According to the original story, the deal will go south, the smugglers will cause a scene, and while the protagonists were taking care of the chaos, Jin Sayek would approach Kim Suho. While they were thinking about what attraction they would ride, Nayun then looked at her smartwatch. Yona sent her a message earlier saying that she would arrive soon. Shortly after that, she then saw a car that stopped not far from there. It was Yona's car. With a slightly pale face, Yona then got out of the car. When Yona walked towards them, Nayun then asked her if she was feeling better. Facing her question, Yona vaguely confirmed it. Seeing all the members had gathered, Oh Han-hyun then asked them all to line up. He was going to hand out the bracelets. As they lined up, Hajin coincidentally stood beside Yona. Seeing Yona, who looked discouraged as if worrying about something, Hajin then asked her if she was still not feeling well, but Yona just said that she was fine and did not explain further to him. Hajin was certainly not convinced by that because she saw Yona's face that still looked pale. He felt that Yona might have food poisoning. After all the members received the bracelets, Oh Han-hyun then announced that they would move in pairs, and just when Hajin had just received the bracelet and put it on his wrist, he was then surprised when Yona suddenly pulled his hand and told him to come with her. Nayun, who had been watching the two of them, was then shocked when she saw that. She then immediately asked Yona what she was doing. Hajin was also as confused as her. He was confused why Yona suddenly became like this. She looked very serious. He wondered if there was something she wanted to talk to him in private. After walking for a while, Yona then invited him to get on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel continued to spin along with the silence that surrounded the two of them. They just sat there facing each other. Without saying a word, this made Hajin a bit confused as to what Yona wanted to do. They had already spent time around the amusement park, and she hadn't said a word to him. She just kept looking at him, sighing again and again, and suddenly she invited him to ride the Ferris wheel. Hajin looked confused when he heard her invitation at that moment. Hajin realized that she brought him here not for a date, so he then asked her, "What is this about?" His question immediately woke Yona, who had been silent. Hajin continued to ask, "Did the production of the bullet he asked for encountered some issues?" Yona replied no, that should still be done by next month, but she then hesitantly asked him about the leaves he gave her that time. Hearing that, Hajin said that it was not an ordinary leaf, as she had guessed. If the production process still left some leaves, she could use them for research materials if she wanted. Yona rather confusedly asked about it. When hearing that, Hajin said that he had to make this pharmaceutical project a success. After all, they were teammates. Yona gasped when hearing Hajin say that. Her body suddenly trembled and sweat dripped from her face. Those words seemed to remind her of her father's journal that she had read, but, after Hajin thought about it for a moment, he then realized that he was more like an investor in the pharmaceutical business she built. When Hajin was thinking about it, Yona suddenly called him. She said that there was something she wanted to tell him. Hajin could only feel confused seeing her anxious expression. He then confusedly asked her to just say it, but, before Yona could even tell him anything, a sudden shock appeared to hit the Ferris wheel where they were currently. The support pole seemed to have suffered some damage which made the Ferris wheel now stop rotating. Sensing that, Hajin then immediately looked out the window. There, he saw Suho, who was facing a woman. The woman was Jin Sayek. The environment where the two of them were currently looking rather messy, which indicated that the two of them had clashed from a while ago. In a rather dismissive tone, Sayek said to Suho that he was a fairly famous person around here, so it was easy for her to find him in an instant. Jin Sayek's purpose for being here from the beginning seemed to be to find Kim Suho. Seeing her, Suho looked very surprised. He asked her what she was doing here. Jin Sayek smirked slightly at his question. She didn't expect Suho to recognize her, but she then felt that it was natural. There were only two of them at that time. If he didn't recognize her, then he would just be an idiot. With a sharp gaze directed at him, Jin Sayek asked him if he was curious how she came to be here. Did he really thought he was the only special one that day in that situation? That's absolutely ridiculous. Suho's face became gloomy when he heard her confirmation. With a somewhat different attitude than usual, Suho then told her to say what her purpose was here. Nayun was a little surprised when she saw his attitude. This was the first time she had seen Kim Suho this angry. This made her wonder, who is this person? Hearing his question, Jin Sayek said that it was none of his business. More importantly, she asked if he had forgotten how to speak with manners. No matter how much the world changed, he must not forget their past. Hearing that, in a tone mixed with anger, Suho asked her, "Do you think you have the right to say that?" After all this time, faced with his question, Jin Sayek grinned again. "I always have the right. You've become insolent, you lowly thing. I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Nayun then became annoyed at being ignored. She said that she couldn't just stand by and listen to this nonsense. She didn't know what was going on between the two of them. But for someone as good as Kim Suho to react like this, she was pretty sure that she was the piece of trash here. Jin Sayek was silent for a moment at her words, and when Nayun told her to leave immediately, before she and Suho could even react, Jin Sayek suddenly brutally attacked her. After being dazed for a moment, Suho then woke up, seeing Nayun who was thrown so far and fell behind him. The shock in his heart could not be described by words at this time. He then worriedly called out to Nayun, but unfortunately, Nayun didn't give any reaction when he called out to her. Repeatedly, Jin Sayek looked angry at this time. She seemed to be very offended by what Nayun said earlier. Seeing Suho who was worried about Nayun and was about to turn around to approach her, Jin Sayek, in a tone mixed with anger asked him, "Do you dare to turn your body around?" Right after she said that, a pitch-black aura then appeared around her. The aura then solidified which formed into various weapons. Suho's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the scene. With a threatening attitude, Jin Sayek felt that he didn't seem to care about his life, and Hajin who had been watching them was also surprised. He could only curse. He knew that Jin Sayek was very strong, but he didn't expect that she could defeat Nayun with one hit. This was really something he didn't expect. Realizing that the situation had become bad, Hajin then apologized to Yona and said that they should postpone this conversation first. After saying that, without explaining further to her, Hajin then forcefully broke the door of the Ferris while they were riding, but he was currently at a considerable distance from the ground. It was a headache to get to the bottom, and when Hajin said to Yona that he was going to go down, he was then confused, because Yona suddenly firmly held his hand. With trembling hands, Yona said that she didn't think she could, with tears about to fall from her eyes. She felt that she wouldn't be able to say it if it was later. Hajin could only feel surprised to hear that. He was really curious what exactly happened to make Yona become like this, but he suddenly remembered something. He wondered if it was time for Yona's abuse of power scandal arc. If it was, then no wonder she got stress gastritis. She must have been carrying a heavy burden, and when Hajin thought about that, Yona was then surprised when Hajin suddenly let go of her hand that was holding him, just before dropping down. Hajin then told her that she didn't need to say it then. Yona could no longer stem her tears when she heard that. She then immediately ran forward and tried to reach Hajin, but unfortunately he couldn't reach him. Hajin still continued to look at her while smiling faintly. Hajin inwardly thought that it was okay, even if Yona didn't say it, he would still help her, so whatever it was that made her worry, it'll be fine in the end. Yona could only cry loudly inside the Ferris wheel while watching Hajin who was free-falling in the air. After Hajin landed on the ground, he then immediately ran fast, heading towards Nayun who was currently lying on the ground. Seeing Nayun who was desperately trying to stand up, Hajin then worriedly called her. When he finally arrived and checked on Nayun's condition, he was then relieved that Nayun's injuries were not that severe. Even so, she suffered some internal injuries, so he thought of taking her into hiding first. He then tried to wake her up, and when Nayun opened her eyes, she was then confused when she saw him in front of her. Seeing that, Hajin then took out a potion, and forcefully gulped it into Nayun's mouth. It made it difficult for Nayun to breathe and coughed. Seeing that, Hajin explained to her, when potions heal internal injuries, they hurt a little, you'll feel better soon. And when Suho worriedly looked at Nayun, Jin Sayek then warned him to just ignore them. Hearing that, with a little anger, Suho asked her why she changed so much. Sayek's eyes did not fluctuate when she heard his question. While staring at him, Jin Sayek then said that she had told him before not to look down on her. After saying that, Jin Sayek then sent a threatening look at him and manipulated the various floating weapons that she summoned. Seeing that, Suho then took the broken pipe that was behind him to prepare for her attack, and when the various weapons that Jin Sayek manipulated flew at him, Suho then forcefully swung the pipe in his hand to fend off the attack. After successfully fending off all the weapons Jin Sayek manipulated to attack him, Suho then asked her if she really had to do this. They no longer had any reason to fight each other. Hearing that, Jin Sayek said that it was not something he could decide. Putting it aside, with an arrogant grin on her face. Jin Sahayan asked him if he thought it would be enough. After saying it, she then formed several more weapons and manipulated them to attack towards Suho. Seeing the attack she launched, Suho then swiftly slashed the pipe in his hand to fend off the attack. But, the attack this time was not that easy to block. There was one weapon that escaped his slash which made Suho have no choice but to move to avoid it. Hajin was horrified when he saw it. Hajin couldn't help but admit that Sayak was truly a very strong person. The dark blue mana energy that enveloped the weapons themselves was a natural opponent for Kim Suho. That means, she didn't even need to use weapons to fight, because the very dense mana itself was her weapon. When Jin Sayak continued to manipulate the weapons to attack Suho and Suho who tried to block the weapon she threw using the pipe in his hand then showed signs of being destroyed after many times trying to block her attack. Hajin could only curse at the sight of it. He regretted that Kim Suho was not carrying Mistiltine at this time. After the pipe he used to block Jin Sayak's attack was destroyed, Suho then looked in horror at Sayak's attack which was no longer unstoppable. Sayak grinned viciously when she saw it. She then manipulated her weapon and launched an attack on Kim Suho's stomach. Not stopping there, she then manipulated her mana to attack Kim Suho from various directions, and ended it by launching a powerful attack that made Suho fall hard to the ground. Seeing Suho who had fallen and was helpless, Hajin then felt anxious. He realized that if this continued then something bad would happen. After thinking about it, he then quickly ran towards them, and when Jin Sayak slowly walked towards Suho, and was about to manipulate her mana to finish him off, Hajin quickly ran forward, and immediately protected Kim Suho behind him. He also asked Jin Sayak, "Isn't that enough?" Sayak then felt annoyed by his arrival and the question he asked, but, when she saw his face, she then remembered that he was the one yesterday. Hajin froze in fear hearing Sayak recognize him. Sayak then asked if he was their teacher or something. Hajin was stunned at his question, and when he was about to say no, Sayak suddenly attacked both sides of him using weapons she summoned. Hajin could only feel surprised by her attack. It was really too sudden and too fast to make him unable to react, but fortunately Sayak deliberately did not aim at him. But, seeing Sayak about to launch another attack on him, Hajin then felt horrified. He realized that he would not be so lucky now, and when the spear that Sayak had thrown quickly flew towards him, Hajin then activated bullet time and moved evasively, and when the spear that Sayak had thrown had finally hit the wall behind him, Hajin's eyes then widened in fear when he saw the destructive impact it had produced. Sayak was surprised and amazed to see him able to dodge her attacks quite well, even though Hajin was able to avoid the attack quite well. In fact his heart almost fell out, because if he had avoided it even a little, the consequences would have been fatal for him. He then asked Sayak to stop this all. None of them were carrying weapons. Wouldn't this be enough? But, before Hajin finished his words, Sayak suddenly cut off his words and confusedly asked him if he really wasn't their teacher. Hajin was speechless at her words. He then replied no, and told her that he was their friend. He also asked her what made her think that he was a teacher. Sayak was surprised and upset when she heard his answer. If so, she then told him to leave immediately, unless he also wanted to die. Seeing her attitude, Hajin then realized that Sayak did not seem to want to retreat no matter what. He could only think of one way at this time. Jin Sayak had an arrogant and reckless personality, therefore, he would provoke her. Hajin then took out a coin and coated it with mana. Sayak then felt annoyed when she saw it. She felt humiliated. He had said that he did not carry a weapon, so why did he take it out? Sayak felt that this was really silly and made her very upset. Hajin smiled faintly at her annoyance. He then focused his stigma's mana effect on the coin, and absorbed the mana released by the ginseng elixir into it. Not stopping there, he then strengthened the coin's power with the random enhancement system, and he was lucky enough to get an increase of 40%, after all the preparations were completed. Hajin then with all his might threw the coin towards Jin Sayak. Jin Sayak could only be stunned by his attack. After the coin managed to hit her and fell to the ground, Jin Sayak then incredulously touched her forehead which was now bleeding. It was a wound arising from Hajin's coin toss earlier. Jin Sayak was really very angry at this time. She had never experienced humiliation like this before. Hajin could only break into a cold sweat when he saw that, even after using all his strength, he still couldn't defeat her. But, he didn't mind that. This was what he had expected. It didn't deviate from his plan, because he had managed to provoke her, and when the angry Jin Sayak was about to manipulate her mana to attack him, someone suddenly firmly held her hand to stop her. That person was the man who was beside Jin Sayak at that time. the man said to her that it was enough. Sayek was then upset to see the man suddenly holding her hand to stop her. She told him to let her go immediately. She also assured that she was fine. The man could only sigh helplessly. Watching her behavior, he then told her that her brain had been messed up, she could not even control her mana properly. After saying that, before Jin Sayek had time to react, the man suddenly hit the back of her neck. It made Jin Sayek instantly lose her consciousness. After catching Jin Sayek's unconscious body, he then laughed awkwardly at Hajin and said that she was always troublesome. He also asked him, "We've met before, right?" Hajin was stunned for a moment to face his question, then confirmed it. With a slight smile, the man thanked him. Because of him, he might not be caught off guard next time. After saying those words, the man then left there with Jin Sayek, who was unconscious, leaving Hajin and Suho, who were stunned there. After the man left and disappeared from his sight, Hajin's body suddenly relaxed, which made him fall to the ground. Suho was then surprised when he saw it. A shocking thing kept appearing before him today. It made Hajin could only sigh helplessly. Even though he had disappeared from Hajin's sight, in fact, the man didn't immediately leave. He stood on top of a building and watched the chaos caused by Jin Sayek. He also thought about Hajin and his skill in handling the situation earlier. He was impressed by him. In such a short time, he could analyze Sayek's personality. He even realized that she had issues controlling her magical power when provoked. The man smiled faintly while thinking about it. He felt that this was truly interesting, but, when the man was about to leave, a man suddenly appeared behind him asking where he was going, and when he looked at the man, he immediately knew it was Jane in disguise. Jane wasn't surprised that he recognized her. She then greeted him. "It's been a while, old man." Hearing that, the man felt a bit nostalgic. It had indeed been a while since they last met, but, seeing Jane alone there, he then asked Het. "It seems the kid isn't here." Jane's eyes narrowed upon hearing that. She then said that she would die if she brought her here. She knew the boss couldn't defeat him. She came here just to see how he was doing now, but, Jane then clenched her fist tightly, looking at Jin Sayek unconscious on his shoulder. She said, "It seems you found a new kid." Hearing that, the man smiled softly while looking at Sayek. He confirmed her words. She was his disciple, but for a disciple, she was very special, and very eager to kill him. But, more importantly, the man then looked back at her and exposed her disguise. Jane was shocked by his sudden action. The man said, "Looks like you've got some confidence now, or maybe you've just stopped being a coward." Jane could only pout about it. She then said to him, "Wasn't it you who said those who have someone to protect can't act recklessly? Even if I can't defeat you, I can at least kill that unconscious girl." The man only smiled faintly upon hearing that. He didn't deny it, because it was indeed true. So, he then bid him farewell and said he was glad to meet him again after so long. Jane was stunned to hear that he was about to leave. She then told him something. The new black found by the boss, the wolf hired just to kill him, the demonic wolf, he's here. Hearing that nickname, the man then realized it referred to one of the creatures in Norse mythology, Fenrir, the creature that swallowed the king of the gods. But, if he wanted to reenact that myth, he would have to work hard, because the possibility of it happening surely existed. Hajin didn't know that he was being discussed by Jane and the mysterious man who was Jin Sayek's master. He himself was currently helping the injured Suho by giving him a potion. When Suho received the potion and drank it, Hajin then sat beside him while thinking about what was happening there. The police and heroes detained all the smugglers who caused the chaos in Dizran land. A smuggler caused chaos in Dizran land due to a failed negotiation. Something like that might be published tomorrow. Jin Sayek wasn't caught, and Chai Jin Yun was safely moved to the hospital. As for Kim Suho, Hajin then asked him if he had drunk the potion. Suho confirmed it and thanked him. He also promised to pay him back later, but Hajin said that wasn't necessary. With a face as if he knew nothing, he then asked Suho if he knew about the woman from earlier. Hearing his question, Suho with an awkward laugh said he only knew a little, but Hajin questioned that. Hearing his disbelief, Suho was silent for a moment as if he was contemplating something, and as if he had made a decision. Suho then called him and was about to tell him the truth, and when Hajin quietly waited for his confession, Suho suddenly changed his mind and told him to forget it. Hajin was stunned by that, but he decided not to dwell on it too much. He didn't know what he wanted to say, but he asked him not to blame himself too much. Hearing that, Suho gave a hollow laugh as if to show him that it was fine. He also said it wasn't that serious, but Hajin, who knew Kim Suho's entire background, certainly wouldn't believe his words. He then ruffled Suho's hair to show his annoyance with him. Suho was shocked by his sudden action, until finally, Hajin stopped after feeling satisfied. With a confused face, Suho then asked him what he was doing, but Hajin didn't answer or explain it to him. He then said goodbye to him. Suho was shocked to hear that. With a still confused face, Suho then looked at Hajin's back as he walked away, but for some reason, Hajin's action earlier improved his mood. Hajin realized that Suho might be lost in his thoughts after seeing Jin Sayek, who came from another world like him. Here, someone who felt loss after losing their home, that kind of loneliness, it was an emotion Hajin was also feeling now. But, Kim Suho didn't even hold the slightest hope that he could return. That's why. It was only natural that he couldn't just sit still and watch Kim Suho suffer like that. Time passed, and the tense incident finally passed. In a room at the top of a building with a view overlooking the entire city, Yona was standing there while recalling Hajin's words to her back then. Hajin said she didn't need to tell him. Yona felt disappointed about it. In the end, she couldn't say it, but, when Yona was muttering about it, Nayun suddenly appeared behind her and asked what she couldn't say. Yona said it was nothing. Seeing Nayun back to being energetic, she then asked if her injuries were okay. Nayun confirmed it. They said the first aid was very good. She felt it was natural since she drank a full dose of potion back then. She also felt she should send a message to Hajin and thank him. But, Yona suddenly sank into her thoughts upon hearing that. Nayun respected her grandfather. That was something she had known for a long time. But Nayun's grandfather, Chai Jin Yun, was a sinner comparable to her father. Even though he probably showed a gentle side to his granddaughter, that would only increase Nayun's feeling of betrayal. This was what made her hesitate about whether she should tell Nayun about Kim Hajin's past here, that the person who killed Kim Hajin's parents, erased all traces of his family from his life, and forced him to live in extreme conditions, was the grandfather she greatly respected. Yona truly felt conflicted now, until finally, as if deciding something, she then called Nayun, who was currently sending a message to Hajin. Nayun could only feel confused by her call and the serious expression on her face, but, Yona suddenly fell silent as if hesitating, and Nayun could only stay silent while waiting for the words to come out of her mouth. But, Yona suddenly patted her shoulder and only said, "Good luck." Nayun was stunned by that. She truly felt confused by her. Yona explained, "Good luck with your message. You always hesitate a lot when you're about to send it to Hajin." Nayun blushed at her teasing, but Yona suddenly showed a sad expression. But Nayun, standing behind her, couldn't see it. Yona told her to listen to her so she wouldn't regret it in the future. After saying that, Yona then walked away from there with a face almost in tears. Time passed. When the sun was high in the sky, at Hajin's dorm, Hajin had just returned after buying Evangel a box of fried chicken. After taking 2 pieces of fried chicken from the box, Evangel then gave one to Whitey. Whitey looked very happy about it. Hajin couldn't hold back a smile seeing their bond. They used to always fight. He was relieved because Evangel seemed to finally learn to share. After watching them for a while, Hajin then turned his attention back to the system. Thanks to last night's incident, he gained quite a lot of SP. Seeing that amount, Hajin felt it was time to create another setting he wanted, and when Hajin was confused about what setting to create, he then remembered that he had thought about this before. He then told Evangel that he was going to work on something and asked her to sit and eat quietly. Hearing that, Evangel replied that she understood. Hajin then went to the place where he usually kept things and searched for some files there, until finally, he found it. It was a file containing an idea for a setting he wanted to create, doping setting, when consuming drugs. This setting would make his body remember some of the potion's effects depending on the luck stat. He wrote this idea because he felt he would use a lot of doping in the future, the ability to either remember a drug's effect or recreate it in his body. Besides that, he also wanted that when he used doping, the effect would be stronger and last longer. After having the idea, Hajin then immediately wrote down the setting he wanted to create, but, he was then shocked because the setting would cost 1000 SP, although he felt a bit bitter about it. Hajin had somewhat expected that a permanent stat boost would be expensive. Even so, he felt it was worth the price. So, he then confirmed it, and the system then saved the setting he created. During the setting creation process, his luck stat was triggered, and the drug remembering body constitution effect increased overall. The setting had 3 effects. The first was memorize. When consuming drugs with the same effect and properties, the body would remember some of the effect, depending on the luck stat. The second effect was recreate. Drugs that had been memorized could be automatically recreated and released in the body, depending on the luck stat. The last effect was adapt strengthen, strengthening the drug's effect as it was recreated and consumed more, depending on the luck stat. Hajin felt satisfied reading those effects. He then decided to try it immediately and swallowed the ginseng elixir given by Yona. Right after swallowing the elixir, a system notification appeared. Drug consumption slowly increases strength, stamina, vitality, and magical power. Your body remembers 4% stat increase from wild ginseng. Reading that number, Hajin thought, so if I drink about 25 of them, my body will produce free elixirs. He felt it wasn't bad, but, shortly after, he suddenly felt an intense pain. The pain came so suddenly that Hajin wasn't prepared and fell from his chair. He was truly shocked by it. He then looked at the stigma mark on his wrist. The stigma mark looked like it was being triggered. He had indeed suspected this, but what he didn't expect was the intensity of the pain. While Hajin was enduring the pain surging from within his body, Evangel, hearing the commotion, then asked him what that sound was. Hearing that, Hajin then answered that it was nothing, he just dropped something. Hearing that, Evangel said she understood. She then took Whitey to leave and warned her not to disturb Hajin. Hajin felt relieved about it, but the pain hadn't stopped yet. He endured the pain silently. He realized he couldn't scream, because Evangel was in the living room. Screaming would only make her worry, so he decided to endure it no matter what. After who knows how long, Hajin finally opened his eyes, still lying stiffly on the floor. His face looked shocked at the moment. Seeing the sunlight coming from outside, Hajin then realized he had fainted until morning, but he then felt something. Evangel and Whitey were there too, sleeping beside him. In a half-conscious state, Evangel reminded him that he could get sick if he suddenly slept on the floor. Hajin couldn't hold back his smile when he heard that. He also felt guilty for making them worry. Meanwhile, at Café Carrot, Suho and the others were gathered there. Seeing Suho sending a message to someone while hiding it, Na-yun with a mischievous grin then asked him, "Why are you hiding your screen like that? You must be texting Sung-ah, right?" Suho immediately panicked upon hearing that and quickly denied her assumption. He said they were just chatting, nothing serious, but, hearing that only made Na-yun want to tease him more. She asked, "Isn't that actually weird, a cadet casually talking privately with a guild vice leader?" Suho stammered upon hearing her words. He panicked as if his secret had been exposed and didn't know how to respond. Suho then only said it wasn't what she thought. Na-yun couldn't hold back her laughter seeing his expression. She also said she didn't believe him. Hearing their conversation, Yona annoyedly told them to be quiet. Couldn't they focus a little? But Na-yun ignored it. She casually said that today's study session was over, they just needed to decide on the travel date. Yona could only sigh upon hearing that, but she also felt Na-yun's words made sense. They did need to discuss it. She had Yusihyuk's camp until the end of March. So they needed to set the date earlier. She suggested deciding the date as soon as possible and asked how about next week. But Suho said he couldn't make it. He had plans with Hajin. Yona understood. But, unlike Yona's reaction, Na-yun looked very shocked upon hearing Suho had plans with Hajin. She immediately asked, "What kind of plans?" Hearing her question, Suho recalled the message Hajin sent him back then. Hajin said he found a dungeon and invited him to raid it together, and Suho happily accepted his invitation. Without explaining in detail, Suho then told them that he and Hajin would be going somewhere. Yona was slightly surprised upon hearing that. While Na-yun herself imagined a scene of Hajin and Suho riding together, Suho said he always wanted to ride a motorcycle. Hearing that, Na-yun's mood suddenly dropped. Unlike her, Yona continued talking with Suho without any change. Yona realized that Suho and Hajin shared the same hobby. She also didn't blame him for not being able to go next week. They could pick another day. Hearing that, Suho said he should be free on other days. But, unbeknownst to both of them, Na-yun suddenly lowered her head while clenching her fists. Time passed, and night arrived. In a dense forest, Hajin walked there while through the bushes, until, finally, he reached the appointment place. Seeing an old building in front of him, he wondered if this was the meeting spot. With some hesitation, he then slightly raised his voice and politely asked if anyone was there, but, he was then startled, because the spirit Evangel gave him suddenly activated and lunged in a certain direction. The spirit attacked a monster that looked like a giant bat. Hajin was shocked upon seeing the monster. He recognized it. It was a flying nightmare, a 6th grade monster. He was stunned by the sudden appearance of such a powerful monster. On the other hand, he was relieved because if it weren't for the spirit wolf, he would have been in big trouble. This incident really made him wonder why she was asked to meet in a place like this. Just as Hajin was puzzled by the reason, the door of the old building in front of him suddenly opened, and the boss came out while greeting him. After that, they both went inside and sat down, while showing a screen. The boss then asked him, which condition still doesn't suit you? Hajin fell silent for a moment facing her question. He then said he liked the conditions, but that only added to the boss's confusion, because Hajin still hadn't accepted her offer until today. She then asked him, then what's the issue? She would revise the contract to a certain extent. Hajin replied, there was one important request that couldn't be written in a contract. Hearing that, the boss told him to say it. Hajin fell silent for a moment. Upon hearing that, he gripped his thigh tightly as if gathering resolve, until finally, Hajin stated his condition. He wanted her to help him kill someone. The boss only stayed silent upon hearing his request. His face didn't change at all even when faced with such a request. The person Hajin meant was of course Chai Jin Yun. He had investigated ways to kill him alone, but he concluded it was impossible. The VIP ward wasn't a place he could easily enter, especially Chai Jin Yun's room, which was under nearly impenetrable security. Even if he could get in, he would surely be caught immediately and his identity would be exposed. There were some companions he had grown close to almost without realizing, and for now, he still wanted to be with them. Hearing his request, the boss then asked to confirm. Hajin didn't respond. He only took out an envelope and handed it to her. After receiving the envelope, the boss opened it and read its contents, but his mood couldn't remain calm. When reading the documents inside the envelope, while throwing the envelope away, the boss then asked about his reason. The boss's reaction was understandable, because the contents of the envelope Hajin gave her were photos of Chai Jin Yun. He was the one Hajin wanted to kill. Hajin only stayed silent facing his question while looking at the photos of Chai Jin Yun holding a young Nyan scattered on the ground. Hajin then looked back at her. He said he would do the killing himself. He just wanted her to help create the opportunity. Even so, the boss was still hesitant. Hajin never thought of asking the boss to do the killing, because he knew from the start she wouldn't help with that, and amidst the silence enveloping them both, Hajin then looked at her directly and called her boss. The boss's eyes widened in shock at his call, because Hajin had never once called her boss before. Time passed, and we entered another day. Seeing all the cadets gathered, Kim Suhyuk then announced that all final term exams would take place in a mock tower climb. Hearing that, Hajin could only sigh that time passed so quickly. Kim Suhyuk explained that the theme of this exam was a real combat simulation used by guilds before raiding the actual tower. He told them to treat it as a real fight. Hearing that, Hajin felt a bit confused. Honestly, he wasn't too sure about this part. He only studied the first-year cube exam parts and skimmed the rest. He regretted it now. After the cadets lined up to enter the portal, Kim Suhyuk continued explaining, the exam would start with them all gathered at the same starting point. Once inside, they would automatically be placed in their respective locations, so he asked them not to be surprised, and when the line finally reached Hajin, he stepped into the portal, and right as he entered, the surroundings suddenly changed 180 degrees. The place was pitch black, making him unable to see anything, but Hajin didn't panic or feel scared. He felt they might turn on the lights once the exam officially started. Even so, Hajin thought there was no harm in checking the surroundings. Hajin then activated Eagle Eye and saw what was there. From the outside, it looked like a small building, but inside it was quite spacious. He also saw a path on the right wall, but, right after that, the room's lights suddenly turned on. The sudden change in lighting really made his eyes uncomfortable. He wondered if it was some kind of disturbance, but other than that, he didn't see anything strange. But, he then saw something on the wall in front of him. It was a text explaining 3 rules: climb in cooperation with those in white, watch out for traps, trust carries weight. Hajin could only stay silent reading that. The rules were clearly made to make ranked players stand out, but this allowed him to conclude something, that the Jin had taken control of about 30% of Cube. But, while he was thinking about that, he then saw something odd in one direction, and when he walked there was a bridge. Although it clearly looked like a trap, he didn't see another path, so he wanted to try it. But, while Hajin was crossing the bridge, he suddenly felt something and immediately dodged. Several arrows suddenly appeared and shot toward him, but fortunately, Hajin could react quickly and managed to dodge the arrows. It wasn't something difficult for him with Eagle Eye. Hajin didn't just dodge. He then caught the arrows with his hand and threw them back forward with force. The thrown arrows then caused a large explosion when they hit the wall in front of him. Seeing the trap's trigger now broken, Hajin laughed happily. This was nothing compared to Rachel's sword, but, when Hajin felt he was safe, something unexpected suddenly happened. The bridge he was standing on suddenly broke. Hajin was thrown into confusion by the sudden change, with nothing to hold on to. Hajin then fell freely downward while screaming in panic. After falling down, Hajin then felt annoyed. This was truly a rough start, but, unexpectedly, Na-Yun and Rachel were there too. They looked very happy when they saw him, but they seemed to have just fallen like him, judging by their expressions. They seemed to have just noticed each other's presence. Rachel and Na-Yun then quickly distanced themselves from each other upon realizing this, seeing that the three of them were here. Na-Yun wondered if they were a team. Rachel thought the same. She was curious if there was anyone else nearby. As for Hajin himself, he inwardly complained, of all people, why did he have to be with them? Na-Yun was confused about how the team selection worked. She wondered if their team was randomized, but Rachel then realized something and asked them, "Did you also shoot at the direction the arrows came from? I noticed it while falling. That crossbow was white." Hearing that, Na-Yun then remembered the 3 commandments that appeared shortly after the exam started, but even though she had concluded many things, Na-Yun was still confused about the purpose of that information. Rachel shyly said she was just discussing it. Hajin himself didn't join their discussion. He wondered if he could see something from here. After thinking about it, Hajin then immediately activated Eagle Eye, and sure enough, he saw a goblin camp not far from where they were. Seeing the weapons and equipment they wore, Hajin realized they weren't ordinary goblins. They seemed to be an elite unit typically used in military forces. That shouldn't be a problem if Na-Yun and Rachel worked together. After that, he then looked back at them, who were currently arguing. Hajin didn't explain anything to them and suddenly said he would leave first. They were both startled seeing Hajin suddenly run out of the cave where they were. Na-Yun could only feel annoyed at his sudden action. Even so, Na-Yun and Rachel stopped arguing and followed him, but, seeing Hajin keep running out of the cave at a constant speed, Na-Yun then worriedly warned him that there was a steep cliff outside, but, that wasn't a problem for Hajin at all. He then jumped down the cliff, leaving the two of them stunned watching his action. After they finally snapped out of it, they both shouted, calling him. This was a dungeon built for teamwork, so they had to work together, whether they wanted to or not. Seeing Hajin recklessly rushing forward earlier, Na-Yun told him that as a sharpshooter, he should stay in the back. Hajin didn't argue and said he didn't expect there would be so many of them. After that, Na-Yun then immediately told him to retreat. Hajin didn't argue with her and followed her order, but what Na-Yun and Rachel didn't know was, his recklessness was part of his plan. It was going very smoothly as he planned. After thinking about it, Hajin then retreated and jumped onto a tree. He sat there alertly while watching Na-Yun and Rachel slaughter the goblins. He realized that Na-Yun and Rachel didn't get along well, so he made that plan to bring them together. Even so, he didn't expect Na-Yun and Rachel to work together better than he thought. Setting everything aside, when it came to fighting, they were a good team, but this made Hajin wonder if they even needed his help. But he realized this was a team exam, so he had to contribute, and while Hajin was thinking about it while watching their fight from the tree, he then saw something suspicious. It was a goblin with the staff in its hand. Unlike the other goblins, this one stood in the back acting strangely as if casting a spell. Seeing that, Hajin immediately realized it was their leader. Hajin didn't waste any more time and immediately used the recognition skill. He got a 40% boost, which he felt wasn't bad, but, just as Hajin was about to aim at the goblin leader, he suddenly heard a shout calling Na-Yun. The shout startled him and immediately shifted his attention. It turned out a goblin had slipped through and appeared behind Na-Yun while swinging its large sword at her. Hajin immediately felt anxious seeing that. He realized he had been careless. He then quickly shifted his aim and targeted the goblin attacking Na-Yun. Fortunately, before the goblin's attack could land, Rachel had already jumped and thrown herself to save her. Hajin also managed to quickly shoot at the goblin. His shot was on target and hit the goblin's forehead. Meanwhile, Na-Yun and Rachel both fell due to Rachel's panicked action. Na-Yun complained that it really scared her. Hearing that, Rachel asked if she was okay. Na-Yun confirmed she was fine, but, as if snapping out of it, they both fell silent while looking into each other's eyes. Na-Yun then said she didn't need her help and told her to focus on her own fight. She could handle it herself. Hearing that, with a small laugh, Hajin just agreed with her words. He said he was sure she'd be fine without him. Na-Yun then felt annoyed at his sarcasm. She also blamed him for not providing proper support as a sharpshooter. Hajin just stayed silent and didn't argue, because he himself realized he had been careless earlier. Seeing Hajin just staying quiet, Na-Yun told them to forget it and urged them to keep moving. Hajin then felt confused seeing that. He wondered why her mood suddenly worsened. After some time passed, they finally managed to slaughter all of the goblins in the camp. Their numbers were so many it felt like it wouldn't end. Hajin even felt that the number of monsters here was more than in a direct mission usually, but, while he was on alert providing support to Rachel and Nayun when needed, he suddenly heard a sound and vibration. Not only him, Nayun and Rachel felt it too, and when the three of them turned to the source of the sound, they then froze in shock. It turned out there was a massive humanoid monster standing right behind them. They were extremely shocked seeing the monster. Nayun couldn't even believe it. Seeing their shock, Hajin then asked them to stay calm and do what they always did, and they'd be fine. He would provide support from the back. He told them to attack immediately. Hearing that, Nayun confusedly asked Hajin, who was now on a tree, if a pistol would still work against a creature like that. Hajin didn't answer her question definitively and only said they had to make it work. Somehow, Hajin paused and looked at her. He said, "With you here, what's there to worry about?" Hajin inwardly admitted that he was indeed being carried right now. Nayun's face lit up and her heart felt like it was blooming upon hearing his words. Without thinking clearly, she agreed with him. With a happy heart and high spirits, Nayun then immediately moved and urged Rachel to move too. Seeing that, Rachel annoyedly said she was already moving first. Armed with weapons in their hands, they then ran toward the massive monster. But, when Rachel's attack landed on the monster's body, it was as if it hit an iron plate and had no effect. It only provoked the monster, making it attack her back. But Rachel didn't give up. After managing to dodge the monster's counterattack, she attacked it again, but, surprisingly, the monster dodged her attack. Realizing Rachel's position was now full of openings, the monster didn't waste the opportunity and immediately grabbed her body. Seeing Rachel in the monster's grip, Nayun confusedly and anxiously asked what she was doing. Rachel struggled to answer her question because the monster's tight grip made it hard for her to speak. Nayun was speechless seeing that, but, she was then startled by Hajin's shout calling Rachel, and when she turned to the source of the sound, she saw Hajin standing on a cliff not far from there. Hajin anxiously asked them to hold it off for a bit. He then kept running while finding the right position. The monster's size was too large, so a shot from below wouldn't work. Nayun didn't respond and just stayed silent while watching him run along the cliff. As Hajin quickly climbed the cliff to find the perfect shooting position, and with Rachel currently in the monster's grip, Nayun dazedly questioned herself, "What's wrong with me?" But, she then snapped out of her daze when Hajin shouted her name. Hajin asked what she was doing. He told her to focus. Nayun fell silent for a moment hearing that. Without saying anything, she then immediately ran. Hajin was shocked and confused seeing that. Because instead of running toward the monster, Nayun ran in the opposite direction. But Nayun did that for a reason. She wasn't running away, she just wanted to use the tree there as a foothold to jump high. Her jump was so high it surpassed the monster's height. With a determined look and hands tightly gripping the sword's handle, Nayun then channeled her mana into her sword, making it glow like a lightsaber. The light from her sword was so intense it overwhelmed Hajin, who was standing quite far away. After all preparations were complete, Nayun then swung her sword. The slash was so powerful it overwhelmed the monster, making it unable to maintain its grip on Rachel. After launching the attack, while landing on the ground, Nayun then looked at Hajin with an unusual expression. Hajin himself could only feel confused by it. He wondered why she was showing such an expression. When everything went dark, making him unable to see anything, he suddenly heard a voice calling him. It was Nayun's voice. She pounded her fist on his chest to wake him up. Her punch was so painful it made Hajin clutch his chest. He asked in pain what she was doing. Nayun immediately felt guilty seeing that. She apologized and explained it was because he wouldn't wake up earlier. She thought he was dead. Hajin was shocked and confused hearing that Nayun thought he was dead, and when he finally processed the situation, he realized he had fainted earlier, but that only added to his confusion. Nayun confirmed it. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. Maybe the light she emitted earlier was too bright and made him dizzy. Hajin was shocked hearing that. He then quickly asked how long he had been unconscious. Nayun thought for a moment and answered that he had been out for about 30 minutes. Hajin was shocked again hearing that. He also felt a bit regretful. She should have just gone ahead. Their points would be deducted for wasting time. Hearing that, Nayun then said he was the one who talked about teamwork and such. She felt this was his fault. Hajin didn't argue and accepted it. He then asked about Rachel. Nayun's head slightly lowered upon hearing his question. She then said they had to save as much time as possible, so she went scouting while she was looking for him. Hearing that, Hajin thought they should wait then. Nayeon fell silent for a moment, and suddenly asked him, "Do you like that princess so much?" Hajin was shocked and confused by her question. Nayeon explained, "It's because you keep talking about Rachel, as if it's just the two of you on this team." Hajin was truly puzzled by her words, but he thought Nayeon said that because she saw Rachel as a rival. Even so, he was still speechless at her question. He also felt he didn't talk about Rachel that much. Hajin then answered it was because he didn't need to worry about her. Nayeon was shocked hearing that, but she then felt angry. With a disappointed expression, she asked what he meant, saying he couldn't be friends with her, and now he was ignoring her too. Hajin was confused hearing that. He truly didn't understand what she was talking about. He quickly said she misunderstood. That wasn't what he meant. He meant she was strong enough that he didn't need to worry about her too much. Nayeon was stunned for a moment hearing his words. Until finally, a blush appeared on both her cheeks as she processed his words. Hajin apologized if it felt like he was only paying attention to Rachel, but when he said he didn't need to worry about her, it wasn't what she thought. Rachel had recently been learning a new fighting style. He was helping her a bit with training, but she wasn't stable enough yet. His explanation finally made Nayeon understand and answered some of her questions. She finally knew why they spent so much time together. Hajin then said that was the only reason. Hearing that, Nayeon foolishly asked him if he admitted she was stronger than that pampered princess. Hajin reluctantly answered yes. He also inwardly added it was because Rachel still couldn't use her spirits well. Nayeon was happy hearing his acknowledgement. She also bragged a bit. Even though she started using a sword a bit late, she was still stronger than that spoiled princess. Hajin smiled faintly hearing that. He then said he was just kidding earlier. Nayeon blushed hearing that. She then asked him, "So, you're not avoiding me because you hate me, right?" Hajin was shocked hearing her question. He was truly confused why she could think that, but, seeing Nayeon's face as if she wanted an answer, Hajin then realized he had made a mistake. He quickly said it wasn't like she thought. Why would he hate her? Hajin wasn't lying. He had a certain care for all the characters he created. He just couldn't go further than that, as if something occurred to him. Hajin then called her and suddenly asked about her brother's condition. Nayeon was confused and shocked by his sudden question. All this time he ignored her and now he was worried about her. Hearing that, Hajin quickly said it wasn't like that. He was just curious. Nayeon said she heard from Yona that he looked very upset at the hospital back then. She asked if it was because he was worried. Hajin just stayed silent and didn't answer hearing that. Hajin actually wanted to ask her honestly, unlike his usual approach, what if her brother, the sibling she loved, was going to be killed by someone? How would she feel? Hajin really wanted an answer to that question, but Hajin then only said she seemed fine. That was enough for him. Nayeon blushed hearing his words. She truly didn't understand his sudden remark, but, seeing Hajin suddenly go quiet with his head lowered, Nayeon then felt confused. She then tried to change the topic. She said she decided to go to the master's camp again this winter. Hajin was shocked hearing that. It was a 3-month hellish training camp, but he felt it was a good decision for her. Nayeon said before she left, she wanted to go on a trip with everyone. She realized the camp would take up her winter time. She also said she wanted to go with him. Hajin was shocked hearing that, but he said he couldn't. Nayeon could only feel shocked and confused by his answer. Hajin said he didn't have time, so he couldn't. After saying that, Hajin then stood up and was about to leave. He thought Nayeon should give up after hearing his words, but, contrary to his assumption, Nayeon suddenly grabbed his hand. She asked him angrily why he didn't have time. She would adjust her schedule to his, so she told him to say when he'd be busy. Hajin could only feel shocked by her action. Nayeon suddenly remembered something. She asked, "You have time to ride a motorcycle with Suho, right?" "I like motorcycles more than he does." Hajin could only feel confused and didn't know what to say facing her question, but, before Hajin could give his answer, someone suddenly approached them and called Hajin. It was Rachel. She was happy to see that Hajin had regained consciousness. She also asked if he was okay. Hajin confirmed it and said he was fine. Rachel was relieved hearing that. She then informed them what she found. There was a stone wall nearby that looked like a gate. She suspected they might move to another area through it. Hearing that, Hajin then urged them to check it out, but, when Hajin was about to walk away, Nayeon didn't let go of his hand and kept holding it while looking at him. Hajin then felt confused by that, but, he then brushed her hand off to forcefully release her grip. His action naturally shocked Nayeon. While walking away, Hajin told her he'd think about it. Nayeon, who initially looked disappointed, then immediately felt happy hearing that. She then quickly stood up and followed them to the gate Rachel mentioned. Soon after, they arrived at the place Rachel meant. Seeing the stone wall in front of them, Hajin somehow felt someone was there, but he couldn't see clearly. Maybe there was some mechanism here. He then called Rachel and asked her to summon a spirit. Rachel was confused and shocked by his sudden request. Hajin explained, just in case, we should check what's behind it. Spirits aren't as intuitive as humans, but they can sense a wider area based on emotions. Hearing his explanation, Rachel then understood, while Nayan herself felt confused because she didn't know what spirits were. Rachel then said she'd try. After that, she closed her eyes and performed a ritual like praying. When Rachel could see through the stone wall in front of them with the spirit's guidance, she was shocked. She then quickly told them her discovery and said she sensed killing intent. They were both shocked hearing that. Rachel continued, there's someone on the other side, we need to move carefully. Hearing that, they immediately took alert positions while stepping inside. Cautiously, the information Rachel provided allowed Hajin to conclude something. Since there was killing intent, it meant there was indeed someone inside, possibly an examiner. The time for this exam was tight, so he felt that person would appear soon. As for who that person was, it could be Lancaster, the Jinn, or anyone else. They were troublesome and would disrupt the story's flow, as if proving his assumption. Shortly after they entered the cave, a portal appeared at the top of the cave, and someone in a cloak then emerged from behind the portal. With a grin on his face, he then greeted them, hello cadets. He then introduced himself to them. He was Black Lightning, the supervisor of the last stage. Rachel was annoyed and angry hearing him call himself a supervisor. She didn't believe him because she sensed a killing intent radiating from him, but unfortunately, the man didn't care whether they believed him or not. He told them they could fight him directly. Right after saying that, several figures with the exact same appearance as the man appeared around him. Rachel was shocked seeing that. She realized it was a cloning technique. Not only her, Nayun and Hajin thought the same. Nayun was sure the clones must be weaker than the main body, so she urged them to focus on attacking the main body. After saying that, Nayun then told Hajin to retreat. Hearing that, Hajin hesitantly asked if she'd be okay. Nayun confidently answered yes. She also reminded him that he was the one who said all that earlier. Hearing that, Hajin didn't argue further and said he trusted her. After that, Hajin then ran back while looking for the right position to provide support for them. The man himself didn't care about their planned actions. He then summoned many swords from the portal behind him and floated them forward to attack them. But fortunately, Nayun could react quickly and immediately parried all the flying swords before they could distract Hajin. After that, she then told Rachel she would handle the clones and asked her to find the main body. She also asked if she could use a spirit or something else to do it. Hearing that, Rachel said she'd try. Right after Rachel used her spirit, she then quickly scanned the man's clones one by one, until finally, she found the figure she suspected was the main body. Right after that, Rachel then dashed toward the man and launched an attack on him. Her attack successfully broke some kind of barrier protecting the man's body, but, instead of feeling threatened, the man laughed. He didn't expect Rachel's instincts to be so sharp. He never thought she'd improve this much. Amidst the man's efforts to defend himself from Rachel's attacks, he accidentally revealed a mark on his hand. Rachel, seeing the mark, was shocked, because she knew it indicated he was one of the Dark Moon of Death. The man grinned seeing she recognized him. While continuing to attack her, Rachel asked who gave him orders. As for Hajin, who was still running to find the best position, he felt both confused and familiar hearing the term Dark Moon of Death. He felt like he had heard it before, until finally, he remembered something. They were one of the secret organizations connected to the Chameleon Troop. Until now, the Chameleon Troop had formed connections with many different groups and organizations. Of course, rather than a relationship, it was more like a deal, and there were many cases where the other party didn't even know they were dealing with the Chameleon Troop. But what confused Hajin was, weren't they only active around Pandemonium? Why were they at Cube's exam location? Hearing that Rachel recognized his origin, the man sarcastically said it seemed they had become quite famous. Right after saying that, the man then summoned a reddish water-like orb that looked like blood in his hand. Seeing that, Hajin confusedly wondered what it was. Was it a magic device? He also felt its mana flow seemed familiar, until finally, he remembered something that could answer his question. It was the moment he fell freely down here. Right after realizing that, Hajin then frantically aimed at the man and shot at the reddish water orb he summoned, but unfortunately, his shot was easily blocked by the man's flying sword. and when the reddish water orb in his hand finally formed perfectly, the man grinned happily. He then immediately used it to attack them. Hajin, who saw that, frantically warned Rachel to get out of the way. He anxiously told her it was a teleportation item, but his warning seemed futile. The item's appearance was so sudden that Rachel couldn't react, and when they both felt hopeless, an unexpected person saved Rachel from the teleportation item's range. It was Nayun. While continuing to move away from the item's range, Nayun then asked Rachel if she knew the man. What was he doing? Hearing that, Rachel told her that the man was a member of an organization from Pandemonium. She was sure they must have received some kind of order to, but before Rachel could finish her words, they heard Hajin's shout telling Nayun to get Rachel out of there. Nayun was confused by that. She also asked him what he was going to do. Hajin didn't answer her question and took out ether. He suspected the magic device could only teleport to a nearby area, so for now, he decided to take it from him. Right after thinking that, Hajin quickly wrapped ether around the man's leg. The man, who was celebrating the successful summoning of the teleportation item and felt he had won, was shocked when he felt his leg being wrapped. It didn't stop there. Hajin then forcefully threw the man with ether. He threw him to the cave's stone wall. The impact of his throw was so strong it almost destroyed the wall. That one throw also managed to bring the man down, and when the man sat limply on the ground, Hajin then walked toward him. While pointing his pistol at him, he told him not to move. He warned him that his mana was still with him. Hajin realized the man was targeting Rachel. His intent was clear. He didn't know their purpose, but the Dark Moon of Death's leader also came from England, so he suspected there must be some deal with Lancaster. Hajin then asked him who sent him here, but, faced with his pistol, the man's face showed no fear or panic at all. He casually asked him, "What are you going to do with a cadet's pistol?" His casual question naturally annoyed Hajin. But the man wasn't wrong since the weapons carried by cadets were provided by Cube, so, annoyed that the man underestimated his weapon, Hajin then activated his stigma and summoned the pistol he usually used, and before the man could react, Hajin pointed the pistol at his head again. The man was shocked by that. He realized the pistol now in his hand was far more menacing than before. With a threatening gaze, Hajin then asked him if he was ready to talk now, but the man didn't answer his question directly and instead asked back, "Are you really just a cadet?" But Hajin replied that it was none of his business. The man looked resigned. Hearing that, he felt like he had stepped on a landmine. Hearing his muttering, Hajin warned him he'd die if he kept acting up, so, he told him to speak again. But, the man just stayed silent when faced with his question. Hajin could only feel confused by the situation. He was unsure what to do if the man kept his mouth shut. He also regretted not writing what happened during the exam in more detail. But, while he was lost in thought, he was startled by Nayun and Rachel's shouts calling him. And when he turned around, the teleportation item the man used earlier had activated, about to envelop them both. Seeing that, Hajin could only curse. It was too late for him to escape. The man grinned happily seeing his plan work perfectly. Nayun and Rachel were just as shocked as he was seeing that. The incident was so sudden they couldn't react, until finally, the teleportation item shrank and enveloped them. And when Nayun closed her eyes due to being overwhelmed by the impact of the item's activation, when she opened her eyes again, the item had shrunk to the size of a ball. Hajin and the man were completely gone. The item kept shrinking until it vanished without a trace. Nayun and Rachel could only stand frozen seeing that. Their hearts were so shocked by the sudden change. With a trembling voice, Nayun then shouted, calling Hajin's name. Meanwhile, when Hajin was enveloped by the teleportation item, his vision went completely dark, and as the teleportation item slowly tore apart and disappeared, allowing him to regain his sight, Hajin then confusedly observed his surroundings. Although being hit by a teleportation item like this was indeed a disaster, after observing his surroundings, Hajin let out a sigh of relief because he realized the place he was in didn't seem to be outside the tower. But, while Hajin was still adapting to the sudden change of location, he then sensed something flying toward him at high speed from a certain direction. Hajin didn't think too long and immediately jumped to avoid it. The thing flying toward him turned out to be a flying sword controlled by the man who teleported him here. Seeing the man standing on a cliff, Hajin then felt annoyed. He asked him why he was so stubborn. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance at his question. He also felt irritated with Hajin. He was trying to take the princess without causing a fuss, but someone got in his way. He didn't care who he was, but, while preparing a fighting stance, the man then told him he had to kill him here. Hajin fell silent for a moment while staying alert seeing that, after observing, the man had 7 short swords. It seemed he used mana to control those swords for long-range attacks, judging by Rachel's difficulty fighting him. He was at least intermediate grade. The spatial teleportation device was an expensive magic tool. If it was really Lancaster who sent him, it meant he was serious. Thinking about that, Hajin could only sigh, but he felt this situation was better. He realized Rachel's spirit would struggle against him, so he felt it was better for him to face him since he had stigma and could adapt to any fight. But Hajin suddenly froze after thinking that, and right after, a surge coursed through his entire body. All his muscle fibers seemed triggered by something. It turned out to be due to the body enhancement effect that had activated. Hajin was relieved because all the elixirs he consumed paid off. He also didn't expect to use it so soon. Although the process sounded long, it only took a few seconds. After the man prepared his fighting stance, he then started his attack by controlling his flying swords. Seeing that, Hajin showed no signs of panic. He then swiftly took out his pistol, and as the swords moved closer to attack him, Hajin activated bullet time to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Hajin then aimed at the man and fired several shots at him, but unfortunately, his shots were easily blocked by the man using his flying swords. Seeing that he could easily block Hajin's shots, the man smirked mockingly and said to him, "I thought you were hiding something great, but this is all." Hajin looked surprised that his attack was denied so easily, but, while he was thinking of a way, he suddenly sensed something from behind. It was one of the man's flying swords that slipped past his senses and was now attacking him. Hajin could only curse seeing that. The distance between him and the flying sword was so close that he thought it was impossible to dodge, but, something unexpected suddenly happened. As if controlled by something, his body suddenly moved on its own, allowing him to dodge the flying sword's attack. The impact of the flying sword's attack was so powerful it destroyed the cave wall it hit. Seeing that, Hajin could only confusedly wonder what just happened. It was as if he could predict the flying sword's attack aimed at him. The man also looked shocked seeing Hajin dodge his sneak attack, but he didn't stop there. He continued controlling his flying swords to keep attacking Hajin, while dodging the flying swords controlled by the man. Hajin then tried to recall what happened. He wondered if it was because he used bullet time, but he quickly dismissed that thought as soon as it came. Because bullet time only made him move faster, it didn't let him predict enemy attacks. But, while he was confused about the reason, he then found an answer to his question when he once again dodged a flying sword attack controlled by the man. The man then felt annoyed seeing Hajin repeatedly dodge his attacks. The man flew his swords using mana, then pulled them back from the air to redirect them using the same mana. It was still considered a long-range attack, while his own talent, Master Sharpshooter, was the highest-ranked skill among all ranged type skills, so if the attack was long-range, he could read its trajectory. As if to prove his assumption, Hajin then fired his pistol in a certain direction, and his shot precisely hit the path of the flying sword. But, even so, this didn't immediately get him out of the situation. It didn't mean he could dodge it even if he could predict it. Bullet time also only lasted for 3 minutes. If this continued, the situation would turn bad because he would run out of energy first. Realizing that, Hajin then shifted his gaze to his stigma. It was the only way left. Until now, he couldn't manifest many things because his stigma only had 2 marks, but now, with his stigma having 3 marks, Hajin thought he should be able to try it. The situation he was facing now was truly a dead end. The man could block all the bullets he fired with his flying swords, and his jumping range wasn't enough to close their distance. Especially since he had already used ether once, he was sure the man was wary of it now. If so, Hajin then tried to make a move that could only be done once. He activated his stigma. The light emitted by its activation was so bright it blinded the man, and when he finally regained his sight, he was confused seeing Hajin suddenly disappear. He was puzzled about what happened and where he went. Amidst his confusion, Hajin, whom he was looking for, suddenly appeared behind him with his pistol aimed at him. This was the golden opportunity Hajin was seeking. As long as he could ambush him, he only needed 1 shot. The man then felt anxious and panicked seeing Hajin suddenly behind him at such close range, and while the man was still wondering how he got there, Hajin pulled the trigger and shot at him. But, the man didn't feel too panicked seeing his shot. He thought no matter how many times he shot, he would have the last laugh as long as he could block all his attacks. But, seeing the man block his shot again, Hajin grinned. He then said a word that stunned the man. An opening. After all preparations were complete, Hajin then executed the final part of his plan. He released the wolf spirit Evangel gave him and ordered it to tear the man apart. The man was shocked and unprepared for the sudden appearance of the wolf spirit. After that, only the man's screams of pain echoed. After successfully defeating and incapacitating the man, Hajin then ordered the wolf spirit to return to his body. With a mix of annoyance and anger in his gaze, Hajin quickly ran toward the man. The man could only curse as Hajin placed one foot on his chest. Hajin ignored his curses. With a threatening look, he pointed his pistol at the man again and asked if he still wouldn't say anything, but unfortunately, the man chose to stay silent when faced with his question. Seeing that, Hajin threatened, "If you just stay quiet, you'll have to get beaten first, but unfortunately, I don't have time to mess around with you. Maybe this won't hurt as long as I don't go too hard." The man panicked and quickly asked him to stop upon hearing his threat, but, at that moment, a sound like a notification suddenly rang out. Hearing it, with a confused look, Hajin shifted his gaze from the man and focused on listening. As it had been 1 hour since the cadets finished climbing the tower, the test would end now. All cadets would be summoned back outside the tower shortly. Hajin was shocked hearing the announcement. Right after that, accompanied by the repeated announcement and the man's confused look, Hajin's body was enveloped in blue light and slowly disappeared. The man laughed happily seeing that. He didn't expect to be this lucky. Hajin didn't expect this either. He didn't think there was someone luckier than him. Hajin somewhat regretted this, but he remembered the man introduced himself as Black Lightning earlier. As long as he kept doing things like that, they would surely meet again sooner or later. He would teach him a lesson when they finally met again. Hajin sighed briefly thinking about that. Just before he was expelled from the tower, he thought he needed to tell the boss about this. After exiting the tower and returning to Cube, Hajin then observed his surroundings. There were also many Cube cadets who had just been expelled from the tower like him. Although the exam was over, Hajin still somewhat regretted the incident earlier. It was such a pity. He thought he should have shot him at least once, but, while he was thinking about that, his attention was drawn when he heard someone calling him. It was Nayun. With a worried face, Nayun asked if he was okay. Facing her question, Hajin didn't answer and instead asked her if she was okay, but, Hajin was shocked when Nayun suddenly held his face. While examining his face, Nayun worriedly asked what happened to him. Why did he look worse? Was he really okay? Hajin was speechless hearing that. He then answered he was fine, but Nayun didn't believe his answer. She felt he didn't look fine. She then told him she'd get a potion and asked him to wait there. Hajin really didn't understand her behavior. He tiredly told her she didn't need to do that, but unfortunately, Nayun didn't hear him and kept running to get a potion. Shortly after, Hajin heard a notification sound from his smartwatch, and when he opened it, it was a message from the boss. The boss told him she would hold a meeting regarding his request with the other members. Hajin was shocked by the sudden message. He quickly moved aside to hide from the other cadets. The boss's message didn't stop there. She said the result was 5 in favor and 5 against. Although Hajin was slightly disappointed, he had expected this. Even the chameleon troop tried not to kill Chai Jin Yun unless absolutely necessary, but what confused him was the vote being 5 to 5, and the boss's next message answered his confusion. She said she hadn't given her decision yet. Hajin could only stay silent reading that. The boss continued, "In short, you've killed several people, but it was all for mission needs. Almost everyone you killed was evil and deserved to die, but, this time you said you wanted to kill someone. No matter the reason, if you kill because you want to, it will leave a mark on your psyche. Can you accept that?" Nayun's figure suddenly appeared in Hajin's mind as he read the boss's question. After that, the boss ended the conversation by inviting him to meet later to discuss this. Hajin could only sigh reading that. This really gave him a headache. If even the chameleon troop acted like that, it made him doubt. But, while he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a commotion not far from where he was. He was quite confused and wondered if he misheard. Out of curiosity, Hajin walked toward the source of the commotion, but, he was shocked when he saw Rachel there. Rachel was also shocked seeing him. Hajin was relieved to see her okay. Rachel seemed to be complaining to the committee about Hajin's disappearance earlier. The committee member then annoyedly told her he was here and asked her not to cause strange commotions. Rachel was annoyed and angry hearing that. She told him that the person they met during the exam wasn't a supervisor but an intruder with malicious intent, but, the committee member casually said he had already reported it. He also warned her this wasn't England. Ignoring her further, the committee member reported to his superior that all cadets were confirmed safe. The count was complete. Rachel was really angry seeing his attitude. Seeing that, Hajin tried to calm her. He told her that was enough. He suggested they report this to the supervising teacher later, But, Rachel still wasn't willing to let it go. She was still upset with the committee member, but, she slowly calmed down seeing Hajin's gaze. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Rachel then asked him what happened with him and the Dark Moon of Death person. Hajin answered he won. Rachel was shocked hearing that. She was confused how he did it. Hajin replied he just beat him up. Hajin naturally didn't tell her he used stigma and summoned a wolf spirit. With a happy heart, Rachel was truly relieved to see him okay. Hajin was stunned for a moment seeing that. He then cleared his throat to calm himself. Time passed, and before we knew it, the schedule for Hajin and Suho's dungeon raid arrived. During the dungeon raid, they faced a giant snake monster, but it was easily handled by Suho. Suho looked happy seeing he had killed the snake. Judging by their still neat clothes, their dungeon raid seemed smooth so far. And while Hajin was reloading his pistol, a system notification sound suddenly appeared. Your understanding of stigma's mana has increased. A new function, concept imprint, has been added. Concept imprint can imprint stigma's mana onto a designated concept. You can imprint up to 2 concepts. Concepts that receive imprinting only consume half the mana to manifest. The imprint effect had been present since he fought Black Lightning. He didn't immediately choose which concept to use. And the notification kept appearing until now. This made Hajin think about choosing immediately. He thought about choosing teleportation. Hajin sighed thinking about it. Suho, who had been checking the condition of the giant snake he defeated, was confused seeing Hajin complain of exhaustion. He then enthusiastically asked him wasn't the boss from this dungeon fun and unique. Hearing his question, Hajin told him to stop saying weird things like that in the open. He also asked why he told people their dungeon raid was a drive. Hearing that, Suho defended himself saying he couldn't casually say they were raiding a dungeon, but his defense didn't calm Hajin's annoyance. Because of that, people kept wondering if they were dating, but, when Suho was about to defend himself once more, he was shocked when his smartwatch rang. With a happy face, he asked Hajin to wait a moment. He would answer the message first. Seeing his happy face, Hajin casually asked if it was from Yun Sung-ah. His question naturally shocked Suho. With a face as if avoiding the topic, Suho asked why he dared call a senior by her name. Hajin grinned mischievously seeing that. He told him he didn't deny it earlier. With a somewhat pleading face, Suho said it really wasn't like that. Why would Sung-ah be interested in him? But, his pleading face only annoyed Hajin. He was truly confused how this guy could live so calmly and peacefully for 30 years with a face like that. Suho suddenly remembered something and asked if he really wasn't joining their trip. Hajin firmly answered no. He also told him not to change the topic so casually, but Suho didn't give up. He then offered an item he got from a monster, and coincidentally, the item was very tempting for Hajin. It was one of his randomly created items. That damn co-author always left something weird. The item was called Jar of Desire, a jar filled with desire. Whatever you put in it, the desire in the jar will cling to it. Hajin honestly admitted the item was very tempting, because his high luck stat made him a lucky guy. An item relying on luck like that was top tier for him, and when Hajin was thinking of accepting the offer, Suho told him they wouldn't meet for 3 months when they left, so if they stayed together, he'd feel less lonely since they could have fun for these 3 months. Hearing that, Hajin confusedly asked why not meeting for 3 months would make him lonely. Suho didn't answer and said it could be a good chance to bond with Nayan too. Hearing the word too, Hajin questioned him about it. Suho was briefly confused by his question. Hajin then laughed and asked if he meant he also wanted to bond with someone else. Suho frantically said no. Hearing that, he then said again it was just a misunderstanding, but Hajin naturally wouldn't believe it. In the future, when Hajin kept recalling that moment, he thought he shouldn't have tried to avoid that question. Time passed, and before he knew it, the schedule for their trip arrived. They were sitting casually in the car while waiting to reach their destination, and since it was winter, they were all dressed warmly to fight the cold, and while Hajin was checking something on his tablet, he was shocked when Nayan accidentally leaned on his shoulder. Seeing that, Hajin asked if she was asleep, but there was no response from Nayan to his question. Seeing that, Hajin realized Nayan did it unintentionally because she had been asleep. After closing his tablet, he then looked out the window. Although he initially refused, here he was. As the winter chill began to seep into their bones, he was traveling with these people. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination. While waving her hand, Nayan then called them and told them to come toward her. Seeing the hotel where they would stay, they all exclaimed in awe. Hajin felt the same. He knew it was difficult to get a reservation at this place. After that, Na-yun then asked them all to put their belongings inside the hotel and gather here. Hearing that, Suho then asked her what they would do. Na-yun answered, first, play billiards, then bowling, jet skiing, swimming, spa, board games, and so on. Yang-han was speechless hearing that. He confusedly wondered, are we here to become soldiers or on vacation? Na-yun cheerfully said it wasn't too much. Yona just smiled hearing that. She didn't protest much about Na-yun's activity schedule. While chuckling softly, she then told Na-yun she seemed more excited than usual. Na-yun froze for a moment hearing that. She then unconsciously looked toward Hajin, who was currently with Suho. Seeing Hajin finally willing to join, Na-yun couldn't hold back her smile anymore. Shortly after, when mealtime arrived, they then prepared the ingredients and cooking equipment, and as usual, Hajin was in charge of grilling the meat. Seeing Hajin grilling alone, Na-yun then approached him and asked what she should do. Hajin was confused by her question. Seeing that, Na-yun then enthusiastically showed him the burnt meat from her earlier grilling. Hajin felt annoyed seeing that. He then told her to just throw it away. He also asked her to let him cook and told her to do something else. But Na-yun didn't want to do that. She then asked him to tell her his secret, how he could grill meat so well. Hearing that, Hajin then answered, first of all, don't let someone disturb you. Na-yun got annoyed hearing his answer. She realized Hajin was teasing her. Hajin then said she didn't need to know how to do something like this. But Na-yun seemed to insist. Yang-han, who saw the scene, then teased them both. He asked what they were doing alone there. Na-yun annoyedly told him to shut up, but that only made Yang-han tease her more, and at that moment, Hajin suddenly felt a glare of hatred directed at him. It was surely from Jong-hak. Jong-hak looked at him with a gaze like he wanted to kill him. With a slight smirk, Yona asked, do you really have to be there? Didn't he say he'd be the one to grill everything? Hearing that, Na-yun, blushing, asked if they didn't feel guilty leaving him to grill alone. But, Yona didn't think she was standing there out of guilt. Suho thought the same. He felt they looked quite compatible. Hearing their teasing, Na-yun embarrassedly told them to shut up. She then cleared her throat to calm herself. After thinking of an excuse, Na-yun told them not to think anything weird. But, before Na-yun could continue, a piece of grilled meat suddenly came to her mouth. It was from Hajin. Na-yun was shocked by that. She asked what this was. Hajin answered it was obviously meat. He then asked her if it was cooked, though Na-yun didn't answer, but seeing her expression, Hajin already concluded. He then invited her to move the meat. Hajin first went to Suho and Jong-hak's table. Suho welcomed him warmly while Jong-hak still seemed angry at him. While eating the meat, Jong-hak then challenged Suho to a billiards match again after eating. Yang-han looked very excited hearing that. He also suggested that the loser would jump into the sea. As for Yona, a bit shyly, she asked them if they weren't tired of eating meat. She suggested making ramen, of course not meaning she had to eat it. Suho agreed with her suggestion. After all the food was set, with a cup of drink in their hands, they then toasted together. While sipping his drink, Hajin somewhat regretted it wasn't soju. Even so, relaxing there while gazing at the night beach view truly felt calming. But, Na-yun, who was beside him, suddenly bumped into him. With a happy expression, Na-yun said she had told him this would be fun when they all came here. Hajin somewhat agreed with that. At least it wasn't boring. Seeing his bored expression, Na-yun told him to admit he was having fun. Na-yun looked very happy and satisfied hearing Hajin also enjoyed being there. She then told Hajin she had also bought a motorcycle. That news greatly shocked Hajin. With a surprised face, he quickly turned toward her. Na-yun said it was parked in the parking lot. Hajin was speechless hearing that. He then immediately asked if she even had a license. Na-yun confirmed it, but she wasn't very skilled yet. She then asked if he wanted to ride with her. Hajin naturally refused and asked if she was trying to risk his life or what. Na-yun understood his concern. She asked him to drive if he was worried. Though Hajin initially felt forced to join this trip, this seemed like the right decision. Under the starry night sky, accompanied by the familiar sound of waves, and surrounded by people who felt like an important part of his life, standing amidst it all made his heart feel a mix of old emotions, feelings he thought he'd never experience again in this world. He felt it would be nice if this moment could last a bit longer. Hajin closed his eyes briefly after thinking that. After the meal session ended, they then went inside the hotel and relaxed. They were now playing cards, but Na-yun's smartwatch suddenly rang at that moment. She then told them she'd take a call first. Hearing that, Yang-han teased her as the famous lady, while Suho asked her to come back quickly. After Na-yun stepped away from them, she then answered her phone. and while they were enjoying their card game, they were suddenly startled by a scream. It was Nayeon's scream. They immediately ended their card game and rushed toward her. Seeing Nayeon sitting limply, they anxiously asked her what happened. Yona worriedly asked if she was unwell, like them. Hajin felt very confused at that moment. He didn't know what was happening to Nayeon. With a trembling body and a nearly crying face, Nayeon told them she had to leave immediately. Yona was shocked hearing that. She confusedly asked what happened, why so sudden, why was she crying? Seeing that, Hajin then approached. He asked Nayeon to calm down first and tell them what happened, but he was shocked when Nayeon suddenly grabbed his hand. With a tear-streaked face, Nayeon asked if he could take her somewhere. Though Hajin was a bit confused by her request, he agreed. He also asked what happened. With a choked-up voice that left Hajin confused about her meaning, Nayeon then told him shocking news. It was about her brother waking up. The shock in Hajin's heart was beyond words when he heard that. He even froze for a moment hearing it, because he felt it was impossible. This was completely different from what he had predicted from the start, but, while Hajin was thinking about that, his attention was quickly diverted when he heard Nayeon sobbing. Hearing the news, Yona then asked for confirmation. Nayeon confirmed it. She just got the news from the hospital. This situation really troubled Hajin. He struggled to make a decision, and when Yona said she'd call a driver, Hajin then asked Nayeon where she parked her motorcycle. Nayeon answered it was in the parking lot. Hearing that, Hajin didn't waste time and immediately pulled her hand to head there. Hearing they wanted to ride a motorcycle to the hospital, Yona warned them it was dangerous. Hajin knew that well, but they had to get there as fast as possible. Yona fell silent hearing that. She had no more reasons to argue. She then told them to go ahead. They would follow soon. Upon reaching the parking lot, Hajin then got on Nayeon's motorcycle. Seeing Nayeon still standing there, Hajin told her to get on quickly. After Nayeon got on, Hajin then told her to hold on tight. Nayeon understood. She then held his back. Hajin sighed briefly seeing Nayeon holding his back like that. He then told her she'd fall if she held like that. After that, Haji then did something that surprised her. He took her hands and placing them around his waist. After all preparations were done, Hajin then started the motorcycle and quickly rode toward the hospital where Chai Jin Yun was being treated. As Hajin rode toward the hospital with Nayeon on the back, he experienced overthinking. He realized he shouldn't have kept delaying. This was something he had to do, but he didn't even want to think about it. Why did it have to be him doing it? Wasn't there any other way besides killing Chai Jin Yun? But, this wasn't something that should be delayed just because of silly considerations like that. Hajin paused for a moment. He could feel Nayeon's crying behind him. That was the reason for his hesitation, but for him, as the writer of this novel, he had the duty to kill Chai Jin Yun. After riding for a while, they finally arrived at the hospital where Chai Jin Yun was being treated. Upon arrival, Hajin then told Nayeon that they had arrived, but, seeing Nayeon who remained silent as if possessed, Hajin confusedly called her, but Nayeon didn't respond to his call at all. Seeing that, Hajin then repeatedly called her while snapping his fingers in front of her face. His action succeeded in waking Nayeon. Hajin then asked if she was okay, if she could stand. Nayeon answered weakly with a yes. Hearing that, Hajin then returned the motorcycle keys to her and asked where the rest of her family was. Nayeon replied that they would be late because they were traveling abroad, but that reason didn't convince Hajin at all, because in this world there was technology called a portal that could travel across countries in seconds. But Nayeon insisted on that. She explained that being an important person like her family didn't mean getting everything they wanted. After that, Nayeon then looked at her hands and felt a bit strange. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Maybe it was due to the shock she got from receiving news about her brother. Realizing Nayeon's condition, Hajin then asked if she could walk on her own. Nayeon answered yes. After that, they then walked together into the hospital, and when they reached the entrance, they were greeted by a male servant of the Chai family. Seeing the servant, Nayeon anxiously asked where her brother was. Hearing her question, the servant then pointed in a direction and said he was over here, but, he then noticed Hajin's presence and immediately asked who he was, and before Hajin could answer, Nayeon then told the servant that he was her friend. Hajin froze for a moment hearing that. Nayeon informed the servant that he was the one who brought her here, so she asked him to let him come in with her. Hearing that, the servant said he understood and allowed her request. Hajin could only stay silent while clenching his fists tightly to calm himself as he faced that. After that, they then headed to the consultation room to meet the doctor treating Chai Jin Yun. The doctor, in amazement, told Nayeon that this was truly a miracle. judging by his tone, it seemed even he was very surprised by this. Full activities weren't allowed yet, but he would know after seeing his condition himself. They had told her he would wake up after 4 years. But, since he had just regained consciousness, his memories were still unorganized, but, his recovery was so fast that he might regain everything within a month. Nayun couldn't hold back her tears hearing that. Years of waiting had finally paid off. After informing her of that, the doctor asked her to please only meet him briefly today. She could see him again the next day. Hajin felt uncomfortable at that moment. It was like sitting on thorns. He also questioned himself why he was here, and the worst part was when he saw Nayun's happy yet relieved smile upon hearing the doctor's words. After getting confirmation from the doctor, they then walked toward Chai Jin Yun's ward. Only Nayun and Hajin entered. While waiting outside, the servant told her he would return after visiting hours ended. Nayun remained silent hearing that. She just stood there and didn't immediately walk toward her brother, with a hopeful gaze. She looked at the brother she idolized. She then tried calling him. Chai Jin Yun, who heard her call, slowly opened his eyes. With a happy face and a smile, Chai Jin Yun then looked at her and greeted her back. Nayun couldn't hold back her tears seeing that. What she had been waiting for all this time finally came true. She then quickly ran and hugged her brother. Chai Jin Yun chuckled at that. He then repeatedly stroked his crying sister's head. The scene looked very heartwarming. Chai Jin Yun felt melancholic seeing his little sister had grown up. It had been 4 years since he fell into a coma. He then asked Nayun if she had gotten used to using the bow, or as she promised, if she had found something she wanted to do. Hearing that, Nayun asked in surprise and joy if he still remembered that promise. Chai Jin Yun answered yes. Nayun smiled widely and told him she had returned to using the sword. That fact was both surprising and delightful for Chai Jin Yun. He then asked if she was serious. Nayun confirmed it. Chai Jin Yun was happy to hear that. He also said that whatever she did, it would surely be the best for her. After finishing their conversation and reunion, their gazes then turned to Hajin. Nayun then told Chai Jin Yun that she would introduce him to him. He was her friend, the one who helped her realize something she wanted to do. Amidst Nayun introducing him to Chai Jin Yun, the person he intended to kill, Hajin didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, at the Chameleon Troop headquarters, the boss and several members were there now, and as the boss was reading a book, her attention was immediately diverted when Jane called her. Jane casually informed her that Chai Jin Yun had woken up, so, she then asked if they were really going to carry out the plan. The boss remained silent facing her question, but Jane, knowing the boss's personality, could only sigh in resignation seeing that. She realized it was already decided. She then hesitantly asked if they could do it with their current numbers, even if the one executing the plan was Kim Hajin. Hearing her doubt, the boss told her there was no need to inform everyone. They would carry this out with as few members as possible. Jane sighed again hearing that. She realized this might be the only way to recruit Kim Hajin, but she still had doubts because she felt the risk was too great. They didn't even know why Kim Hajin wanted to kill Chai Jin Yun. Moreover, they could turn that old man into an enemy. The boss fell silent for a moment hearing her reasoning. She then dismissed her words. She explained that Chai Jin Yun's mana core, which served to store mana, had been destroyed long time ago. The boss asked back if she thought that old man would pity Chai Jin Yun, someone who could no longer be a hero and whose condition was already like a living corpse. Of course not. That old man wouldn't feel pity even if it were his own grandson. Chai Juchul was always like that. He might even welcome it joyfully. He would gain the world's sympathy with his grandson's death. Jane could only scratch the back of her head hearing her explanation. She wasn't too sure about that, because they were the first to cut ties with them. But, Jane then asked if she didn't think Kim Hajin's behavior was a bit strange. Even Yu Jinhyuk, a money lover, said he wouldn't take this job, so, wasn't that odd? He was someone who would handle anything a client asked as long as he was paid. But why did he only refuse jobs related to Kim Hajin? When they contacted him and asked him to investigate Kim Hajin, he seemed to avoid it back then. This made her suspect that Yu Jinhyuk had already dug into Kim Hajin's past. Perhaps he avoided this job out of fear of the consequences, meaning Kim Hajin had a special past, something that could endanger someone. The boss seemed to think when hearing her assumption. She felt her assumption made sense. Hearing that, Jane once again asked what they should do. Should they request additional information from Yu Jinhyuk? The boss said that wasn't necessary. They would check using another information guild. Jane laughed hearing that. It seemed the deal with Yu Jinhyuk had ended here. She said she understood and had sorted out some good information guilds. Falling Blossom, that was a new guild that had recently shown, only half a year since its establishment, but its reputation and results were excellent. The boss was quite surprised hearing that. She knew Jane's standards were high, so she was shocked that she rated a guild only half a year old so highly. Jane said guilds with such prowess were rare nowadays. Besides Falling Blossom, she also found another good one, that was a website called Truth Agency, a website that prides itself on being able to answer everything. Looking at the website's design and name, the boss fell silent for a moment. She felt the design was ridiculous. Jane could only laugh hearing that. She quite agreed with the boss. However, despite being a bit cheap-looking, they were actually well regarded among society. They said this place surprised them because it could locate people effectively. The boss fell silent again hearing that. She looked unsure about what was said, until finally, she told Jane to just use the Falling Blossom Guild services. Jane understood and said she would send the request soon. She also said that all preparations regarding the Chai Jin Yun matter were done. It should be fine once Kim Hajin takes a look and gives it the okay. The boss fell silent for a moment hearing that, then instructed her to send the contract. Meanwhile, at the hospital where Chai Jin Yun was being treated, in the days following Chai Jin Yun's awakening, it wasn't just Nayun and Hajin visiting anymore. Kim Suho and the others did too. Seeing their arrival, Chai Jin Yun then focused his gaze on Suho and recognized him as Kim Suho. Suho felt happy and flattered that he recognized him. He also asked how he knew. Chai Jin Yun told him that Nayun often talked about him during her days at the Agent Military Academy. She said he was an annoying handsome guy who acted like he knew everything. Nayun was deeply embarrassed hearing that. She then quickly scolded her brother, saying it was a long time ago. Suho felt a bit hurt hearing Nayun's impression of him from Chai Jin Yun. He then asked Nayun if that wasn't a bit exaggerated. Nayun panicked and said it was because they weren't as close back then and didn't know much about each other. Yona burst into laughter hearing that. She then told Nayun she agreed with her. While the others laughed and joked together there, Hajin seemed lost in his thoughts. Since Chai Jin Yun woke up, Chai Nayun visited him almost every day. And Chai Jin Yun's condition improved daily. What worried him was that, according to the Book of Truth, the seed's development level was now around 97%. If 100% meant 4 or 5 years, then the seed's full growth was only 2 months away. That was an amount of time that couldn't be called sufficient at all. Noticing Hajin's odd state as if he was drowning in his own thoughts, Yona then asked what he was thinking. Hajin denied it and said he was just a bit tired. Hearing their conversation, Chai Jin Yun then turned his gaze to Hajin. He asked, "You're Hajin, right?" He thanked him for visiting every day. Yona was shocked hearing that. She was confused since when he started coming so often. Chai Jin Yun told her he came every day with Nayun. He also asked confusedly if it was a secret. Hajin didn't do this without reason. He came here hoping to speak privately with Chai Jin Yun, but Nayun suddenly appeared from behind him and said that Hajin was her brother's fan. Hajin was startled by her sudden arrival. Nayun said Hajin always talked a lot about her brother. He often brought him up all the time. Nayun then remembered she brought a camera, and asked Hajin if he wanted to take a picture with her brother, but Hajin refused, saying it wasn't necessary. But, hearing his refusal, Nayun then handed her camera to him and instead told him to take a photo of her with her brother. Hajin was shocked by her request. Not giving Hajin a chance to refuse, Nayun happily walked toward her brother with a smile. Hajin could only resign himself to it. He then quickly aimed the camera at them both, and they immediately posed in response. After taking their photo, Hajin then returned the camera to Nayun, and as Nayun was looking through the photo of her and her brother taken by Hajin, Chai Jin Yun told her to spend time with her friends too. Hearing that, Nayun said she always took photos with them all the time. Hearing that, Chai Jin Yun then asked for the camera and said he would take a photo of her with Hajin. Hajin and Nayun were shocked hearing that. Chai Jin Yun told Nayun to stand next to Hajin. With a slightly flushed face, Nayun asked if he was serious, but she didn't seem to mind, and when Chai Jin Yun aimed the camera at them both, he then told them both to smile. Time passed. At this time, Suho received a message from the master instructing everyone to gather at the camp. The news was so sudden it surprised Nayun, who was currently enjoying her time with her brother. She then told Chai Jin Yun she would be back soon. Chai Jin Yun understood, and as they all started to leave, Hajin suddenly stopped, lagging behind the others. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He finally had a chance to be alone with Chai Jin Yun, but he was confused about what to say to him, until finally, he decided not to leave and called Chai Jin Yun. Chai Jin Yun could only feel confused by his call. as he walked toward him. Hajin then asked about his body's condition. Chai Jin Yun answered that he wasn't sure. Hearing that, hesitantly, Hajin asked if he felt anything evil inside his body, like hatred filling his chest, or sensing demonic energy instead of mana. That question certainly surprised Chai Jin Yun. With Hajin's reflection in his eyes, Chai Jin Yun then asked if he was asking about what happened during the suppression operation. What Hajin meant wasn't that. But he hesitated whether to tell Chai Jin Yun or not. He was sure he wouldn't believe it if he told him his body would soon become a demon. He wanted to ask if he was willing to give up his life for his sister, and the reason Hajin wanted to ask Chai Jin Yun that was just to ease his own guilt, and as Hajin was filled with doubt, Chai Jin Yun suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair. With a gentle smile, he said he didn't know why, but he felt he needed to do this. Hajin could only lower his head hearing that. This seemed to worsen his hesitation, and at that moment, Nayun suddenly entered. Seeing Chai Jin Yun ruffling Hajin's head, Nayun confusedly asked what they were doing. She then guessed it was some fan service. She was sure Kim Hajin must be enjoying it. Seeing Nayun's arrival, Chai Jin Yun then asked about the call earlier. Nayun told him the master said he would postpone the camp activity to the 25th for her. After chatting with Chai Jin Yun and finishing their visit for the day, Hajin and Nayun then left the hospital together. On the way home, under the streetlights, Nayun suddenly stopped. She thanked him for agreeing to come with her. Hajin, who seemed lost in thought, was startled by her sudden thanks. He then confusedly asked about it. Nayun said her greatest wish was to see her brother wake up again. It was something she wanted more than anything. But, honestly, it had been almost 5 years since they last met. She didn't know what to say or if her brother would find her unfamiliar, but because he accompanied her when visiting her brother, the situation didn't feel awkward, and she liked that. Hajin remained silent, not knowing how to respond to her heartfelt words. With a faint smile, Nayun then turned and looked at him. She asked if he was free when Christmas came. Hearing that, Hajin confusedly asked if she wouldn't be going to camp during Christmas. Nayun confirmed that, but she would leave at night. They could meet before that. She would leave at 6 p.m., so she asked him to meet her in front of the hospital at 12 a.m. Nayun then asked for confirmation on that. Hajin fell silent for a moment hearing that. He then said he would go. Time passed, and we arrive at December 25th. The weather was very cold now due to falling snow. Hajin, in his room, was currently watching a news broadcast about the future activities of the Essence of the Straight Guild. The reporter informed that the Essence of the Straight Guild had declared a raid on the Tower of Miracles. The Tower of Miracles was currently evaluated as the largest in scale. As a result, the Essence of the Straight stock surged nearly 10%. Hajin seemed to be watching the news with Suho via video call. Hearing Suho's sigh, Hajin then asked if he was worried. With a smile as if nothing was wrong, Suho denied it. He said they would return safely, but Hajin wasn't sure about that. In the original story he wrote, Essence of the Straight would fail. But since this was almost 2 weeks after the timeline in the original story, they might succeed this time. Since the co-author interfered, he wasn't as certain about the future anymore. He couldn't always rely on his original writing as a reference. The only thing he knew for sure was the true nature of that forest. As Hajin was lost in his thoughts, Suho suddenly asked him a question. He confusedly asked if he wasn't going. Hajin was confused hearing his question. He didn't feel he had any plans today. Seeing his puzzled expression, Suho asked again if he didn't have plans with Nayun. With a still confused expression, Hajin answered he had no plans with her. Suho was puzzled hearing his answer, because Nayun had told him they had an agreement. Hajin was shocked hearing that, because back then he never said he would go, but, as he recalled the event, he then remembered saying he would go, but, what he meant was he would leave now, not that he would meet her. Realizing that, Hajin then looked at the clock. It's 1:30 p.m. now. An hour and a half had passed since the meeting time Nayun mentioned. This made Hajin think Nayun must have gone home since their meeting time had passed, but, he suddenly felt a bit unsure, and when he looked at the snowy weather outside the window, he grew worried. Hajin could only curse. He finally decided to go to the place Nayun mentioned. After preparing, he then told Evangel he would step out for a bit. He told her to behave while he was gone. Evangel understood. As Hajin rode toward the place Nayun mentioned, he wondered. She couldn't possibly still be waiting there like an idiot, right? Especially with this snowstorm. He decided to check and then return. He just wanted to check, but, when he finally arrived, he could only stand frozen, because he saw Nayun still waiting there, shivering from the cold. Shortly after he arrived, Nayun noticed his presence. Hajin was truly speechless at that moment. seeing him, Nyan annoyedly asked why he took so long. Hajin was also annoyed with her, he said it was her who misunderstood, he was upset because Nyan blamed him. Nyan was truly annoyed with him, she had planned so much for their date today, she even rented a game center, a cafe, a restaurant, but, before Nyan could finish her sentence, Hajin suddenly flicked her forehead. Nyan was startled by his action. Hajin confusedly asked why she made so many plans, since she only had a little time. He then invited her to just ride with him on his motorcycle. Nyan was stunned for a moment by his invitation. Hajin didn't explain further and just told her to come along. With a faint smile on his lips, Hajin told her that a date should indeed be spontaneous. After both agreed, they then rode around the city on a motorcycle under the falling snow. They engaged in many activities there, like snacking on street food and watching the city scenery when the snow stopped. While watching the sun slowly set, Nyan then asked Hajin, "Today was fun, wasn't it?" Hajin fell silent for a moment hearing that. He then answered that it was good if she thought so. Nyan laughed happily hearing that. With enthusiasm on her face, she asked, when she returned, would he want to, but, before finishing her sentence, Nyan suddenly stopped, leaving Hajin confused, and when Hajin looked at her with a puzzled face, Nyan told him to forget it. Anyway, she felt they would meet again soon. With a cheerful smile, Nyan then extended her hand to him. Hajin was confused and asked about her action. Nyan said she just wanted to shake hands, though a bit puzzled by it. Hajin then followed her request and shook hands with her. Seeing that, Nyan smiled happily until her eyes narrowed. She then said she would go first. Hearing that, Hajin then realized it was time for them to part. He then said he understood and told her to take care. After that, while waving at him, Nyan then bid him goodbye. But, facing that farewell, Hajin's demeanor grew strange. In his heart, he sincerely apologized to Nyan. Some time passed, at the hospital treating Chai Jin Yun. A doctor then informed two nurses that it was time to check on Chai Jin Yun's patient. She instructed them to prepare. The two nurses replied that they understood. After that, they then walked toward Chai Jin Yun's ward, and as they were about to arrive, a guard watching the ward noticed their presence. The doctor then greeted the guard and said it was time for the 11 o'clock checkup. Without the slightest suspicion, the guard then opened the door and allowed the doctor to enter. There, she then saw Chai Jin Yun sleeping on the hospital bed. And what surprising was, the doctor and two nurses who entered were actually Jane, Hajin, and the boss in disguise. They used Jane's disguise power. While dropping her disguise, Jane then asked Hajin about the CCTV. Hajin answered that he had taken care of it. Jane understood and praised him. She then called the boss. The boss softly responded to her call. She then extended her hand, and a dark power emerged from under Chai Jin Yun's bed and spread across the room. Hajin was greatly shocked by the appearance of that power. The boss then said she had isolated him and Chai Jin Yun in this room. Nothing would leak out, so he didn't need to worry about anything except his goal. With a shocked face, Hajin then turned to her hearing that, while seeing the slightly distorted figures of Jane and the boss, he then heard the boss say she would stall if the guards noticed, so she hoped he could finish it as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Hajin then calmed his heart and refocused on his original goal. After pulling out his gun, he then looked at Chai Jin Yun. Hajin didn't act immediately. He felt a bit conflicted. Seeing Chai Jin Yun's sleeping face reminded him of Nyan's face back then, and as Hajin was lost in thought, he was startled when he heard a voice calling him. It turned out to be Chai Jin Yun. Somehow, Chai Jin Yun had now woken up from his sleep. Hajin was shocked seeing that. He was so stunned he didn't know how to respond at that moment. Seeing Hajin finally arrive, Chai Jin Yun said he had been waiting for him. Hajin's eyes widened in shock hearing his words. With a mix of shock and confusion, he then asked what he meant by that. Chai Jin Yun only smiled at him hearing the question, but that smile was enough for Hajin to get an answer. Realizing this made his hand tremble uncontrollably, and when Chai Jin Yun tried to sit up, Hajin then asked if he had known all along. Chai Jin Yun smiled faintly hearing that. He then told him, "When I opened my eyes, I was filled with a sensation I hadn't felt in the last 5 years. Everyone said it was because I hadn't moved for a long time. That's why I'm not used to being active again, but more than that, I felt as if my foundation had changed, a dark feeling constantly raging from within my heart. It was a feeling close to a desire." After telling him that, Chai Jin Yun then looked back at him and asked if that was what he wanted to ask. Hajin could only stand frozen hearing that. It was exactly what he wanted to ask him. At that time, when Hajin asked him about strange things, Chai Jin Yun suddenly felt something within himself. He was initially confused why Hajin asked that, but after thinking deeply, he had a hunch he would seek him out again. Hajin's expression turned unusual hearing his explanation. His hand holding the gun couldn't stop trembling now. Seeing the gun in Hajin's hand made Chai Jin Yun aware of his motive from the start, so, while smiling gently at him, he asked if he would tell him why he had to die. Hajin fell silent for a moment. After finally overcoming the doubt within him, Hajin then told him that he had a body destined to become a demon, the seed of the devil. It was a concept not yet present in this world, a kind of evil god rooted in a human body. If the seed sprouted, the host's consciousness, will, and body would be overtaken by the demon, and they would become that demon themselves. Hearing that, Chai Jin Yun got his point. He then asked if the strange sensation he felt was a sign that the seed was about to grow. Hajin confirmed it, and the only way to stop it was through his death. Chai Jin Yun fell silent for a moment after hearing his explanation. He didn't look angry or sad about the fact. He then looked back at Hajin and thanked him. He realized he had made a very big decision. Though he had told others what he knew to find another solution, he was sure his grandfather would never allow it, because he knew better than anyone the impact it would have on the family. So, Chai Jin Yun then comforting him and said it wasn't his fault. He made a decision he couldn't avoid. Rather than that, he had sacrificed himself for the world. But, Hajin quickly refuted his words. He said that wasn't true. He only did it all for himself, because he wanted to return safely. And as Hajin's composure finally broke and he poured out his heart to him, Chai Jin Yun slowly took his hand to calm him. He then smiled gently at him. He realized if Hajin had no close ones and only had himself, he wouldn't explain all this to him. Hajin didn't know what to say hearing that. He then called Chai Jin Yun again, but he was shocked when he saw Chai Jin Yun suddenly experiencing pain. Chai Jin Yun painfully clutched the area around his chest. Something like veins emerged from there and spread across his body. Hajin was startled seeing that. He knew exactly what it was. It was demonic energy. An indication that the seed had begun to sprout, but what shocked him was that with that much demonic energy, it wouldn't be strange if the seed had already taken over his body. That fact made him realize that Chai Jin Yun had been suppressing the demonic urge with his own will all this time. With a form almost fully resembling a demon, Chai Jin Yun said he wanted to wait until he was ready, but this was getting harder to hold back. From Chai Jin Yun's words, Hajin then realized he had known this from the start. He then steeled his resolve. While aiming his gun at him, he thanked him for holding on. He will always remember his will. Also, he apologized to him. Hajin could no longer hold back his tears at that moment. He was deeply moved by his sacrifice. The longer time passed, the harder it became for Chai Jin Yun to suppress the demonic urge within him. But, when he heard Hajin's words, he then smiled at him. For the last time, he also asked him to take care of Nayan for him. After that, Hajin finally pulled the trigger, shooting Chai Jin Yun square in the head. Amidst the blood splatter from Chai Jin Yun's wound, Hajin could only stand frozen there. He was experiencing a great inner turmoil at that moment. Chai Jin Yun didn't resist at all. He sincerely sacrificed himself and ended up dead with just one shot. After Chai Jin Yun's death, the demon seed residing in his body also failed to sprout and slowly faded. But, though Hajin achieved one of his goals in this world, he felt no joy at all. He might be able to console himself by thinking this was Chai Jin Yun's wish that he couldn't ignore, and he couldn't let this effort go to waste. He could also console himself that this was just a world within a novel. But, when he saw Chai Jin Yun's blood splattered on his hand, and Chai Jin Yun lying dead before him, he could no longer suppress the shock that made his body feel frozen. It was like a slap to him. He could no longer deny it, and admitted that he was the one who did all this. A few days after Chai Jin Yun's death, with his vision still somewhat blurry, Hajin then opened his eyes. He appeared to be lying on a bed at the moment, having just woken from his unconscious state, and while still confused about his surroundings, someone asked him if he was awake. That person was the boss. The boss informed him that he had been unconscious for 2 days. She also told him not to worry, no one was tailing him. She had stored his equipment and told him to take it later. Hearing that, with his head still dizzy from being unconscious for too long, Hajin then tried to sit up. He also asked the boss where they were currently. With her usual cold expression, the boss told him this was her residence. The place was on an island in the Eastern Sea. The entire island was her home, so she told him to relax while staying here. After informing him of that, the boss paused for a moment. Seeing Hajin's silent expression as he continued staring at her, as if waiting for news from her. The boss then told him that Chai Jin Yun's funeral would be held today. Hajin clenched his fists tightly upon hearing that news. He could only lower his head mournfully. With a sad tone, Hajin then said to her that he would return. Meanwhile, at the hospital morgue where Chai Jin Yun was, while running as fast as he could, a man entered the room. That person was Chai Shin-hyuk, the father of Chai Na-yun and Chai Jin Yun, panting heavily. He then asked the man in front of him if he already knew who was behind it. The man didn't immediately answer his question and greeted him first. It had been 11 years since their last meeting. He then answered that they hadn't caught the culprit. There was a barrier, so there were no traces at all. Hearing that, Chai Shin-hyuk guessed if it might be the work of Jin. The man didn't confirm his words and said they couldn't draw a conclusion yet. Chai Shin-hyuk could only fall silent hearing that, but, when he saw the condition of Chai Jin Yun's hands, his tears could no longer be held back. With an angry tone, he asked the man if he thought he was an idiot. The man sighed for a moment. He then told him a hard-to-believe fact: a demonic energy had emerged from within Chai Jin Yun's body. That news was certainly shocking to Chai Shin-hyuk. The man explained, it started from inside his body, then spread to his veins, but stopped before escaping. It seemed the reason the spread stopped was because of his death. Hearing that, with a trembling voice, Chai Shin-hyuk then asked what he meant by that, but, the man knew he was just pretending to be confused. He should have realized it too. If Jin Yun had turned into a Jin, he had never seen hands like this before. It was stronger than the usual demonization used by Jin. Even after his death, it didn't disappear. It was likely something happened during Chai Jin Yun's mission 4 years ago. Chai Shin-hyuk's body weakened facing that fact. The man was aware of his mood and paused for a moment. He then looked toward Chai Jin Yun's body. He told him they could find the cause and track the culprit, but if they did that, the man suddenly stopped before finishing his sentence. But Chai Shin-hyuk knew what he meant. With tears still flowing from his eyes, Chai Shin-hyuk then looked at him and asked if only he knew about this. The man answered, for now, yes. Chai Shin-hyuk fell silent for a moment hearing his answer. He then told him, he never thought Jin Yun would wake up. He was sure Jin Yun had died in his mission 4 years ago, so when he suddenly woke up, he considered it a miracle that made his world feel alive again. But now, he had lost his son once more. If this got out, Jin Yun would be regarded as a Jin, and would be shamed by the Hero Association and the public. Even his time as a hero would be denied. That was no different from death itself. He couldn't lose his son a third time, so he asked him to side with them this time. This was also for Na-yun's sake. With his head bowed, Chai Shin-hyuk pleaded with him for just this once. He only wanted Jin Yun to rest in peace. The man clenched his fists hearing his plea. He seemed touched by it. He had guessed he would ask for that, but, he told him that someday they would still have to inform the others about the truth. Chai Shin-hyuk was well aware of that. He then gently touched Chai Jin Yun's face and called his name, with tears that wouldn't stop falling. He prayed, in the next life, may you not be born as the child of a father like me. In the past, before all this tragedy happened, while Na-yun was practicing swordsmanship in her yard, she then heard her brother calling her. Little Na-yun then ran toward him and asked what was wrong. Chai Jin Yun told her that she had been training non-stop. She could rest a bit if she was tired, but, little Na-yun questioned that. She told him she was working hard to become a hero greater than him. Hearing that, Chai Jin Yun worriedly said she was pushing herself too hard, even forgetting that today was supposed to be their day to go out together. But little Na-yun seemed to prioritize her training over that. She told her brother they could go another time. A strong opponent would join the sparring practice today, so she couldn't miss it. Chai Jin Yun chuckled seeing her determination. He felt happy with his sister's spirit. He then let it go, but he asked her not to overdo it. Overdoing things would only slow her growth, Na-yun complained when Chai Jin Yun ruffled her head. She said she wanted to grow taller. After chatting with his sister for a bit, Chai Jin Yun then bid her goodbye. He excused himself to go to work. Hearing that, with a cheerful face, Na-yun waved her hand and said see you. But, when morning came and sunlight entered illuminating her room, Na-yun then woke from her sleep, ending that dream. The dream just now was from when her brother left for the conquest mission. She regretted it. She shouldn't have cancelled their outing promise back then. With a still slightly sleepy face, Na-yun then looked at a photo frame beside her bed. It was a frame containing a photo of her and her brother who had just woken from his long coma. Na-yun's heart was filled with joy looking at that photo. Her past regrets had faded. She felt it was pointless for her to dwell on the past. They just needed not to repeat it. While looking at the photo of her and Hajin tucked behind the frame, Nayeon wondered in her heart, right, she felt. That photo looked really good. Nayeon's mood had drastically improved lately thanks to the news of her brother waking up. With a smile on her face, Nayeon wondered, what should I ask him when he returns later? But, just as Nayeon was thinking about that, she was startled when she saw a man suddenly come and open her bedroom door. It was her master. With a shocked and confused heart, she then asked what was wrong. Her master didn't immediately answer her question, he just called her and told her to come out for a bit. Nayeon was certainly confused by that, but her master didn't explain anything and just urged her to hurry. Nayeon was truly baffled by this. Seeing her master's attitude made Nayeon wonder if she had done something wrong, but it wasn't just her. While Yona was conducting a meeting, a man suddenly came to her and delivered some news. After that, Yona then hurriedly ended the meeting and rushed to her car. And after driving for a while, she finally arrived at a place. That place was the Chai family residence. But, as Yona was on her way into the Chai family residence, she then saw someone familiar nearby. That person was Kim Hajin. But, Kim Hajin's aura seemed a bit different now. Yona was confused why he was just standing there motionless and not going inside. But, when she saw Kim Hajin taking a cigarette and lighting it, she then froze, seeing Yona suddenly stop and stand still there. Her mother then scolded her and told her to hurry inside. Inside the Chai family residence, people were mourning the death of Chai Jin Yun. There was also Nayeon, who was currently grieving. Seeing her, Yona immediately approached her friend and worriedly called her name. Seeing Yona's arrival, Nayeon looked at her with a blank stare. Seeing her condition, Yona worriedly asked if she was okay. What about the others? Hearing that, Nayeon said she didn't call or invite them, so she asked her not to call them. Yona didn't know how to respond hearing that, but she then realized something. She was confused how he could come. Hearing her murmur, Nayeon then asked her confusedly about who she meant. The person Yona meant was, of course, Hajin, whom she had unintentionally seen on her way here. Meanwhile, as Hajin was still at the boss's residence and about to leave, the boss asked if she could ask him one question. Hearing that, Hajin said he would answer to the best of his ability. This was something that greatly puzzled the boss in this case. The demonic energy flowing from Chai Jin Yun's body wasn't like typical demonification. She had never seen anything like it, so she asked him how he knew about it. Hajin fell silent for a moment hearing her question. He then answered, "Seed of the demon." Hajin said he indeed knew about its existence, but he couldn't tell her how he found out. Hearing that, the boss said she wouldn't ask too much, but she then asked if he knew who planted it. Hajin froze when he heard her question. He then asked in shock if it wasn't obvious it was planted by a demon. From the start, Hajin had assumed the seed appeared when Chai Jin Yun received the demon stigma, but it seemed the reality wasn't what he thought. The boss then explained, Chai Jin Yun fell into a coma 4 years ago. That was during the fire shard operation. If a true demon had descended to the world, the damage wouldn't have been so minor. Besides, it would be impossible for a demon to go undetected once it descended, so it wasn't a demon that planted the seed in Chai Jin Yun, but someone else. Of course, that couldn't be done unless that person was trusted by a demon, whether through skill, magic, or an item. The boss didn't directly share her suspicion with Hajin about who that person might be, but she thought about it in her mind. He was the only one she knew who could do that. Hearing her explanation, Hajin felt her assumption made sense. It had never crossed his mind. He also said he would inform her when he found out who the culprit was. Hajin was truly annoyed with himself right now. Why he had never considered that possibility. He resolved to find out who planted the seed in Chai Jin Yun, and after that, as Hajin wrestled with his thoughts, the boss fell silent for a moment while looking at him. She seemed to sense what he was thinking at that moment. Looking at Hajin now was like looking at herself in the past. The boss then asked him not to do it alone. Hajin was confused and shocked hearing her request. With a faint smile, the boss continued, whether it's investigation, killing, or revenge, because you're already my subordinate, aren't you? Hajin could only stand stunned hearing that. He seemed not to expect to hear that from the boss. He then said he understood, and so began the story. When Hajin was about to go to the Chai family residence, he was still there now, just standing still and smoking, until finally, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him, and when he turned to see who it was, he then saw Nayeon running toward him. Hajin didn't know what to say seeing her here. Nayeon had no suspicion toward him at all. She asked how he could come. Did Yona tell him? But Hajin just stayed silent and didn't respond to her question. Nayeon kept asking him, seeing the cigarette butt scattered on the ground, she asked, "Why are you smoking? You look like a punk." Hajin only answered that it was to calm himself. Na-yun could only fall silent hearing his reason. She then looked directly into his eyes, and asked, "Why are you the one crying?" Without Hajin realizing it, his face was now filled with tears. After realizing that, Hajin hurriedly wiped his tears and wondered why he suddenly cried. Seeing that, Na-yun thought he must also be sad. She then wearily and sadly leaned her head against his chest. She asked him what she should do now. Na-yun's tears finally broke. She was truly confused and sad at this moment. This sudden bad news left her not knowing how to process it. Seeing Na-yun crying, Hajin could only panic and not know what to do. Na-yun kept crying on his chest while calling out to her brother. She was lost on what to do. She truly felt sorry for her brother. Hajin could only stand stunned hearing her cries. His emotions were truly mixed at this moment, until finally, amid Na-yun's continuous crying, Hajin then hugged her. That was all he could do to comfort her. He also softly apologized to her. Amidst the sadness they both experienced, Yona then arrived and witnessed the scene from a distance. She too felt sad for her friend. She wondered in her heart if Na-yun would be okay. When the day came when she and Hajin would realize the truth, Yona held a secret that even they didn't know. Yona didn't want to ruin their moment and decided to leave, but, just before she was about to go, she then anxiously called Na-yun, who suddenly fainted. Yona immediately ran toward them both. While seeing Na-yun unconscious in Hajin's arms, Yona asked what happened, why she suddenly fainted, but, she suddenly felt something odd, when she saw Hajin's expression and the blank look in his eyes. After taking Na-yun, who had fainted, to the hospital and handing her over to Yona, Hajin then went home. When he was right at the entrance, he could hear Evangel's voice. Evangel told Whitey not to be noisy. They had to surprise Hajin. Hajin couldn't hold back his smile hearing that. Acting as if he didn't know, Hajin then opened the door and went inside, but, Evangel, who was already prepared, immediately appeared in front of him and tried to surprise him. Though Hajin already knew Evangel's plan beforehand, he didn't reveal it and said he was surprised. Evangel cheerfully called him and asked why he took so long to come home. Hearing that, Hajin then lifted Evangel high. He apologized to her. There was something he had to do. He asked if she ate regularly. Evangel answered yes. She ordered food and it was very delicious. Hajin was glad to hear that. He then hugged Evangel back as Evangel happily hugged him. Evangel then asked if he had eaten too, but Hajin's expression suddenly turned odd at that moment. He suddenly lowered his head and kept hugging her in silence. Evangel was confused by his action. She asked if he was okay, if he hadn't eaten. Hajin answered no and reassured her that he was fine, everything was fine, but his words seemed more to convince himself. Meanwhile, at a hospital, a few moments after Na-yun regained consciousness, while she was enjoying her snack, she was startled when she saw her master visiting. Her master didn't come inside and just stood at the entrance. He then asked about her condition. Na-yun answered that she was healthy, as he could see, but her master wasn't convinced by her words. Hearing, "I'm healthy," from someone who just fainted was a bit unconvincing. Na-yun reasoned that she just forgot she hadn't eaten anything, so it wasn't strange she suddenly fainted. Though a bit unsure, her master decided to set it aside. He told her he would always prepare a spot at the dojo for her, so she could come whenever she wanted. He told her to recover first and once she was fully recovered, but, before her master could finish his sentence, Na-yun cut him off. She said that wasn't necessary, she would go there right after the 3-day funeral. Her master was certainly shocked hearing that. He told her not to push herself too hard. He knew her condition wasn't fit yet, but Na-yun didn't care about that. She was very angry at this moment, because she heard news that Chai Jin Yun died because he was murdered. Hearing that, her master didn't deny it. From the information he heard, it seemed to be true. With anger peeking in her heart, Na-yun vowed to find out who killed him, and she would finish them with her own hands. Her master was stunned for a moment hearing her resolve. He then immediately told her not to act rashly, not to think strange thoughts, but Na-yun didn't find it strange at all. She instead questioned her master why that was strange. Her master ran out of words hearing that. He could only sigh in resignation. He realized Na-yun's condition was still unstable now, so he told her to rest first. They could talk about it later. He also once again warned her not to do anything stupid. After her master left, the ward where she was treated became quiet again. Though her master had warned her not to act rashly, Na-yun kept thinking about it. She didn't do anything and just sat there silently pondering something, until finally, Her silence was broken when she saw someone entering. It was Yona. Yona asked if she was awake, how her condition was. She also said she brought her food. Nayun answered that she was fine now. Seeing Yona coming alone, Nayun immediately asked about where Kim Hajin was. Hearing that, Yona said Hajin went home after bringing her here. Nayun looked a bit disappointed hearing that, but she was more preoccupied with how Hajin could come to her brother's funeral, and how he knew about it. She had asked Yona about it, but Yona admitted she didn't tell Hajin. She also didn't know how Hajin could come. After falling silent for a moment, Nayun then called Yona. Yona, who was warming the food she brought, then responded to her call. Nayun asked her about which information guild could be trusted now. Yona was startled for a moment hearing her question. She then asked Nayun not to overthink it and to leave it to her. She promised to find the culprit for her. Nayun felt glad hearing that. Yona asked her not to act alone. She told her to let her know what she needed. Because they were friends, Nayun was stunned for a moment while looking at her. Hearing that, Yona also looked at her feeling a bit embarrassed. Nayun then broke the silence between them by answering yes. Yona thanked her after hearing that, but Nayun seemed unlikely to keep that promise to her. She then clenched her fists tightly. To Nayun, this was her responsibility. Just like Nayun, Hajin thought the same way.